I crossed over to the Xiao's house, and became an orphan whose parents died in battle through the heavens. Unexpectedly to bounding life simulator system. It didn't only life simulate with every 7 days, and also give me various reward. Chapter 51 Ready to Devour. The strange fire was right in front of him, and Xiaoming was a little ready to move. Even though he knew where many strange fires existed and knew the characteristics of these strange fires well, this was actually the first time he had seen real strange fires. Needless to say, the attraction of a strange fire to the alchemist is far more than that of a beautiful woman who has stripped off her head in front of him. Xiaoming stretched out his right hand to grab Shui Ying's chest, but suddenly retracted it. It's not easy to collect the strange fire. It will burn everything that comes close to nothing, including energy. Except for some special things, it can only be forcibly wrapped with a steady stream of energy, and then taken away. This blood shadow cannot being burned. It is estimated that it is related to the formation of the fire of the beasts and spirits in the Great Formation. If I want to take it away, I have to wrap it up with my own Do-Chi energy, but that's too much energy consumption. With the current me, I'm afraid even if all the Do-Chi in the cyclone is turned around, it's impossible to move it too far away, even to leave the secret realm. Furthermore, I can't hide the aura of the strange fire. There are many strong people outside. In addition to those fighting kings and emperors, there are also many fighting spirits and fighting masters. If I go out directly, I am afraid that I will not be able to keep the strange fire. Or just swallow it right here. Xiaoming's idea is very crazy, but he is also forced to help. After all, it is really too difficult to take this strange fire silently, and then find a safe place to refine it. But let him give up, but it is impossible. The reason why he came here at risk is because of the strangeness caused by this strange fire. Now if he really sees it, he will leave. It doesn't mean that he looks very silly before. Silently thought about the feasibility of this opportunity for a while, Xiaoming said with a ruthless heart. Isn't it just a little seedling of a different fire, just do it. Sit down and decide. Xiaoming did not rush to take out the strange fire. Instead, he summoned another beast fire from his body, illuminating the surroundings. Then he took out a small transparent jade bottle from Naji. In the jade bottle, a blood-colored elixir the size of a longan was lying quietly. Through the reflection on the surface of the bottle, the blood-colored elixir was faintly highlighted. Some shadows swayed slightly, and there seemed to be liquid swaying in them. This mellow blood-colored elixir is one of the must-haves for devouring the strange fire, the blood lotus elixir. After taking out the blood lotus pill, Xiaoming took out a small jade bottle from the Na ring. Although the specific situation in this jade bottle could not be clearly seen, a strong vitality was revealed from it. 6th grade healing saint grade, vitality pill. Xiaoming looked at the jade bottle and said softly. Then there was a hint of hesitation on his face, but it disappeared quickly. I saw that he took out another jade bottle from the ring, the same jade bottle that was filled with greenstone profound water. 7th grade pills, life-returning pills. As long as their heads are not chopped off or their hearts shattered, they can all be rescued. If the swallowing of the strange fire fails this time, it will really be a loss to Grandma's house. Looking at the 3 medicine bottles in his hand, Xiaoming sighed. Blood lotus pill is one of the necessary elixir to devour the rear fire. The other 2 are what he intends to use for healing. In case there is something wrong, he will force the strange fire out of the body. With these medicinal herbs, he can also protect himself. Although it hurts a little bit to take out these things, but if it really fails to swallow it, the probability of death is actually higher, and it is 90% lower. People are dead, these things are useless to Xiaoming. But if you can rely on these things to save your life, it is a big profit. In addition to these things, Xiaoming continued to take things from the accept ring and put them in front of him. Ice spirit leaf, ancient cold grass, spirit frost branch, ice spring water. All are herbs and treasures with cold properties. Some of these herbs were obtained after Xiaoming entered the secret realm in the past 2 days, some were obtained from lottery draws in the simulator, and some were collected on weekdays. Whether it is high grade or low grade, there are a lot of them. The reason for taking out these things is because swallowing the strange fire requires something of the cold and cold attribute to protect the meridians. Among them, I know that the ice spirit cold spring is the most suitable, but he does not have the ice spirit cold spring. There is only one that looks similar, but it is actually a cold spring water with far different effects. Therefore, He can only use the cold properties of these herbs to make up for the lack of the ice spring. Of course, he didn't plan to swallow it by himself. If he was allowed to swallow so many medicinal herbs, even if Yonglingju had the function of swallowing, under the impact of the medicinal properties, Xiaoming felt that he might not have put the strange fire into his mouth, he had already dead up. He intends to let the spirit devour these medicinal materials. Anyway, what can be eaten by the spirit, there is no taboo, as long as the spirit can keep the pure cold properties in the medicinal materials. This kind of spirit is easy to do. This is also Xiaoming's reliance on the fact that he does not have the cold ice spring to protect the meridians, and he dares to swallow the strange fire. Devouring the three-piece variation fire, Xiaoming has already prepared everything except Na Ling, or has a substitute. Naling Xiaoming does not need preparation, because he has spirit. After setting everything up, Xiaoming was about to start. He first picked up the jade bottle containing the blood lotus pill, tilted the jade bottle, the size of a longan, with a faint luster, rolled the round pill into his right hand. Holding the blood lotus pill, Xiaoming put it under his nose and sniffed lightly. A strange smell lingered on the tip of his nose. The cold feeling almost made his soul tremble a few times. Without hesitation, Xiaoming closed his eyes and stuffed one of them into his mouth. As soon as the blood lotus pill entered the mouth, it turned into a slightly cold energy, which quickly penetrated into the meridians in Xiaoming's body, and finally penetrated the meridians and bones like a layer of blood film. With the infiltration of the blood film, Xiaoming's body suddenly trembled violently, and traces of blood continued to bubble out from the pores. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoming's body was coated with a deep red layer. The blood looked extremely terrifying. These fresh blood coagulated rapidly shortly after it appeared, and finally formed a blood-colored cuticle. These cuticles not only wrapped Xiaoming's hands and feet, but even his eyelids were completely enclosed in it. The blood-colored cuticle seems to have formed a set of airtight blood-colored armor, which firmly protects Xiaoming. Slowly stretched out the palm wrapped in the blood-colored cuticle, Xiaoming grabbed the chest of the blood-colored figure in front of him. As Xiaoming's palm approached, Shui Ying's chest slowly opened a hole, revealing the fire of all beasts inside. Xiaoming was also taken aback when he saw this scene, and then he understood. It should be the blood shadow that can't hurt me because of special procedures. I took the initiative to approach him, in order to prevent my own blood energy from causing damage to me, so under certain circumstances, he will also avoid it, so smart. Xiaoming muttered. He didn't know whether his guess was accurate or not. The blood lotus pill has been swallowed, and there is not much time for him to think. Therefore, after a slight stunned moment, Xiaoming directly grabbed the myriad beast spirit fire. Chapter 52 Devouring Success. Because the blood shadow took the initiative to open his chest, Xiaoming clearly saw the appearance of the fire of the beasts. The whole is dark red, intertwined with the blood energy around the blood shadow, and above the constantly flying flames, a ****** and violent breath is emitted. In the process of Xiaoming's palm approaching, this myriad beast spirit fire seemed to sense something. Suddenly soared, and in the blink of an eye, a destructive force with a violent aura, like waking up, slowly expanded from the red flame. Outside, the blood energy of the blood shadow is constantly being burned and disappeared. Evidently, even a young strange fire has a very terrifying temperature, and even the blood shadow from a source will consume energy under its awakening posture. Seeing that the energy of the blood shadow was continuously being consumed, Xiaoming violently accelerated the speed of his palm. He also wanted to rely on the blood shadow to resist people who came out of the space tunnel like him when he refined the strange fire, but he couldn't let it be burned by the fire of the beasts. The arm covered by the blood-colored cuticle quickly inserted into the fire of the myriad beasts. Because of its terrifying high temperature, I saw that the blood-colored stratum corneum covered on the arm actually began to melt rapidly, and drops of blood-like liquid continued to drip down, and whenever these liquids left the arm, it was quickly burned into nothingness by the red flames. Although the blood-colored stratum corneum melted extremely quickly in the strange fire, when it melted, the medicinal power of the blood lotus pill in Xiaoming's body once again released a steady stream of cold energy. These energy shuttled through the meridians, and finally quickly repaired the blood-colored cuticle that melted on the arm. Not only the arms, but also the blood-colored stratum corneum on Xiaoming's whole body began to melt. The blood-colored liquid dripped like running water, and at first glance, it seemed that blood was continuously seeping out from the capillary. Xiaoming turned a blind eye to these situations, staring at the constantly churning red flames without blinking. The palm of the hand is in the strange fire, grabbing quickly. Under the blood-red stratum corneum, sweat dripped from Xiaoming's forehead and fell into his eyes, which was extremely sore and painful. Suddenly, the flames of myriad beasts' spirit fire violently churned, and the blood energy contained in the surrounding space seemed to be rioting at this moment. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth rose, his palm firmly grasped a substance-like object, enduring the burning pain from his palm, he slowly pulled his arm away from the red flames. When the arm was pulled out of the red flame, in Xiaoming's palm, a liquid-like red blood plasma was squirming slightly. Is this the seed of the fire of the myriad beasts? Staring at the red blood plasma that released a terrifying temperature in his hand, Xiaoming blinked and murmured softly. As the fire was pulled out of the spirit fire of the beasts, the red flame that was raging in Shui Ying's body suddenly gradually shrank. After a while, it turned into a small red flame, which penetrated into Xiaoming from Shui Ying's chest. In the red pulp strip in the palm. In the opening of the blood shadow's chest is also constantly healing, it seems to be for the blood shadow to make up for the lost energy, and there is continuous red blood around it, rushing into the blood shadow body. Xiaoming didn't notice the change in the blood shadow. He focused all his attention on the fire in his hand. Go to the things you have prepared and sit down with your legs crossed. First, he quickly summoned his spirit and let it devour all the cold medicinal herbs. Then he took a deep breath and shoved the fire in his hand into his mouth. Myriad beast spirit fires entered his mouth, Xiaoming immediately closed his lips, and at the same time, his whole body trembled violently as if struck by lightning, and suddenly turned pale. Forcibly endured the scorching pain from his body, Xiaoming closed his eyes slowly, and his mind gradually sank into his body. The mind sank into the body, and suddenly, a foggy sensory interface appeared in Xiaoming's heart. At this time, within the many meridians in the body, the fire of the beasts that had entered the body before had already differentiated into tiny wisps. Red flames, these red flames that contain violent energy, shuttle randomly in the meridians, and everything that blocks in front of them will be burned into nothingness by them in an instant. With the shuttle of these red flames, although Xiaoming's meridians were protected by the blood film condensed from the blood lotus pill, the terrifying high temperature still slowly penetrated in. Although the residual temperature of these infiltration did not, it is not so hot, but it is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the most vulnerable meridians of the human body. Under these high temperature roasting, the originally spacious and tough veins have been twisted like a dried twist, looking extremely weird and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming's mind moved, and he recalled the spirit that was refining cold-type medicinal materials back into his body. As soon as returns to the body, the spirit will continuously release the energy of the cold attribute, covering the meridians. The meridians covered by this energy will quickly cover the meridians and bones with a layer of milky white ice. The bone-piercing cold just offset the blazing heat in the body due to the strange fire, giving people a sudden feeling of comfort. Obviously, the cold energy released by the spirit that devoured so many medicinal materials and treasures is comparable to the ice spring. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had already anticipated it, everything was subject to contingency. If the ice attribute that the spirit spit out is not enough, although he can continue to risk swallowing, it will definitely have a great impact on the meridians. At that time, for the safety of one's own life and the consideration of future development, only those energies can be forced out of the body. This is also because the juvenile variant fire has a bit of room for manipulation. If it is a mature body variant fire, Xiaoming must not be able to play like this. Something like strange fire can't be forced out of the body. Even Xiaoming wanted to force out this young fire of myriad beasts, but he could only say that it was just a try. The probability of failure is very high. Devouring the different fire is not just talking about it. Most people were burned by the strange fire, and they were burned to ashes before they had time to react. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. His mind controlled the scattered strange fire energy that was constantly flowing in the meridians and attacked away. Ordinary people devour strange fires, and need to control these strange fires scattered in the body to recondense into a trace of origin in the meridians. Then, control the origin of this thread to run in the body according to the route of the exercises, and finally drive the origin of the different fire into Naling. Each of these steps is dangerous. But Xiaoming doesn't need to go through this. He only needs to let the spirit take the initiative to devour these scattered fires. The reason why Xiao Ming swallowed the fire of the myriad beasts, instead of letting the spirit swallow it directly, was to disperse the fire of the myriad beasts, apart from worrying that the spirit could not deal with the fire of the myriad beasts. A complete fire of all beasts is very difficult to deal with, but if you spread it out, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. When all the scattered sources of strange fire are swallowed up, the spirit can condense a fire of all beasts in the body. After receiving Xiao Ming's order, Ling quickly wandered through the meridians, and the red fire that burned the ice energy was quickly swallowed up after it passed. While devoured them, the spirit did not forget to refine them. After a while, all the red energy in Xiao Ming's body disappeared. After swallowing all the beasts and spirit fires, the spirit turned crimson as a whole, and finally returned to Xiao Ming's cyclone. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to completely refine it, just like when it devoured greenstone profound water. 2 hours later, Xiao Ming, who was sitting in the same place, suddenly became imposing. Xiao Ming opened his eyes with 5 muffled sounds. Have you arrived at the 7-star great fighter? The energy of this young-born strange fire's backfeeding is quite a lot. Feeling the realm of his 7-star great fighter, his fighting spirit was specially polished when he broke through just now, so he didn't feel the slightest pain. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. He wouldn't feel that the energy of backfeeding is low. After all, this is just a young fire, and all the energy can't be used for him to break through the realm. The spirit also has to grow, and his current state is already very good. Chapter 53 Leaving the Secret Realm, Peace Town. Include the vitality pills and life-defying pills that are not in use in front of you into the ring. Xiao Ming stood up and stretched his waist, after a crackling sound. He stretched out his palm, and a red flame churned from the palm of his hand. In the flames, there are vaguely myriad beasts emerging. This scene has a faintly shocking visual feeling. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ming looked down at the palm that was constantly clenching. The red flame was slowly rising on it. Because the fire of the beasts has been completely refined, it is now, and did not bring any scorching heat and discomfort to Xiao Ming. And as long as he has been proficient for a long time, Xiao Ming will be able to master it like controlling a beast fire sooner or later. The red flame, like that mischievous elf, jumped at Xiao Ming's fingertips, and the red flames that occasionally dashed into the air immediately showed the horror that belonged to it. I saw the space half a foot above the palm. It turned out to be directly burned by the scorching temperature and twisted a little, and a wave of heat rose into the air. He noticed that the do qi in his body was rapidly depleting. Although the amount of do qi in his body was several times that of ordinary people, Xiao Ming still took the spirit fire of all beasts back into his body. Did not intend to further test the power of this strange fire. I've been here long enough now, it's better to leave early. Throw away the tattered robes on your body and put on new black robes. He took the aquamarine flame that he had left outside as a light in the morning and took it back to his palm. Glanced at the more than a dozen mummified corpses at the entrance of the space passage, and Xiao Ming walked past the blood shadow who was staying beside the mummified corpse. Suddenly he paused and whispered softly, I almost forgot to touch the corpse. These people obviously ran into the secret passage after Xiao Ming. But they are very pitiful, and they don't have the same refining and marking technique as Xiao Ming's. So they can only turn into mummified corpses and lie on the cold ground. Blood shadows are only interested in blood energy, and their Na ring is naturally still in their hands. Took off the Na ring from the dozens of mummified fingers. Just like this, Xiao Ming, who picked up more than a dozen strong men to accept the ring, happily stepped into the secret passage. When his head was dizzy for a while, the soles of his feet felt a landing, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the Jade Square. At this moment, the Jade Square seems to be plowed by tens of thousands of monsters. Various deep, narrow and long trenches are crisscrossed. The smooth and tidy square was also destroyed, and the trees in the distance were crooked. Looked at the scene in front of him that was even more chaotic than when he entered the passage. Xiao Ming said with some doubts in his heart, Su Mei and those people have all run away. What about the blood shadow? Tick. Xiao Ming turned his head sharply and saw a blood shadow standing where the voice came from. It holds a corpse in its hand, and the continuous blood energy is absorbed by it. The last blood energy was sucked clean, and the mummified corpse was thrown to the ground. This is the corpse of a fighting king, Su Mei and the others lost. Looking at the mummified corpse on the ground, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with shock. This dress is too familiar to him, isn't he one of the powerful Duwang who stood majestic in midair before? He is now a mummified corpse, which shows that Su Mei and the others are not having a good time. Otherwise, a person will not be killed. But the blood shadow doesn't seem to be very relaxed. At this moment, his dark red body has become thinner and looks much weaker. It seems that fighting against Su Mei and the others lost a lot of energy. Shui Ying and Tai Wu Su Mei were fighting each other. Xiao Ming could only guess one or two. But he wasn't really that interested. Seeing that there was no ring on the body with one arm missing, Xiao Ming shook his head, left the space passage in disappointment, and ran into the woods. A few days later, Canaan College, outside Peace Town. A black-robed figure stopped with his feet on a hillside, as if looking from a distance. Looking at the face under his black robe, this person is Xiao Ming who left the secret realm. Standing on the top of the hillside, Xiao Ming looked into the distance. Just at the angle between the two majestic mountains in the distance, there was a looming small town. Looking at the town, Xiao Ming's tense mind quietly relaxed a lot. The past few days have not been easy for him. After he devoured the strange fire that day, he began to think about leaving the secret realm. After half a day of searching, he also quickly found a passage to the outside world and left the secret realm. However, leaving the secret realm does not mean safety. There are many people outside the secret realm who are staring at him, and people who come out of the secret realm start. Therefore, after leaving the secret realm, Xiao Ming went through several rounds of fighting, and even encountered 2 fighting spirit level obstacles. Xiao Ming also showed no mercy to those who blocked the way and robbed him, and sent them all to the underground to report. The same is true for the 2 fighting spirits. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal formed by different fires is unexpectedly powerful, and if you are caught off guard, Doling can only die with hatred. Xiao Ming still remembers the surprised and regretful faces of the 2 fighting spirits. Speaking of which, those people could not rob, but instead gave all of their net worth to Xiao Ming, plus Xiao Ming's harvest in the secret realm. He has no idea how rich he is now. He has been fighting for the past few days, and he has to rush back to Canaan College. During this period, apart from simulating his life once and picking up the corpse of a 5th-order flying beast, he has no intention or time to count the huge number of items. He only knew that he had gotten dozens of rings when he went out this time. The nativity ring could not be put into the nativity ring, so many nativity rings were hung on the nativity ring around his neck. Xiao Ming felt strange. He decided to tidy up the contents of the nativity rings as soon as he returned to the academy, and then sell the excess nativity rings. After thinking about the arrangement after returning to the hospital, Xiao Ming looked at the town in the distance, slowly walked down the hillside, and then merged into the Lois Avenue that led directly to the town. On this Lois Road, there are many pedestrians. These people obviously came from the Black Corner territory, and these people have the fierce aura that Xiao Ming is familiar with. Was obviously learned from the fierce fighting in the Black Corner domain. However, no matter how vicious these people are, within 100 miles of Canaan Academy, they can only restrain their temper. Looking at these passers-by with a strange expression on their faces because of trying to hide their inner murderousness, Xiao Ming smiled and ignored it. Along this Lois Avenue with lush trees on both sides, Xiao Ming enjoyed the pitiful tranquility of Heijiaoyu and slowly approached the town. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming stopped at the gate of the town and looked up at the plaque at the gate. The name on it was very common and vulgar. If it was placed in the Black Corner domain, it would be demolished the next day. Peace Town. This is the first town around Canaan College from the Black Corner domain. Xiao Ming is not the first time to Hepping Town. He once participated in the law enforcement team and stayed here for a few days. Although he was brought back to Canaan Academy by his teacher, Elder Huo, within a few days, he would not yell like others. Glanced at the figure who was yelling at the corpse of Duhuang on the edge of the tree of necromancers, Xiao Ming stepped into Hepping Town. Chapter 54. See also Flying Fighting Skills. As soon as he stepped into the town, Xiao Ming saw a middle-aged man with a dozen young men and women in light blue robes recording the identity data for those passers-by who had just entered Hepping Town. Xiao Ming was given a small pink pill after seeing many passers-by reporting his information. However, those passers-by seemed to be very reluctant to take this medicine. The middle-aged man who led the team just sneered. Everyone who enters Hepping Town must report their identity, name, etc., otherwise, they will be expelled directly. Besides that, you have to swallow that pill. a kind of murderous aura sensing elixir refined by the college's medicine refining department. Don't worry, it is not a poison. If you have murderous intentions in the town, the elixir it will emit red light from your body, and our law enforcement team will follow the red light to find it, and you should also know how my Canaan Academy deals with those who bring the atmosphere of the Black Corner here. In your plans when you leave the town, you can go to the antidote distribution point in the town center to get the antidote, but as soon as the antidote is in hand, the law enforcement team will supervise you all the way out of the town. If you don't swallow the medicine, you can leave now. After explaining these rules, the middle-aged leader ignored those passers-by who resisted. After all, Peace Town is not a place where these people can go wild. Teacher Yin Ling, I didn't expect you to lead the team on duty today. After explaining the rules, Yin Ling heard a familiar voice coming from beside him, and turned his head to look at the man in black robe who made a sound. The man in black robe took off his hat, revealing a face he was very familiar with. Xiao Ming. Hearing this, the people around and the dozen or so law enforcement team members immediately cast their surprised eyes. Is that Xiao Ming? He looks so young. Nonsense, of course young, they are not 10 years old yet. I actually can't feel his realm. He is obviously better than me. He is indeed the most talented person since the academy was founded. I didn't expect him to look so good looking. I still have 3 heads and 6 arms for him. Xiao Ming's reputation in Canaan Academy is not to be mentioned. On the second day he came to Canaan Academy, he directly caused a sensation in Canaan Academy, and in the past 2 years, this sensation has not diminished with the passage of time. It's just that Xiao Ming is addicted to cultivation in addition to refining medicines, and he doesn't like being surrounded by people every day. So, not everyone has seen his face. Looking at the familiar face, Yin Ling turned back to his senses and said, "Where have you been this month? You told Elder Huo that you were training around Canaan College. You know that Elder Huo went to law enforcement this month. How many times do you want us to pay attention to you? Did you go to the Black Corner by yourself, so the law enforcement team didn't find your information?" Although Xiao Ming knew that Yin Ling was on duty these days because of the last time the simulator was Sims, he didn't expect Yin Ling to say that. Yin Ling was his mentor who led him in the law enforcement team for a few days. Seeing him like this, it is estimated that his teacher also looked for him less often. Immediately, Xiao Ming nodded a little embarrassedly and said, "Well, I went to Heijiaoyu to practice alone." "Stinky boy, do you know that the Black Corner territory is very dangerous? Well, since you have returned safely, I won't talk about it. How is your experience? Haven't you been injured these days? The law enforcement team still has some healing medicines. If you need it, when we finish recording, go back to the station with me, and I'll get you some." Yin Ling asked helplessly. Although he only served as Xiao Ming's mentor for a few days, he still liked Xiao Ming, a person with extraordinary talent. "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Yin Ling, but I was not injured." "Then go back quickly, so that Elder Huo does not ask us to find someone every day." Seeing Xiao Ming's ruddy complexion, it really didn't look like he was injured. Yin Ling waved his hand. "Well, Master Yin Ling, see you later. Peace Town is quite far from Canaan City." By the time Xiao Ming arrived at the academy on a flying beast, it was already late at night. Since the night is dark, Xiao Ming intends to see the teacher, Elder Huo, tomorrow. Today, let's count the harvest first. In his own room, poured a large bucket of hot water, took off his clothes, and Xiao Ming let out a soothing sound. Ah, the water temperature is just right, comfortable. Cleaned and wiped his body for a while. Feeling that the washing was almost done, Xiao Ming stood up and put the towel in his hand aside. Picked up the rope on the side with dozens of navy rings on it. Counted it and found a total of 47 rings. In addition to a fiery red intermediate grade ring, the others are all black low grade rings. Take away the applicator ring that you originally owned and the probed ring, and put it aside. At this time, there were only 36 nativity rings left in front of Xiao Ming. Soul power poured out from between the eyebrows, one by one invading into the ring, taking out useful things. First, gold deposit cards of different colors appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Soon, there was a small pile of gold deposit cards in front of Xiao Ming. There are quite a lot of gold coins in these cards. Adding the previous gold coins, my cash should be about 13 million. Looking at these gold deposit cards, Xiao Ming said softly. More than 13 million gold coins. It seems that it is not a lot to say more, but it is not really less to say less. This is only a small part of Xiao Ming's net worth, but enough for the Xiao family to earn 100 years. He put these things away without any hesitation in his heart, and Xiao Ming invaded his soul power into the ring again. Soon, there was another small pile of books piled up by ancient scrolls in front of him. Because of the volume of the scroll, this small pile is half a meter high. Xiao Ming glanced at the names of these scrolls. Wind Attribute Zon Level Low-Level Exercises, Hurricane Tactics, Wood Type Zon Level Advanced Fighting Skills, Wood Vine Entanglement, Ice Type Yellow Level Advanced Fighting Skills, Frost. Thunder Type Zon Level Intermediate Exercises, Lei Guangyao. Hey, there are still the matching Zon Level Intermediate Fighting Skills, Thunder Gun. Xiao Ming looked at this set of Thunder Attribute Martial Arts Fighting Skills in surprise. Complete sets of exercises are relatively rare, not to mention the rare high-grade Thunder Attribute exercises and fighting skills. The set of martial arts fighting skills in front of Xiao Ming's eyes, although not comparable to the ground-level exercises, is much more expensive than the ordinary advanced profound-level exercises. Should be worth more than 4 million gold coins. Although this thing is precious, it's a pity to sell it, so let's leave it to the Xiao family. Xiao Ming murmured, the ordinary martial arts and fighting skills can no longer attract him, and he is not short of money. At most, holding these things is just to satisfy his desire for collection. It would be better to help, and the Xiao family who was still huddled in Wudin City. I remember that Xiao Shan didn't go back to Xiao's house to visit his parents during a vacation. Let him bring some back next time. I don't know how long it will take to go back to Xiao's house. Making a decision, Xiao Ming immediately turned his attention to other fighting skills. Suddenly, Xiao Ming was stunned again. He took out a light blue ancient scroll from the small pile of books in front of him. I saw a line of small characters written on the scroll, Yellow Level Advanced Flying Fighting Skills, Azure Peregrine Falcon Wings. This is actually another volume of flying fighting skills. It seems that the sect to which the secret realm belongs can make fighting skills in batches. I don't know if anyone with good luck has found a way to make them. Grabbing the scroll of flying fighting skills, Xiao Mingxi thought. The production method of flying fighting skills has long been lost. Anyway, apart from Jin Yanzong's Tianyan 9 Wings, Xiao Ming doesn't know where there are other methods of making flying fighting skills. Now there are 2 scrolls of flying fighting skills in his hand. Xiao Ming did not rush to practice, nor did he intend to save one scroll for the Xiao family, but put them all into his fiery red intermediate ring. The reason why he didn't practice right away was because he wanted to wait a few days to see if he could get the higher level flying fighting skills in the Canaan College bookstore. If it wasn't for that flying fighting skill, he would have been able to practice the Azure Peregrine Falcon Wing long ago. The reason why is not reserved for the Xiao family is because flying fighting skills are not like other martial arts fighting skills, everyone can practice it, and this thing is a consumable. He knew the atmosphere of the Xiao family too well. It can't be said that corruption is common. Anyway, those elders and patriarchs are not small and selfish. Leaving it to the Xiao family, they are afraid that they will play dog brains for this scroll of fighting skills. After all, that is flying, the patent of the fighting king. Who can't be jealous? Glanced over all the fighting skills, Xiao Ming sorted them into the Na ring, and then sorted out the medicinal materials and weapons in the Na ring. After finishing, Xiao Ming turned off the lights and went to bed. Chapter 55 Seeing the Fire Elder. In the early morning, the sun shines through the window gap, forming a beam of light on the table in the room. On the bed, Xiao Ming, who was sleeping, moved his eyelids slightly. Suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. After seeing the surroundings clearly, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, since he entered the Black Corner territory, he has not slept peacefully. It is still too risky for a big fighting master to practice in the Black Corner territory, so he must be vigilant at all times. Xiao Ming was able to come back safe and sound, which is why he was vigilant. Has been vigilant all the time, returning to the safe environment of the academy in vain. This first sleep was a bit too deep. Caused him to think he was still outside the academy. Maybe this is the aftermath of a short-term fight. However, compared to the harvest, this is just a small problem, and it will disappear in 2 days. Xiao Ming's harvest this time was unexpectedly huge. Not only did his strength break through from a 1-star master to a 7-star master, he also gained a fire of 10,000 beasts. It's only been a month. If Xiaoming had been allowed to stay in Canaan College to cultivate steadily, he would not have been able to break through the 7-star Do Master so quickly. It can only be said that danger and opportunity coexist. Throwing out the chaotic thoughts in his mind because he just woke up, Xiaoming lifted the quilt and got up to wash and dress up. After finishing cleaning, Xiaoming left the room and went to Elder Huo's residence. Elder Huo, as the head of the medicine refining department, lived in the depths of Canaan College. After walking along the trail for half an hour, Xiaoming Kai finally arrived. Elder Huo's residence is not luxurious, it is just a small courtyard entirely constructed of green bamboo. Looking at the quiet courtyard in front of him, Xiaoming pushed open the courtyard door and walked slowly to the door of the room. Before he could knock on the door, an old voice came from inside. "Did the vice president send you a message? The door is unlocked, come in." With a stunned expression on his face, Xiaoming pushed open the door and walked in. The layout of the room is very ordinary. Only the precious medicinal materials placed on the seats can reflect the identity of the room owner, the alchemist. Elder Huo is currently holding an ancient book, lying on a reclining chair made of bamboo and watching with relish. "If you have something to tell me, remember to bring me the door when you leave." Looked at the teacher who didn't look back. Xiaoming knew that he regarded himself as someone else, but it was no wonder that Elder Huo would admit his mistake. Xiaoming got 6 stars even if he didn't have it for a month, no one would believe it. Moreover, Xiaoming's experience this time, I guess he didn't realize that he was less gentle than usual, and more than he was not fierce in the past. Under the superposition of the two, it can be said that the Elder Huo is the most familiar with Xiaoming, and he did not recognize Xiaoming without observing with the naked eye or just relying on his breath. Looked at Elder Huo, who was lying on the reclining chair, shaking like an ordinary little old man. Xiaoming said softly, "Teacher, I'm back." Hearing Xiaoming's voice, Elder Huo's movements suddenly stopped, and then he quickly turned his head to look behind him. Seeing clearly that he was in front of him was his beloved disciple whom he had been worried about these days, Elder Huo stood up and came to Xiaoming. "Stinky boy, didn't you get hurt outside?" Elder Huo's tone was not very good, but there was no lack of concern in it. "No, I'm better now." Carefully looked at the precious apprentice in front of him, and after confirming that he was really not injured, Elder Huo suddenly sneered. "Yes, you are very good, too good, didn't you just tell me to walk around the academy? Why can't the law enforcement team find you?" You stinky boy ran to the black corner. Obviously, Elder Huo was very dissatisfied with Xiaoming's behavior of lying and deceiving himself. Although the surrounding area of Canaan College is also in the Black Corner territory, but because of the suppression of the Canaan Academy law enforcement team, it is not as chaotic as the rest of the Black Corner territory, and the danger is much reduced. Xiaoming said that he would go to these places to experience, and Elder Huo reluctantly agreed. Because he thought that he could let the Canaan College law enforcement team take care of Xiaoming year too. If he was in danger, Xiaoming could also ask the Canaan College law enforcement team for help. I didn't expect Xiaoming to go directly to another place, which made him angry. My teacher knows that you like to cultivate and become stronger, and you will know how to temper yourself at ordinary times, but you are still young, and it is too dangerous to rush to the Black Corner territory. Why rush for a while with your talent? Xiaoming was not bored by Elder Huo's bitter words. Although he was not too old before his past lifetime travel, he was only in his 20s, but he also understood that unless others really cared about you, no one would talk to you like that, nagging. It's already very good to have someone caring about you, so when facing Elder Huo, he just smiled and nodded, saying that he won't do it next time. Seeing Xiaoming's bright smile, Elder Huo sighed helplessly. Forget it this time, next time, no next time, until you reach adulthood or your strength breaks through to Douling, unless something happens to your family, I won't let you out again. Said that Elder Huo suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he suddenly remembered why he didn't recognize his apprentice just now. After taking a closer look, Elder Huo said in disbelief, "You go out here, when did you break through to the 7-star Do Master?" Just a few days ago, and I got this when I went out." Xiaoming flipped his palm, and a flame rose from his palm. Elder Huo looked at the red flame that exuded terrifying heat and gave him a faint sense of threat, his pupils shrank, and he said softly, "This is a different fire." In the tumult of the flames, there is an image of a beast showing, "This is a different fire. The 22nd myriad beast spirit fire." That's right, hehe, I got this myriad beast spirit fire outside this time. Xiao Ming's face showed obvious joy. This time he was able to get the myriad beast spirit fire in the secret realm, which he did not expect. Before, because of Go's style, this strange fire was not mentioned in the simulation. Elder Huo was silent. At this moment, Elder Huo's mood is complicated. He doesn't know whether to rebuke Xiao Ming for his risky actions or to be thankful for Xiao Ming's good luck. The act of swallowing the strange fire is extremely dangerous. Unless you are strong and not afraid of danger, the other 90% of the people who dare to swallow the strange fire will die. There are still many things that need to be prepared to devour the strange fire, especially Naling. He doesn't know how Xiao Ming put together these strange things. Anyway, he probably suffered a lot this month. So, after a while of silence, Elder Huo suddenly touched Xiao Ming's head. Although strange fire is precious, in the future, don't take such risks again. I thought that the teacher would ask him a lot of questions, but Xiao Ming, who had already prepared the answers, was stunned. He looked at the old man in front of him, then nodded lightly. Teacher, I understand. Just understand, sometimes you are too assertive, not like a child at all, not as cute as Hugin's granddaughter Hugin, alas. Elder Huo, who had no children and daughters all his life, had no choice but to take his only apprentice. Hearing what Elder Huo said, Xiao Ming lowered his eyes. He is not a real child. Of course it is impossible to act like a spoiled child to Elder Huo every day like Hujia did to his grandfather. Thinking of that scene, Xiao Ming shuddered violently. Thought to himself, no, I can't do that, I'm already a mature adult. Looking at Xiao Ming who was bowing his head, Elder Huo suddenly smiled and said, in the few days you left, that little girl Hujia came to me to look for you a few times. What did you do? Why did she pester you like this? Xiao Ming came back to his senses and muttered, I haven't provoked her, but she's just too famous, and people automatically come to make friends. For Hujia, Xiao Ming really had a headache. At first, he didn't know Hujia, until that day, he met the vice principal Hugon at the teacher's Elder Huo's house, and he was still with Hujia at that time. Xiao Ming and Hujia are the same age, so both of them naturally introduced themselves and got to know each other. When he learned that the person in front of him was Xiao Ming, who was famous in Canaan College, Hujia immediately developed great interest and enthusiasm for him. According to Hujia, this is the first time she has met someone who is stronger than her. But it's not true. Xiao Ming has no way of knowing. Under the initiative of Hujia, the two sides became familiar with each other. However, there are very few people of the same age as Hujia in Canaan Academy. It is estimated that Hujia also wants to find playmates, so he usually pesters Xiao Ming. In this regard, Xiao Ming has always been grateful and insensitive. Because this disturbed his cultivation, Xiao Ming often had children like Hujia when he was in the Xiao family. Often find him to play, children themselves are still playful. Not to mention children, Xiao Ming often sees Xiao Yan, who is also a traveler, mingling with him. This made Xiao Ming help his forehead speechlessly. These people have never been beaten by Doqi continent. Xiao Ming has never been beaten, but he wants to be a person who will not be beaten, so he has always been perfunctory towards these children who have come to play with him. Thinking that Hujia might find his own purpose, Xiao Ming has already thought of a countermeasure. Just ignore it, what can a little girl do to herself, hehe. Putting Hujia's affairs behind him, Xiao Ming said to Elder Huo, by the way, teacher, I got a strange medicinal herb outside this time, I can't recognize it, you are very knowledgeable, I will let you look at it. Chapter 56 Green Soul Fruit. Oh, are there any medicinal herbs you don't recognize? Elder Huo immediately became interested when he heard Xiao Ming say this. His apprentice's talent in refining medicine is unbelievable. It takes decades for a person with ordinary talent to become a third-grade pharmacist, and a dozen years for better talent. It will take 7 or 8 years to get better. As for Xiao Ming, it only took 2 years for Xiao Ming to go from a novice refining medicine to a third rank, and his own Doqi cultivation level also reached a big Do master. No matter how good the talent is, it is impossible to get to this point without hard work. Xiao Ming usually takes exams for teaching, and he can also answer those questions very well, which shows that the foundation is also very solid. What kind of rare medicinal material is this that he cannot recognize? Take it out and I'll help you identify it. Yeah, Xiao Ming nodded, his fingers caressed on the flaming red ring, a slight on flashed, and a jade bottle with green plants appeared in his hand. Looking at its appearance, it was the mysterious medicinal herb that Xiaoming obtained in the small courtyard of the secret pharmacist. Took the jade bottle from Xiaoming, and Elder Huo looked up and down carefully. After looking at it for a while, Elder Huo suddenly let out a light murmur. This medicinal material actually has fluctuations similar to the power of the soul. Elder Huo's eyes were fixed on this medicinal herb. No, it should be said to be staring at the green fruit hanging on this medicinal herb. Because, in his perception, the fluctuations came from it. Upon careful observation, you can clearly see that the outer skin of the fruit has some dark mysterious lines, and after watching it for a long time, there will be a slight dazzling feeling. With the strength of Elder Huo, the fruit has little effect on him. Looking at this fruit, I think of the appearance of these fruits. The name of a rare and precious medicinal material quietly appeared in Elder Huo's mind. If you guessed correctly, this should be the green soul fruit. Blue soul fruit. Xiaoming was a little puzzled, he had never heard the name of this herb. Well, in fact, this medicinal material should be called Qingsoul grass. The Qingsoul grass itself has no effect. The essence of its entire medicinal material is all on top of the fruit it bears. This fruit is the Qingsoul fruit. The outer skin of Qinghengguo fruit is cyan, and there are some lines. It looks very ordinary and is no different from ordinary wild fruits, but the lines will cause a slight impact on people if you look at it for a long time, and the fruit will be spread every few minutes. A special kind of fluctuation that only people with strong soul power can detect. Green soul fruit is a very rare medicinal material, even Canaan College does not have it. I only learned about it because of an opportunity. Elder Huo explained. Then what is the use of this green soul fruit? It can directly enhance the power of a person's soul. Elder Huo handed the herbs back to Xiaoming, and replied with a smile while touching his beard. Ha ha ha, this time you are lucky to get both the strange fire and the green soul fruit. What, is this green soul fruit so powerful? Although Xiaoming had already guessed the effect of this medicinal herb, he was still a little surprised when he really confirmed it. This is really because there are too few ways to improve the power of the soul. Not to mention the illusory soul cultivation method. The conventional pharmacist relies on his own Do-Chi realm to break through, which drives the improvement of soul power. Xiaoming is also the same, but because his own soul power is very strong, this kind of improvement due to the breakthrough of the realm is very small. In the past 2 years, he has also come up with the idea of this special medicinal material, but this medicinal material is so popular that even Canaan College does not have it in stock. So after thinking about it, Xiaoming can only give up. However, that doesn't mean he gave up. He knew that the Nolan family in the Overweight Empire had a 7 illusion green saliva, which was also a medicinal herb that could enhance the power of the soul. He plans to go to Nolan's house in the future. Isn't Nolan Yanren's grandfather Nolan Jia poisoned? With the condition of detoxifying the poison, the 7 illusions of green spiritual mouth can naturally be captured. In addition to directly refining and improving the realm, this green soul fruit can also be used with several other medicinal materials to make a green soul pill. The effect of the green soul pill is even more remarkable. Using it is afraid that it can directly bring the realm of the soul to the perfection of the mortal realm. It just so happens that there are both the Qinghan Dan and the Canaan Academy of the medicinal materials. If you want, I can ask someone to refine it for you. Elder Huo pondered for a while and said to Xiaoming, Teacher, is this azure soul pill of high grade? Can't you refine it? Qinghan pill is a high grade 6 rank medicinal pill, how can I refine it at rank -5? Although I can't make it, I know 1 or 2 pharmacists of rank -6. If you want, I can ask them to refine it. Control. Elder Huo said with a wry smile. It's too risky to practice medicine pills. In fact, I think you should just use the green soul fruit directly, although the effect is a little worse. Seeing that Elder Huo thought about him, Xiaoming was very moved. Thinking that Elder Huo has been trapped in the 5th grade pharmacist for a long time, Xiaoming said, Teacher, why don't you use this green soul fruit? I believe that with this medicinal material, you can quickly step into the 6th grade. Without the green soul fruit, he will still be able to obtain the 7 magical green spirits of the Nolan family in the future. Anyway, he already has a strange fire, and it can be said that Nolan Jia's poison can be easily captured. It can be said that the 7 magical green spirits' saliva is already in his pocket. Elder Huo was taken aback for a moment. He did not expect Xiaoming to say such a thing. The improvement of pharmacist rank has something to do with his soul power. He has been stuck in the 5th rank for so many years because his realm has reached a bottleneck. Originally, he could only improve slowly by water grinding. With this medicinal herb, his soul power will naturally be greatly improved, and it is indeed just around the corner to step into the 6th rank. However, Elder Huo refused Xiao Ming's proposal. I saw him rubbing his white beard with satisfaction, and said, "You are very happy to have this filial teacher, but if you can raise the realm of your soul to a higher level now, it will benefit you endlessly in the future. I don't need you to worry about it now, old man, you listen to me in the future and don't be so foolish." Elder Huo refused very firmly. Xiao Ming opened his mouth, but finally gave up and spoke again. Elder Huo's character, he also knows, since he has already opened his mouth to refuse, then no matter what he says, he will not agree. Forget it, in the future, let's exchange the 7 magical green spirits from the Nolan family for the teacher, Xiao Ming thought to himself. So, do you want to practice Qinghunden? Xiao Ming's plan Elder Huo didn't know, he just asked gently to Xiao Ming, who remained silent. Forget it, it's too risky, I'll just take it directly. The medicinal properties of the green soul fruit should not be too bad, even if it doesn't reach the perfection of the mortal realm, it's not much worse. By the way, teacher, the green soul pill. Dan Fang, can you show it to me? Xiao Ming replied when he regained his senses. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was smiling shyly in front of him, Elder Huo glanced at him angrily. When you see a high-level prescription, you want it. Sooner or later, you will take out my coffin. After saying that, Elder Huo shook his head, took out a simple prescription from the ring in his hand, and handed it to Xiao Ming. I don't want to increase the probability that the simulator can get high-level medicine pills. Xiao Ming took the pill, but he didn't say it. The identity of the traveler and the simulator are his biggest secrets, and he will not tell anyone. Include the green soul fruit and the medicine in the ring. Xiao Ming chatted with Elder Huo again. An hour later, Xiao Ming got up and left. Chapter 57 Zhao Shan. Xiao Ming, who left Elder Huo's residence, also went to the office building. Found mentor Zhe Hu, who was in the office. Told him the news of his return. Seeing Xiao Ming coming back safe and sound, Zhe Hu was very happy and told him to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's inner court trials. Xiao Ming nodded repeatedly. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ming just spent the morning like this. The next day, Xiao Ming finished washing up and went from his residence to the location of the inner court trials. Along the way, Xiao Ming saw that there were many young men and women wearing Canaan college uniforms on the same road with him, and each of them had excited expressions on their faces. Is obviously very interested in this annual inner court trial. Especially those first-year students who are just entering Canaan college. It was their first time to watch the inner court trials. Although they said they could not participate, they could gain knowledge and see the talents from all over the world. Therefore, their faces were filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. Come out. Xiao Ming cousin, Xiao Ming, who was walking, suddenly heard a simple and honest shout, turned his head slightly, and saw a guy with a thick shoulder and a round waist, not far from him, smiling and waving at him. This person is the Xiao family who came to Canaan Academy with Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan. Not only Xiao Ming heard this cry, but other students also heard it and searched everywhere. Xiao Ming, is that the first genius of Canaan Academy, Xiao Ming? Apart from this Xiao Ming, is there any other Xiao Ming? I heard that senior Xiao Ming has been admitted to the hospital for 2 years, and his cultivation has surpassed that of many old seniors, and his alchemy skills have also reached the 3rd rank realm. Senior Xiao Ming is still the favorite to win the inner court trials this year. Where is the man? I haven't seen him yet, let me see what he looks like. The one with the hat. Turning a blind eye to the performance of the students around him, Xiao Ming stopped and waited for Xiao Shan to catch up with him, and the two walked side by side. Cousin Zhao Shan, didn't I tell you not to call me so loudly in the academy? Xiao Ming said with a helpless smile. Xiao Ming didn't know much about Xiao Shan's cousin at first, but after getting in touch with him more, Xiao Ming found that Xiao Shan was sometimes quite naive. His work is also relatively rough. Xiao Ming himself does not like to attract attention, so he often wears a hat when he is outside, but in front of people who know him, this hat is no different from not wearing it. Zhao Shan often recognized him at a glance, and then called him by his name from afar. And as soon as Xiao Shan called, he would have to enjoy the attention of others for a while. Xiaoming once persuaded Xiao Shan not to make noise in public, and it can't be said that it has no effect. Xiao Shan called him a shorter distance, but it was still so loud. Xiaoming was helpless about this. Actually, this character of Xiao Shan was reflected when they met for the first time. That time Xiao Shan also called out his name very loudly. As if to set off his character, when he was recruiting for the first time, his well-proportioned figure turned into the appearance of a muscular man in less than 2 years. Hee, I'll pay attention next time. The sturdy Xiao Shan touched his head and responded with a smile. Looking at Xiao Shan's naive look, Xiaoming rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything, but asked, "Have you signed up for the inner court trials this time?" "No, my strength is still too weak. In the trials, I need at least 6 stars to be able to make it to the top 50. I'm still a lot worse," Xiao Shan replied with a disappointed face. Xiaoming heard the words and used his soul power to sense Xiao Shan's realm. 9-star fighter is indeed a lot worse. Xiao Shan's talent is not outstanding in Canaan College. He was able to break through from the 9th rank of Doji Chi to a 9-star fighter in 2 years, which is the result of Xiaoming giving him a lot of resources. Otherwise, the realm may be even lower. Of course, Xiao Shan is only 18 years old now, and the 18-year-old Doji Juxing is also an incredible existence in the overweight empire. If Xiao Shan chooses to return to the Xiao family, he will also receive key training, but that training is not as good as Jia's. 1.5 stars of South College. The outer court of Canaan College only has 3 semesters. If you can't participate in the inner court selection competition to enter the inner court this time, you can only apply for repeating your grades. You need to prepare a lot of money to repeat your grades. Are you ready, or do you want to go back to your family to accompany you? Parents. I want to stay in school, but my parents are just ordinary clansmen, and their cultivation base is not as high as mine, so the money is not ready. However, my father has applied for funds from the clan, and I think there should be no problem with the funds. Seeing that Xiao Shan had plans, Xiaoming nodded and did not intend to say anything more. If Xiao Shan chooses to go back to Xiao's house, he can only say that he is short-sighted. Fortunately, although Xiao Shan is usually a little silly, he is not really stupid. It is good for him to know what to do. As for Xiao Shan's parents who didn't have that much money, he also knew that. He heard Xiao Shan mention that his parents were members of the previous generation who had not reached the 7th rank of Dokai when they came of age, and were sent out to manage the family property. Naturally, it is impossible to have much money. Originally, Xiaoming planned to sponsor him a little, but now it seems that he does not need it. The Xiao family can still get the money. By the way, after this inner court trial, Xiaoming cousin, you should be able to enter the inner court, right? Suddenly, Xiao Shan asked with envy on his face. Hee, it should be possible. Xiaoming was noncommittal about this. Hey, then I will be the only one left in the outer courtyard. Xiao Shan said. Then practice hard, I'll wait for you in the inner courtyard. Speaking of the fact that the Xiao family members are in Canaan College, Xiaoming must not be very speechless. In the entire Xiao family, only Xiaoming and Xiao Shan are in Canaan College. Apart from Xiaoming, Xiao Shan is the only one in this age group. It doesn't mean that the Xiao family and the generation of Xiao Shan's age are not good enough. The Xiao family also has Xiao Ding who is 1 year older than Xiao Shan and Xiao Li who is 1 year younger. These 2 guys are very talented, but they don't know why they didn't come to Canaan College. Xiaoming was very speechless about the choice of Xiao Yan's 2 older brothers. Isn't this crazy? If the 2 of them went to Canaan Academy, for the sake of their fellow tribesmen, he would not ignore them. The cultivation base is faster than the one in Utham City. Hey, just follow the devil, just don't come to Canaan College. As for why Xiaoming was in Canaan College, he knew that Xiao Lizai, who was in the Xiao family, was only willing to stay in the Xiao family, and was not willing to come to Canaan College. This is what Zhao Shan said. Zhao Shan signed up for this year's admissions in order to contribute points and to return home. When Xiao Shan came back, he told Xiaoming about it. Anyway, when Xiaoming knew about this, his face was very wonderful. No matter what he thinks, he can't think of a reason. Didn't Xiao Shan tell the Xiao family that he was already a 3rd-grade pharmacist? It is impossible to think about it. There is no benefit in hiding such a thing. Shook his head, took out a small jade bottle from Najia and threw it to Xiao Shan. There is a 3-pattern blue elixir. You can take it when you break through to Doshi. After taking it, your realm can increase by 3 stars. With this elixir, I believe you can enter the inner courtyard next year. He hurriedly took the medicine bottle thrown by Xiao Ming. Hearing that the medicine was so powerful, Xiao Shan's hand trembled for a while, then handed it back to Xiao Ming, and said in a trembling voice, although I don't know what grade this medicine is, but it must be very precious. I have already accepted a lot of help from you, cousin, and I cannot accept this medicine. Xiao Ming did not expect that Xiao Shan would actually hand it back. The temptation of medicinal pills that can directly improve the cultivation level is very huge for cultivators. If he gave this medicine to the patriarchs and elders of the Xiao family, it is estimated that he would be accepted immediately, at most a polite sentence or two. Xiao Shan is still too young. Seeing Xiao Shan's reluctance to give up and handing it back, Xiao Ming laughed inwardly. You take it. The 3-pattern Qingling pill can only be taken by one person. I have used it once, and it has no effect on me. It is a waste for you. Xiao Shan was holding the medicine bottle in his hand. He was silent. What kind of waste is used? Although Xiao Shan is usually a little stupid, he is not really stupid. This kind of thing is worth a lot of money when it is sold. How could it be waste? Said this just to make him feel at ease and accept this medicine pill. Thinking of this, Xiao Shan's eyes were a little wet and his voice was hoarse. Since this is the case, then I will accept it. Xiao Shan's strangeness, Xiao Ming noticed it, and suddenly couldn't help laughing bitterly. How could he still be unable to control his emotions? However, the reason why he cultivated Xiao Shan like this is because of Xiao Shan. If Xiao Shan accepted the medicine pill without hesitation, and he didn't have any gratitude, then he would have to consider whether it was worth cultivating him. After all, his original purpose of cultivating Xiao Shan was to make the Xiao family more experts and have more self-protection ability. After all, he will definitely spend very little time in the Xiao family in the future. Those old people are not as valuable as young people. Xiao Shan is the closest clan member and has some talent, so he will cultivate him. If he cultivates a white-eyed wolf, he might as well feed those resources to the dog, and then tie the dog to Xiao's house to watch the gate. That is probably more useful than cultivating white-eyed wolves. Xiao Shan was a little silent after accepting the medicine pill. After all, they are still from the same clan. The two have also established a deep relationship in Canaan College for 2 years. In addition, Xiao Shan's personality has returned to normal after a while. The two chatted while walking. At the end of the chat, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and handed Xiao Shan a ring. He also told Xiao Shan that after he entered the inner courtyard, he did not return to the family so quickly for the time being, and asked Xiao Shan to pass the news to the family. The contents of the ring were all for the family, and Xiao Shan would bring it to the patriarch and elders the next time he returned to the family, them. Because it was for the family, Xiao Shan did not refuse, but accepted it, and patted his chest to promise that he would definitely give it to the family. Canaan Academy is very large. The two of them walked for a long time, and finally entered the square where the inner court trials were held in the crowded crowd. Chapter 58 Trials begin. Inner court trials, as a major event of Canaan College, naturally attracted great attention. Moreover, in this audition, the most influential figures in the academy on weekdays will all show up. This is undoubtedly a great attraction for those male and female students who regard these people as their idols and objects of love. Therefore, even if the academy held the event this time, it used the largest square in the Canaan Academy. But it was still crowded with people. Countless Canaan Academy students smashed their heads and rushed into the seats on the plaza. When they looked at the stands, they were all filled with black heads and the roar of the sky. When Xiao Shan and Xiao Ming squeezed in, this is what they saw. What about this? Xiao Shan was a little dumbfounded when he saw this noisy occasion. The clamorous sound was like waves, coming in waves, which made Xiao Ming, who was alone most of the time and who was used to the quiet atmosphere, frowned. Glanced over the square, and he said, "We are a little late. You can find where our classmates are. They should have taken their seats long ago." Xiao Shan heard Xiao Ming say this, and after a sigh, he glanced around like Xiao Ming, and soon he found it, pointed to a stand, and shouted in surprise. "Look, everyone in our class is in the stands over there, and Mentor Zhe who is also there." Xiao Ming turned his head and looked in the direction he pointed, and found that it was indeed the case. So, he greeted Xiao Shan to go together. The two quickly squeezed out of the crowd and walked to their class. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ming, the two of you are here. Why is it so late? We are missing the two of you in our class. Hurry up and sit down. Wait a moment, the trials will begin. Instructor Jehu, who was sitting in the stands, was very sharp and noticed the arrival of his two students. Morning teacher Jehu. Seeing Jehu waving to him, Xiaoming and the two greeted him and sat down beside him. After greeting some acquaintances with a smile on his face, Xiaoming turned his attention to the square. The huge square of this competition is in the shape of a circle. Around the square, the stone stairs continue to spread upwards. The shape is like a gladiatorial arena. The sea of people sitting around the square can clearly see the entire square. The position chosen by instructor Jehu and the others is neither high nor low in the ladder, and the position is very good. However, although this location is good, it is not the best. Xiaoming glanced around the square, and finally stopped at the center of the stand. That is the seat with the best view. There were only 4 seats on the seats, and there were just 4 old men with white hair and beards. One of them is Xiaoming's teacher, Elder Huo. Elder Huo sat on the far left of the 4 positions, and Xiaoming also knew the 3 old men on his right. Sitting next to Elder Huo, the one who was talking to him was Hujia's grandfather, Hugan, the vice president of Canaan College. The other 2 old men sitting beside them are the elders of the outer courtyard. These 4 people were sitting on the stand. In Xiaoming's perception, a wisp of space fluctuations would occasionally appear around them. This kind of space fluctuations, only when the fighting chi in the body was strong to a certain limit, could it be possible for them to interact with each other. The external space resonates. Obviously, the 4 of them are all at the peak of Do Huang, and they are only half a step away from Do Zong. If there is a Po Zong Dan, I am afraid that you can directly enter Do Zong. Unfortunately, although Canaan College is not bad for money and medicinal materials, but there is no senior pharmacist who can refine Po Zong Dan, this half a step away, they are abruptly sleepy for many years. When Xiaoming looked at the 4 people in the stands, the 4 of them suddenly felt a sense of it. When their originally lazy eyes were raised, their cloudy eyes directly met Xiaoming's. After seeing that it was his apprentice looking over here, Elder Huo smiled at Xiaoming. The other 3 also smiled at Xiaoming as a greeting. Among them, after taking a look at Xiaoming, Hugan said to Elder Huo in a bit of surprise, "Old man Huo, Xiaoming, is this a 7-star fighter?" Elder Huo, who has always been taciturn, heard Hugan's question, and immediately said in a tone of hatred for iron but not steel. "Yes, I made a breakthrough when I went out for training a few days ago." "Hey, you said this kid, I told him not to go out." I said, "Can you put away the smug smile on your face and say that again?" Others looked at the smile on Elder Huo's face and knew that he was proud of having such a talented apprentice. But he could only smile enviously. Who let this old guy have good luck and grab the first? You must know that when Xiaoming, the evildoer, appeared in Canaan College, every elder who heard the news was willing to accept him as a disciple. Everyone was still inquiring about the news, and before they started, Xiaoming was taken away by Elder Huo. At that time, there were still many people who secretly scolded Elder Huo for being inauthentic, and they attacked so quickly. However, in addition to his cultivation talent, Xiaoming also has a talent for refining medicine. In the hands of Elder Huo, it is indeed much better than in their hands. A 6-year-old fighter, a big fighter who is less than 9 years old, after entering the inner courtyard, there is a blessing from the Tian Burning Chi Tower. I am afraid that before graduation, he should be able to reach the strength of the Do Wang. How old was Xiaoming at that time? Less than 14 years old. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pervert. Said, the envy on Hugan's face became stronger and stronger. He thought of his granddaughter Hujia, although her talent was very high compared to others. But he can't compare with Xiaoming at all. At the same age, Hujia is not even a fighter. Hey, the gap between people is too big. Not to mention the conversation between the 4 old men on the central seat. Inner court trials, after Xiaoming waited for a while, finally kicked off. When a middle-aged referee walked slowly to the square, deafening cheers erupted from the stands. The cheers gradually subsided as the referee's palm pressed down. After the middle-aged referee looked around, he said loudly, "Students, today is the long-awaited start of the annual inner court trial. In this competition, the participants are from all the Xuanwang class, as well as the law enforcement team and the medicine refining department. They are all from their respective classes. The outstanding ones, a total of 300 people. The rules of attention for this selection are as follows. First, they are classmates of each other. No one can kill one's own classmates. Second, anyone who violates the above rules will be disqualified from the competition, or expelled from the academy in the worst case. Quote, comma, quote, okay, time is running out, I announce that the inner court trials have officially started. After saying this, the instructor slowly returned to the referee's bench. The two names were also uploaded from the referee bench. Xuanji First Class, Cao Wei. Wangji Class 9, Zhao Yuzhen. Those who can participate in the inner court trials have the lowest realm with 5 stars. Hearing the roll call, the two figures who had been prepared for a long time suddenly flashed down from the stand. Immediately, they landed firmly on the field, looking at each other, sparks shot out from their eyes, and fighting chi with different attributes surged out of their bodies. The grudge gauze. The number of places in each class is limited, and 2 people can participate in the competition, which is naturally quite popular in the class. Behind the two of them, the cheers and cheers from their respective classes could be heard incessantly. In this warm atmosphere, the game was proceeding in an orderly manner. Time flies, and waves of games end. After the 40th round, a referee stood up slowly from the referee bench, looked around the field for a while, and finally said aloud. The 41st round. Class 8 of Xuanji, Xiao Ming. Class 2 of Xuanji, Feng Bing. Chapter 59 Easy Win. As the referee's voice fell, the noisy square was quiet for a while. Immediately, countless eyes turned to Xiao Ming, curious, scrutinized, envious, jealous, admiring. Anyway, all kinds of eyes have both. This situation thoroughly demonstrated the attention of Canaan College students to Xiao Ming. Because it seemed a bit too pretentious to wear a hat to compete with an opponent, so Xiao Ming at this moment has taken off his hat to reveal his appearance. Putting the hat in his hand into the ring, Xiao Ming stood up. Teacher Zhehu, I'm going to the next game first. Feng Bing is the top student in the 2nd class of Xuanji. He stayed in school for a year. He has ice attribute Do Qi, and his Do Qi cultivation base is Do Qi's 9 stars. One trick, Zan Bing Pom, is very tricky, so be careful. Zhehu knew that Feng Bing would not cause much trouble to Xiao Ming, but he still provided his information. Lest Xiao Ming suffer because he doesn't know his opponent. Cousin Xiao Ming, come on. Xiao Shan made a cheering gesture from the side. Come on, Xiao Ming, we know that you are very strong. Hurry up and end the game, ha ha ha. The classmates in Xuanji's 8th class were very confident in Xiao Ming, and cheered for Xiao Ming one after another. Also urged Xiao Ming to end the game quickly. I don't know what Feng Bing, who is already in the stands, will think when he hears their words. It is estimated that the feeling will not be very good. Xiao Ming smiled and thanked the people who cheered him up. As soon as he stepped on, his whole body was like an arrow, and he swept across the square in an instant. Finally, he tapped the pillars around the square with his toes, and his body fell gently into the field. This flip was extremely beautiful. After Xiao Ming landed on the stage, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the surrounding stands. It can be seen that Xiao Ming's popularity in Canaan College is really very high. Xiao Ming, he didn't know if he came to me after he came back. I've looked for him many times, On the central seat, there was a little girl in red next to Hugan at some point. After she saw Xiao Ming entering the venue, her eyes lit up, and then she seemed to think of something, and said with a shriveled mouth. No, wait a minute, I'll go to him after the game, I'll see how he hides from me. Regarding Hu Jia's behavior, Hu Qian shook his head and said nothing. It is also a good thing for his granddaughter to stay with someone like Xiao Ming. I was busy with affairs on weekdays, and I was a little negligent in teaching Hu Jia, which caused her to have a bit of an unruly character. I don't know what will happen if this goes on. Xiao Ming has a good character on weekdays, respects teachers and respects Taoism, and his talent is also superior to Hu Jia, so he can set a good example for Hu Jia. It's just a pity that Xiao Ming is about to enter the inner courtyard. Hu Jia's realm is too low to follow him in. Hu Gan secretly said regretfully. On the arena, Feng Bing listened to the cheers for Xiao Ming from the surrounding stands. That overwhelming aura made his face a little ugly, but fortunately, the classmates in the class behind him did not abandon him and were cheering with all their might. This made him feel a little better, stabilized his mentality, the ice-type fighting chi surged out of his body, and the vigorous fighting chi wrapped his body into it, forming a perfect blue fighting chi gauze. After doing this, Feng Bing politely bowed his hands to Xiao Ming, who was not far away and was obviously younger than him by the last round. Feng Bing. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming also gave a salute while standing. Seeing Xiao Ming returning the salute, he didn't seem to have any intention of using his grudge to protect himself. Feng Bing couldn't help being a little stunned. Xiao Ning's grade is small, but he can stand here. He is at least Do Shi rank, but now he doesn't even use Do Chi Gauze. In this situation, there are only three possibilities. First, Xiao Ming is young and arrogant. Second, Xiao Ming's strength is terrifying, far surpassing him, so he did not use protective skills. Third, Xiao Ming has poor combat experience, and he forgot to protect himself. Xiao Ming, a man of the moment, Feng Bing also knew about his character. He doesn't think Xiao Ming is the first situation, nor does he think that Xiao Ming is the third situation. What a joke. These days, the fact that Xiao Ming went to the Black Corner domain by himself in Canaan College is going crazy. Now that Xiao Ming is standing here safe and sound, can't it explain anything? He would rather believe that he would forget to cast the Do Chi Gauze than that Xiao Ming, who was in front of him, would forget. Stronger than me, is it the Dado Shi? Feng Bing's eyes flashed a bit of solemnity, and did not say anything like Xiao Ming looked down on him. The ice battle chi poured out of his hand, and he used his family's low-level Zon-level movement technique under his feet. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Feng Bing slapped it as fiercely as Xiao Ming. Looking at Feng Bing, who was rushing towards him, the ice attribute fighting chi in his hand was ready to go. Wherever he passed along the way, he left strands of ice crystals, which reflected dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this going to fight me close to me? Then you will be out of luck. Stacked ice palms. The two were not far apart. Feng Bing walked in front of Xiao Ming in a blink of an eye, and his right hand, which was icy blue as a whole, slashed towards Xiao Ming's left shoulder mercilessly. There was a coldness on the skin of the left shoulder. Xiao Ming's expression was indifferent. His left hand seemed to be raised in a hurry, but Feng Bing's right hand was about to touch the left shoulder and held it. How can that be? Feng Bing looked at Xiao Ming, whose figure was still and his face was indifferent. His face was full of disbelief. Xiao Ming actually blocked his attack with only his physical strength. How many stars is this guy's real realm? The audience in the surrounding arena widened their eyes when they saw that Feng Bing's attack was easily blocked. Feng Bing was caught by his right hand, and he was extremely anxious, and the icy cold energy kept pouring towards his left hand. However, he saw that Xiao Ming did not seem to be in any discomfort. Feng Bing didn't want to waste it, and Xiao Ming didn't bother to stand in the stands for too long. I saw him release and grab Feng Bing's left hand, and then said to Feng Bing, who was caught off guard by his sudden movement and took a few steps back. Senior Feng Bing, still use your strongest fighting skills, Xuanian Palm. Otherwise, you won't be able to beat me. The fight between the two just lasted only a dozen seconds, but Feng Bing had already recognized the gap between him and Xiao Ming, and he felt that even if he used his proud fighting skills, he should not be able to win against Xiao Ming. But he was not willing to give up like this, so after hearing this, he just smiled bitterly. Okay, let's decide the outcome with one move. After the words were finished, Feng Bing's body was surging with vindictive energy. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, a dazzling blue light lit up in his palm. Under this blue light, blue ice crystals condensed and formed on the field. The temperature of the venue has dropped a lot, and this kind of power has caused many people to make an uproar. Alright, this is my proud skill, Mysterious Yin Palm. Feng Bing waved towards Xiao Ming with an extreme chill. Compared with the pediatric attack just now, Feng Bing's attack at this moment showed the style of the top student of Canaan College. Faced with this kind of attack, Xiao Ming's red fighting chi formed a thin film of energy, and he did not use any fighting skills. Xiao Ming directly confronted Feng Bing, who was attacking. Although he didn't use fighting skills, the terrifying energy from Xiao Ming's fists caused slight fluctuations in the space, and the harsh sound of sonic booms, like the sound of muffled thunder, was incessant, and we could see the weight of this attack. Exclamation mark. The two came into contact, and in an instant, a loud noise erupted from the field. I saw the hard stone slab where the two touched, and with a bang, it was directly shaken into powder, and the cracks were like spider webs, and they continued to spread out. The confrontation between the two was also the collision of ice and fire. A large amount of moisture in the air was condensed into ice by Feng Bing, and evaporated into mist by the heat in Xiao Ming's hands. The fog and the ash rising from the ground enveloped the two of them. No wait, the audience in the seats guessed the result. A figure flew out of it and hit the ground heavily, rubbing the ground and sliding for more than 10 meters before slowly stopping. Countless gazes hurriedly swept along where the silhouette was reflected. When their gazes caught sight of the defeated man, they found that it was Feng Bing as expected. At the edge of the square, Feng Bing's shirt was almost shattered into pieces by the blast of energy, and his body was covered with bruises from the rubble shot on him. Of course, these injuries look terrifying, but they are actually just some skin injuries. If you try your best, you will still have the strength to fight. But Feng Bing knew that this was the result of Xiao Ming keeping his hand. If the opponent is willing, I am afraid that he can be knocked down as soon as he comes on the court. So, at this moment, the strongest move was broken, and he was convinced that he stood up, nodded to Xiao Ming who was standing in the distance, and said loudly to the referee, "I surrender." The 41st round, the 8th class of Xuanji, Xiao Ming wins. Chapter 60 Communication with Wuxia. Just an ordinary blow with vindictive energy defeated Feng Bing. The main thing that can knock Feng Bing so far is his physical strength. Xiao Ming's body is very terrifying. "Old man Huo, what did you give him to eat?" An elder looked at Xiao Ming who had stepped down, and asked Elder Huo with a surprised expression. The details of the fight between Xiao Ming and Xiao Ming just now, because of the smoke, most of them didn't see clearly, but this could not be concealed from the eyes of the terrifying fighting emperors on the central seats. Originally, Xiao Ming's strength was enough to surprise them, but they didn't expect his physical body to be so strong, and the tempering of the physical body is not as good as the realm of Do Qi. Most people can only rely on their own fighting spirit to cultivate slowly. Rich people eat some medicine pills, but not enough to this point. They really don't understand, how can Xiao Ming achieve soaring medicine refining skills, soaring combat qi cultivation, and at the same time his body is also extremely tyrannical, all three-pronged. This is really puzzling. For this elder's question, Elder Huo couldn't answer it either. However, this did not prevent him from being happy. He said proudly, "I didn't give him anything to eat. Do you still know what I have? He is the result of his own efforts. Maybe this is talent, ha ha ha." Is this talent? This is too outrageous, right? Think about the speed of cultivation when you were young. Several Duhuang strongmen were silent. Looking at Elder Huo, who has always been taciturn, when he mentioned his apprentice, it was like a different person. The three of them could not wait to replace him. "We also want such a powerful apprentice." "Damn old man Huo, it was so quick to start." Xiao Ming returned to his class after the competition. But as soon as he went back, he saw a figure with a headache sitting in his place. The people around her looked at her helplessly, and even Xiao Shan ran to the back row. This person is Hujia who just said he was coming to find Xiao Ming. She was quite mobile, and as soon as she saw Xiao Ming finish the test, she ran to Xiao Ming's class first. "You're here." Xiao Ming came to Hujia and sat down and asked casually. "Humph." Hujia snorted softly, but turned her head away and ignored him. This made Xiao Ming stunned for a moment. Who is offending her? Seeing that Hujia seemed to be in a bad mood, Xiao Ming didn't say anything. He turned his eyes to the square and looked with relish. Not to mention, the teaching level of Canaan College is not generally good. The strength of these top students on the arena is very good, each attack is very fierce, and they start decisively. In the use of fighting skills, they are much better than some of the wild ways Xiao Ming encountered in Heijiaoyu. In short, the fighting is very exciting. Those ordinary desperados in the black corner territory, who can compare with these students, are probably only those who are ruthless, but their strength is limited. Because, most of the students who were able to take the stage had experienced in the black corner domain together. Canaan Academy has been working hard to make students feel the real society. Hujia glanced at Xiao Ming out of the corner of his eye, and found that he was fascinated by the game. However, she did not dare to find Xiao Ming for an attack. Other students, seeing that she is the granddaughter of the vice president of Canaan College, will humbly let her, but Xiao Ming will not let her. She remembered that she once pestered Xiao Ming when he was about to make medicine, and was taught a good lesson by him. Thinking of where Xiao Ming hit her that time, Hujia's face showed a hint of ruddy, and her buttocks became hot. "HMPH, since you look so good looking, I won't care about you anymore." Hujia muttered inwardly. Why is your face so red, are you sick? Xiao Ming, who was watching a game, suddenly noticed that Huja next to him had turned unusually rosy, and could not help but ask strangely. If he could know what Wuxia was thinking, he would probably be dumbfounded, and then question what strange attributes Wuxia had awakened. In the beginning, it was just that he wanted to go to the medicinal material warehouse to get the medicinal materials for refining medicine, but Huja stopped at the door, or at least he would not let him out, which made him impatient and gave her a lesson. I didn't expect Huja to remember it for so long. Don't say it. It seems that after that, Huja no longer dared to sing against Xiao Ming, and instead, the number of times he sought Xiao Ming became more and more. Well, it's nothing, I'm not sick. Seeing that Huja was back to normal and seemed to be fine, Xiao Ming nodded slightly and wanted to continue watching the game. It's just that Huja didn't keep silent this time, but sat closer. Asked in a little girl's unique voice, I heard from Grandpa that after this inner court trial, you will enter the inner court. Ah, yes, after I enter the inner courtyard, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet as often as before. Xiao Ming said softly. Hearing this, Huja was silent. There are all kinds of reluctance in my heart. In Canaan College, her peers are very few, so Xiao Ming can chat with her. Her grandfather Hugan was often busy with other things, so after having a peer, she often pestered Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming had been staying in the outer courtyard of Canaan College, when the two of them became adults, they would be veritable childhood sweethearts. So, Xiao Ming is very special to her. Xiao Ming is going to leave now, and she will naturally be reluctant to let her return to her previous state of being alone. At the same time, the reason why she was unhappy just now was found. She was not angry with Xiao Ming for not going to her as she told her grandpa. She was just unhappy that she couldn't find Xiao Ming in the future. After all, she is not Xiao Ming, so she cannot endure being alone all the time. Perhaps, Hujia's eccentricity of women in the future has something to do with her childhood experiences. Hujia's usual character may be a bit willful, but at this moment, although he is reluctant to leave the outer courtyard, he did not say anything to tell Xiao Ming not to enter the inner courtyard. Having lived in the academy for so long, it is not that she does not know how important it is for many people to enter the inner courtyard. So, she just said loudly, then you wait, I will go in later. Wait for you to come in, I'll graduate. Xiao Ming felt a little speechless, but seeing Hujia's serious look, he could only smile and lightly tap his chin. Okay, then I'll wait for you. There were many matches on the first day. Xiao Ming did not practice as usual, and watched the match from start to finish. In addition to being with Hujia, who looked a little unhappy, he also wanted to stay with Xiao Shan and the others for a while. After all, after the Canaan Academy competition is over, I don't know how long it will take for the next official meeting. Moreover, after a month of training in Heijiaoyu, Xiao Ming felt that he should relax. Watching others play is undoubtedly a very stress-relieving thing. While watching this day, Xiao Ming also had a general understanding of the situation of the 300 top students who participated in the inner court trials of Canaan College. Not to mention those fighting masters. If you don't give them face, he only needs one punch to defeat these people. And there are 5 great fighters who can have the slightest threat. 3 men and 2 women. A 4-star fighter and a 3-star fighter. 1 2-star, 2 1-star big fight masters. These people are all people who have been in school for 4 years. Aside from Xiao Ming's words, the low quality of this selection can only be said to be quite satisfactory. These people have no influence on Xiao Ming at all. Even Xiao Ming, who was a month ago, could easily win the first place in this trial. Not to mention now, if this trial is still the same as before, it will always be one-on-one. The final result, of course, goes without saying. At night, Xiao Ming, who watched the game all day, sat at the table. He was watching with a simple scroll in his hand, and the bright moonstone light shone on his face, illuminating his serious face with a thoughtful look. Time is passing little by little. Ding, it is detected that the host has a chance to Sims. Is it Sims? Closing square bracket. Chapter 61 Personality Outbreak. The sound of the simulator sounded in his mind, and a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. It's finally time again. Putting down the book in his hand, Xiao Ming said in his mind. Simulator, start the Sims. Simulation start. Day 1. You wake up from the bed, wash up, go to the largest square of Canaan Academy, where you easily defeated your opponent in the eyes of everyone, and then you watch the game with Hujia in the ring. Closing square bracket. Day 2. You wake up in your practice, you go to the square and defeat your opponent. Closing square bracket. The third day, you woke up in the practice, you went to the square and defeated your opponent. After defeating the opponent, you responded to Hujia's request and walked with her in Canaan City until the night. You felt very tired. Closing square bracket. Day 4. Day 5. You defeated the last opponent and you won the first place in this inner court trial. Closing square bracket. The 11th day, you and the other 4 major fighting masters were brought into the Canaan College book collection by the vice president of Canaan College. At that moment, you grabbed it at will, and you got the fire attribute ground level intermediate level exercise, Zhouzhong Fengwo Ju. Closing square bracket. Day 12. You practiced for a day. Closing square bracket. Day 14. You and 49 other winners of the inner court trials took the flying beast to the inner court of Canaan Academy. On the griffin beast, you saw the strength of the fighting king and the emperor again. Closing square bracket. Day 15. You slaughtered the quartet, chasing the seniors of the firepower hunting tournament running around in the forest. At night, you smiled at the more than 200 fire powers in your crystal card. Closing square bracket. Day 16. You are wandering in the forest, you are looking for a team of seniors who are alone. Closing square bracket. Day 17. The fire energy in your card has reached more than 600 days. Closing square bracket. Day 18. You defeated the white shot team blocking the way, you took their fire energy. Closing square bracket. 20th day. Your name spreads in the inner court, you don't care. Closing square bracket. The 23rd day. A fighting spirit came to provoke him and wanted to get fire energy from your hand, and was seriously injured by you. Closing square bracket. 47th day. You entered the sky-burning gas tower to cultivate, and your cultivation progressed very quickly. Because you have the fire of all beasts, you are not afraid of fire poison, and you are very happy to cultivate. Closing square bracket. 61st day. You have been concentrating on refining medicine for 1 day, and you feel that your medicine refining strength has improved. Closing square bracket. 62nd day. You suddenly want an additional attack method. After thinking about it, you don't seem to have a sonic attack. You went to the Donghua pavilion. Layan, you got it in exchange for fire energy. Closing square bracket. Day 120. You are addicted to refining medicine pills, and a whole day has passed. Closing square bracket. 130th day. You refine the medicinal pill, and you have developed the 4th grade Qi returning medicinal pill. Closing square bracket. The 201st. You are competing with others, and your opponent is delusional to use advanced Zon level fighting skills, the extreme of thunder, to defeat you with a single blow, and you are easily blocked by you. Closing square bracket. The 300th day. You entered the sky-burning Qi pagoda to cultivate, and there was a fallen heart flame in your body. With this, your cultivation realm increased rapidly. Before the tower was sealed, you passed by the fire well that sealed the fallen heart flame. Next to you, you see an invisible fire python. You know that it is the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame. After returning to the dormitory, you think of the 2 fallen heart flames in the underground magma world, as well as the Tuosh ancient emperor cave mansion in the depths of the magma, which contains a lot of resources, including the origin Qi containing Dipin Young Dan and Tuosh ancient emperor statue. If you want to become Ado Di, origin Qi is essential, and you feel that the world is difficult. You practiced hard all night. Closing square bracket. 365th day. Today is the end of the fire hunting competition in the inner court trial. It happens to be free today. You wait at the entrance for a while, and sure enough, according to your imagination, you meet your kin. Closing square bracket. Day 466. You want to try to refine a 4th grade medicinal pill, purple heart-breaking barrier pill, but you are short of a few purple spirit grasses. You go to the medicinal material warehouse to exchange these medicinal materials. Here you meet a little girl in white, and you realize that her strength is terrifying. Closing square bracket. The 500th day. You met the little girl in white again in the warehouse. This is the 3rd time you met her in the medicinal material warehouse. You saw her eating raw medicinal materials. You thought that she gained her friendship at the expense of refining pills. Closing square bracket. Comma. Day 1470. You have finished refining a 5th grade medicinal pill, Feng Lingdan. Your fellow Xiao Shan came to the door and said that there was news from the family that the son of the patriarch, the Xiao family's fighting spirit, disappeared for no reason on the 2nd day, and the patriarch asked you to think of a way. You know the reason for this, but you think it's better not to meddle in your own business in the face of a Dozun soul, but for the sake of face, you gave Xiao Shan a volume of 4th grade pill recipes and asked him to tell Xiao Zan, at this price, find a pharmacist in the plus-size empire to help with medical treatment. Closing square bracket. Comma. Day 1825. You successfully graduated from Canaan College. Closing square bracket. Comma. Day 2019. You are passing through a deep mountain. Closing square bracket. Comma. The 2021st. You found an ancient cave dwelling. In the cave dwelling, you got 2 7th grade medicinal pills, a life-devouring pill, and a roll of a life-devouring pill. Closing square bracket. Comma. 2565th day. You passed the plus-size empire, a military town, and Daling City. Closing square bracket. 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 6th day. You returned to the Xiao family in Wudin City, and your clan was very excited about your return. That night, the Xiao clan chief and the elders prepared a welcome banquet for you. After the dinner, the clan leader privately I found you and asked you to help his 3rd son. It turned out that his son was not healed. After you think about it, you agree. Closing square bracket. Day 2567. The patriarch brought his son to you, and you used your mental power, but you didn't find anything. Although you had expected it long ago, you were still taken aback inside that the #1 pharmacist in Central Continent was really extraordinary. In the end, because of concerns, you failed to cure the son of the patriarch. Closing square bracket. Comma. The 276th day. When you returned to the Xiao family, you heard the news that the son of the patriarch had regained his talent. You had expected it, but you did not take it to heart. Closing square bracket. Comma. The 2999th. You returned to Canaan College and gave the 7 magical green spirits from Nolan's house to your teacher, Elder Huo. Closing square bracket. Comma. 3rd 65th day. Calculate the time, a 3-year appointment is coming, although you have already moved the Jama Empire, but out of prudence, in order to prevent the Xiao family from being destroyed when you go out, you use the emperor on the condition of Jidan and Dolingdan. They invited the 4 Duhuang and 12 Duwangs to sit in the Xiao family for a month in turn, and at the same time used 3 life-devouring pills to create 3 Duwangs for the Xiao family. Closing square bracket. Simulation ends. Extracting talent items. Currently available. 7 rank pill elixir, life-devouring pill recipe, Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Cave Palace Emperor Pill, a source of chi. Closing square bracket. Please select 1. Closing square bracket. Chapter 62 Trials are over. I'm having a big outburst of character. Xiaoming scratched his cheeks, and a smile could not be stopped on his face. Not to mention whether he can use all these things. Anyway, the level of each item drawn by the life simulator this time is very high. The worst life-devouring pill recipes are at the 7th grade level. Although, Xiaoming already has a life-devouring pill. But he didn't eat the pill formula. If he had this pill formula, he could mass-produce Duwang powerhouses in the future. Of course, in the current situation, he would not choose to eat the pill recipes foolishly. Instead directly ignores this option, and first puts my attention on the other 2 options. Emperor Pill and Origin Chi. If the Emperor is selected, let alone me, Ji Yu Yuan, the 9-star fighting saint, is enough. Although I can't use the source Chi right now, if I choose it, it can be considered a rainy day. Do Zun of the Northwest Continent. It's rare, those who know Origin Chi are those who stand at the top of Do Chi Continent, so don't be afraid of anything for the time being. Simulator, I want to choose Genesis Chi. After Xiaoming made his choice, an energy line full of brilliant colors appeared in front of him. Xiaoming, who had been prepared for a long time, had his soul power and vindictive energy pouring out wildly, and was about to drive it into the jade pot he was holding, which was somewhat similar to the jade bottle that sealed the green rock profound water at the beginning. Fortunately, although Origin Chi is a substance necessary to break through Do Di, but its essence is just an energy similar to Do Chi. Itself has no consciousness and does not attack people. Therefore, Xiaoming easily put this Origin Chi into the jade pot. The jar has the property of sealing, which can not only prevent energy from escaping, but also isolate other people's exploration. In addition, if it is kept in the ring, the possibility of problems in normal times is very small. After all, although the intermediate level Na ring is not as good as the high level one, it is not as easy to be sensed by people as the low level Na ring. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the sealing process, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Then laughed very happily. This can't help but make him unhappy. What is Origin Qi? Origin Qi is the passport to the realm of Do Di. If you don't have Origin Qi, no matter how powerful your talent is, no matter how many chances you have, your upper limit in Do Qi continent will be locked to the 9-star Do Sheng. The peak 9-star fighting saints after Tuosh Gudi are examples. If it weren't for the lack of Origin Qi, the amazing and brilliant people would have been able to break through the Do Di realm and head to the Great Thousand World, instead of sitting at home and waiting for death. The life of the Do Sheng is long, but it will come to an end one day. Because there is no Origin Qi, the Do Qi continent has died as many as the peak of the 9-star Do Sheng. It is because of the lack of Origin Qi, Xiao Zan, the ancestor of the Xiao family, failed to break through the Do Emperor and was killed by a sneak attack. So, if he can choose Genesis Qi now, of course he has to choose, who knows when Genesis Qi will be spawned next time. If he doesn't brush it out, if he can go to Juxing Dusheng in the future, he can only go to Tuosh Ancient Emperor Cave with others to grab the Emperor Pinchu Dan, or Tuosh Ancient Emperor Inheritance. None of these things are easy to get. Even if you grab the Emperor Grade Pill, it is not easy to train it into a finished product, and the inheritance of the Ancient Emperor Tuosh is not so easy to follow. The original Xiao Yan almost died. It is safer to use Origin Qi directly. Xiaoming has Origin Qi. As long as he reaches the peak of the 9-star Do Sheng, he can become a Do Emperor without hindrance. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Smiled and stared at the jar for a while. Xiaoming thought in his heart, let's find a way to buy a high-level Na ring. The high-level Na ring can set a soul imprint, the function of isolating others from detection. Unless I die, there is no way to detect my things, but the advanced appearance rings are relatively rare in the northwest continent, and I am afraid that they are not so easy to buy. Even in the auctions of Heijiaoyu, it is rare to appear. If it is not possible, the Yuhai applicable ring in Han Feng's hands is not bad. I didn't intend to take care of him at first, but now, in order to accept the precepts, I can also help Venerable Yao to take revenge. Anyway, that guy is a wicked person who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. Of course, if you simulate a high-level ring in future simulations, you don't have to work so hard. I hope you can simulate it as soon as possible. Think about it. Xiaoming finally picked up the jade jar and put it into his flaming red ring. Then he walked to his bed. In the morning, Xiaoming, who had not slept all night, finished washing up in good spirits. Then, go to the square where the inner court trials are held in a happy mood. On the way met Zhao Shan again. Xiao Shan, who was walking with Xiaoming, also clearly noticed that Xiaoming was in a good mood today. Even on the field, Xiaoming was all smiles. Watching Xiaoming smash the opponent out of the court with a smiley punch, causing exclamations, and then he returned to his seat. Hu Jia, who had been waiting next to Xiaoming's position, couldn't hold back a little, and took the opportunity to ask her doubts. Xiaoming, are you so happy because something good happened today? Xiaoming listened to her question and felt that he was a little obvious, so he restrained his emotions, and then said, no, I just thought of something happy. Hu Jia suddenly became impatient and felt that Xiaoming was really perfunctory. If you don't want to tell her, forget it, can you find a more reliable reason? Actually, Xiaoming didn't deceive her, he just thought of something happy, he just didn't say the specific content. Seeing Hu Jia's unhappy look, Xiaoming blinked, and finally said slowly, yesterday, the refining of medicine has improved, it's not a big deal. Xiaoming doesn't like to lie, but when he tells a lie, his expression doesn't change. Seeing Xiaoming's serious expression, Hu Jiadian believed it. What? I thought something funny happened to you. Why do you want to play every day? Didn't you just say yesterday that you want to enter the inner courtyard and let me wait for you in there? Xiaoming silently raised his forehead. Hu Jia is really still a child, and children love to play by nature, and this is the same in any world. Not to mention the interaction between Xiaoming and Hu Jia here. On the central seat, Hu Qian watched the interaction between Xiaoming and Hu Jia, and the more he looked, the more satisfied Xiaoming became. I wish that Xiao Ming was his own grandson or his own apprentice. There is no chance for his own apprentice, but what about his grandson? Hu Gan's mind flashed. Then he stroked his beard with a smile, and said to the Elder Huo next to him, "Look at how happy Xiao Ming and Hujia are chatting." Elder Huo glanced at him suspiciously. "Haven't they always been like this? What do you want to say?" Actually, I think Hujia likes Xiao Ming so much, I think they can get a baby kiss." Hu Gan said with a smile. Originally hit this idea. Dolls like Dochi continent are not uncommon, whether it is the friendship between the two parents, the marriage of the forces, or simply some people in order to climb the dragon and the phoenix. In short, this kind of doll appears very frequently. But most of these dolls do not ask their own opinions, so sometimes unpleasant things will always happen. In short, because this kind of engagement is very common, Elder Huo was not surprised by Hu Gan's idea. But he did not agree, but turned his head and said, "It's a good idea, but I feel that Xiao Ming doesn't have any bad thoughts about Hujia. Old man Hu, have you forgotten their age? Can't this feeling be cultivated? I don't think Xiao Ming is disgusted with Hujia, is he? This apprentice of mine has been very assertive since he was a child. This is not to say that the marriage will be married. Anyway, I can't be the master. If you want to be engaged, you can go to him and mention it yourself." Elder Huo didn't mention too much, just said so lightly. Hearing what he said, Hu Gan was at a loss. As Elder Huo said, Xiao Ming is too young. Although he is very talented, he really doesn't necessarily understand what engagement is, and what's the use of talking to him. After sighed, Hu Gan gave up Xiao Juju in his heart. The next few days, the game has been going smoothly. The game has always been a one-on-one mode, and Hu Gan did not engage in any big fight mode. With the realm of the 7-star fighting master, and the combat power far beyond the realm, Xiao Ming is a one-shot solution to anyone. After Xiao Ming finished his last opponent, an elderly referee stood up, looked around the square, and immediately announced loudly, "This year's inner court trials are over. After the fierce battle, the top 5 have also emerged. The first place is Xiao Ming. The other 4 are Yin Lu, Buck, Jia Yun, Zhang Yanshu." As soon as his voice fell, there was a sudden burst of applause on the square. In such a torrent-like sound, the whole square was trembling for it, and countless people stood up from the stands. "Come, look at Xiao Ming in the ring. Senior Xiao Ming is really amazing. He can solve anyone with one move. I'm afraid others haven't even forced 10% of his strength. Not only that, but Senior Xiao Ming has always been unhurried and unimpressive, and his shots are also very measured, and he has the demeanor of a strong man at a young age. If he wasn't too young, or I would, he. You can even be young. Xiao Ming, quote. This time, the inner court selection competition allowed many people in Canaan Academy to have a deeper understanding of Xiao Ming, who is known as the first genius of Canaan Academy. Looked at the people around him cheering him, smiled and nodded. Xiao Ming walked off the venue. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he slowly walked out of the noisy square. The biggest game of the year finally came to an end with his exit. Chapter 63 Entering the Library. In the days after the competition, apart from occasionally seeing some people talking about Xiao Ming in the inner court trials, the rest of Canaan Academy was no different from before. Xiao Ming has not been in a hurry to cultivate these days. He has jumped several Dan ranks in a month, and now if he practices hard, the effect will not be very good. Therefore, apart from chatting with Hujia and Zhao Shan occasionally, he was studying some alchemy recipes. These days are also the most leisurely days for Xiao Ming since he entered Canaan Academy. In the small yard outside his room, Xiao Ming was lying on a reclining chair, holding a book-like thing in his hand, watching it swaying. Thinking of the leisurely days in these few days, Xiao Ming felt a little degenerate. In the past few days, he was just studying some pill recipes. Just like his teacher, Elder Huo, he felt like he was living an old age life ahead of schedule. But don't say it, it feels good. Very happy. Just when Xiao Ming was thinking about these things, there was a creaking sound, which attracted his attention. Xiao Ming's residence is an exquisite small courtyard, and its location is considered to be relatively good in the academy. This is his S-level treatment. Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with this residence, so he did not change his place. Knowing that Xiao Ming lives here, there are not many people, but there are only a few who usually come to him. Guess can also guess, so Xiao Ming was not surprised when he saw the person who came. he just asked in a normal way. Hujia, why are you here? Hujia, who pushed open the door, walked to Xiao Ming, who was lazy, looked at his lazy expression, and said angrily. Don't lie down, my grandfather asked me to tell you to go to his place and go to the library later. Is it finally time? Hujia's words made Xiao Ming slowly stand up. According to the rules of the academy, within a few days after the end of the trial, the top 50 students in the trial must begin to prepare for entering the inner courtyard. The top 5, including Xiao Ming, can choose a free time to enter the college's library in the past few days. As a reward, they are qualified to rely on luck and choose something that belongs to them. Xiao Ming has been waiting for news for several days at home. However, he is not in a hurry, because this kind of thing can't escape. I hope I can find that flying fighting skill this time. Standing up, Xiao Ming thought to himself, then stretched his waist, put the book in his hand into the collection ring, and then said to Hujia. Let's go, lead the way. In the spacious and bright room, the bookshelves are crisscrossed, and the bookshelves are filled with all kinds of simple books, which is particularly bookish. At this time, 4 people were standing quietly in the center of the room. Behind the table in front of them, an old man with white hair and beard was slowly flipping through the documents in his hand. An atmosphere of silence. The 4 people standing in the room are 2 men and 2 women. If you look closely, you can see the other people who entered the top 5 with Xiao Ming this time. Looking at the appearance of the 4 of them, it seemed that they had been waiting here for a while, but there was no sign of impatience on their faces. The reason, except that there is a vice president in front of them, is because the person who made them wait is Xiao Ming. Canaan Academy has always been committed to making students feel the cruelty of society, so students are not forbidden to compete in the academy. Xiao Ming's fist is bigger than them, so he is qualified to make them wait. Fortunately, Xiao Ming didn't come too late, so let them wait longer. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Hugan put down the book in his hand and said, "Come in." The door of the room was pushed open, and it was Xiao Ming and Hujia who were revealed. The 2 walked slowly, their eyes swept around the spacious room, and finally stopped on Hugan, who was behind the table. Hujia quickly walked to Hugan, while Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward and bent over to salute. Hehe, Xiao Ming, you are finally here. Looking at Xiao Ming with a smile, Hugan's eyes stayed on his face for a while. Usually busy with official business, it was only a few months ago that he and Xiao Ming had such close contact. Looking closely now, Xiao Ming has changed a lot, and there is a sharpness between his eyebrows, which should be the result of his experience in the Black Corner domain. It can be said that Canaan Academy is the only example of being able to go to the Black Corner domain alone at this age and then come back safe and sound. After all, it goes without saying that the level of chaos in the Black Corner territory is not to be mentioned. Few normal people would not want to enter, and Hu Qian had to admire Xiao Ming's boldness. After Hugan carefully stared at the pair of dark ink-like eyes for a long time, Lao Lai's eyes finally noticed the flame-like irritability and instability surging under the piece. It looked like tens of thousands of fires. Attribute monsters gathered together, exuding ferocity and brutality. The vindictive energy in the body seems to be flowing gently, but it has a turbulence that has not been seen before, similar to that of a demon beast. Where did you find the high-level beast fire? Glanced at Xiao Ming's body, and Hu Qian actually felt the nature of the fighting spirit in the opponent's body. Such a method is worthy of being the vice president of the outer courtyard of Canaan College. But if it can cause such an impact, I am afraid that ordinary monsters can't do it. Old Man Huo never said that Xiao Ming has any opportunities. I couldn't figure it out in my heart, and Hu Qian didn't ask any questions. He just hid his thoughts in his heart, stood up from the chair, and said with a smile. Since you are all here, then I will stop talking about it. You should also call you here. You are the top 5 in this trial. According to the rules, you are qualified to enter the book collection pavilion to try your luck. Said, Hugan came to the wall behind him, patted his palm a few times at will, a low rumbling sound sounded, and immediately a dark passage appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Come with me. He waved at the 5, Hugan was the first to enter the dark passage, and then Xiao Ming, who was curious, followed without hesitation, followed by the other 4, Hujia. Although she was next to her, she sensible did not follow up. After entering the passage, Xiao Ming found that there were huge night pearls inlaid on the wall. The faint brilliance illuminated the passage a bit hazy, but this light was enough for Xiao Ming and others. A few people followed Hugon on their way quietly, and no one made a sound. After walking in the passage for about half an hour, a little light finally appeared at the end of the passage, and seeing the light, the pace of several people in the passage accelerated a lot. After a while, they finally came to the end of the passage. Step out. The dazzling sunlight swayed down from the sky, causing Xiao Ming, who had been walking in the passage for a long time, to habitually close their eyes slightly. After a long while, they slowly opened, but they were a little surprised when they looked at the scene that appeared in front of them. At this time, in front of them and the others is obviously a valley groove. The steep mountain wall extends all the way up, and finally reaches the end of the line of sight. Among the three cliffs, there is a very wide open space. At this time, in the open space, a huge and staggeringly thick and simple pavilion stands on it. His eyes slowly swept across the huge ancient pavilion, and finally stopped on an extremely ancient plaque outside the pavilion. On it, three fonts that have been eroded by the years and are a little blurry are looming out. Library. The ancient handwriting, although devastated by the years, Xiao Ming and others are still shocked by the simple artistic conception contained in the font. As expected of the mysterious library in the outer courtyard of Canaan College, this plaque alone reflects its identity. Hugon led the 5 people to the library slowly, but when he was about to enter the distance of 20 meters, he stopped abruptly and clasped his fists in the direction of the library. The top 5 in this inner court selection competition have already been born. According to the rules, I will bring them here and invite the elders to open the door. Hugon's words, carried by the fighting spirit, lingered in the small valleys for a long time. Shortly after Hugon's words fell, 2 figures in gray robes sitting cross-legged on the ground appeared without warning at the entrance of the library. Chapter 64. This is the guardian of Canaan Academy, Qian Bai, right? Xiao Ming looked at the 2 gray-robed old men coming out of the gate, and thought to himself. Qian Bai, formerly known as Bai Lai Qian Mu, is in existence at the peak of Dozong. In order to break through Dozun, they are in a closed state all year round. They only appear for a short while after the annual selection competition of Canaan College, or they appears only when Canaan Academy is alive and dead. They are the 2 strongest people Xiao Ming has ever met so far. On the bright side of the northwest continent, there are probably not many people who are stronger than them. Hugon's voice just now slowly dissipated in the valley, but Qinbai did not move at all, as if he had never heard it. Seeing that there was no response to his own words, Hugon did not make a sound again, maintaining a posture of clasping his fists and waiting quietly. Elder Qinbai has quite a personality. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming blinked his eyes and looked at the 2 gray-robed men in the pavilion. His expression became a little weird. With Hugon's status in the outer courtyard of Canaan Academy, no one would usually catch him so cold. Although this position is not the same in front of Qinbai Lao. But now that Qinbai was called out by him, but turned a deaf ear to his words, it was hard to say that it was not intentional. Is this the style of a strong man? The silent atmosphere lasted for nearly 10 minutes in the valley. The robes of the 1,102 elders who were sitting cross-legged at the gate of the pavilion shook slightly. Immediately, under the gray robes, there were 2 pairs of ancient monks. He raised his eyes and swept across Hugon and the others in sequence, but finally stopped suddenly on Xiao Ming. The gray robe trembled slightly, and a slight hoarse scream came out quietly, "Yiwo." The subtle voice slowly echoed in the silent valley, and it clearly entered the ears of Xiao Ming and others. And Xiao Ming, who was obviously thinking about something, was shocked when he heard this. I was seen. I don't know the name of this little friend. A gray-robed man who didn't know who was among the 1,000 stared at Xiao Ming, and in his hoarse voice, there was a touch of vicissitudes accumulated over the years. Hearing that the gray-robed man actually left the Hugon first and asked Xiao Ming a question, everyone in the valley was stunned, then turned their heads and cast their strange eyes on Xiao Ming. Judging from Hu Qian's respectful attitude towards the 2 gray-robed men before, it was obvious that the 2 had an extraordinary position in Canaan College, and Xiao Ming was able to make these 2 people a little interested in him. This kind of treatment had to be the other 4 and others were secretly envious. And just now the man in gray robe mentioned the word Yiwo, thinking that Xiao Ming also has Yiwo, which is even more enviable. Hugon was a little confused when he heard the words of Qinbai. But seeing that the person who Qinbai asked was Xiao Ming, after thinking about it, he showed a sudden look. No wonder Xiao Ming's Douqi attribute faintly revealed a violent power. This is the effect of strange fire, not beast fire. Xiao Ming came back to his senses about Qinbai Erlao's question, and immediately clasped his fists and said respectfully, Xiao Ming, I have seen Erlao. The color is dark red, and it contains the tyranny of demon beasts. If the old man's expectations are not bad, the strange fire controlled by the little friend should be the 22nd myriad beast spirit fire on the strange fire list. The old voice lingered in Xiao Ming's ears, but it made him frown. The spirit fire of 10,000 beasts is hidden in the spirit body and can be seen through by thousands of old people. This Dozong powerhouse is really terrifying. Nodded slightly towards Qinbai and answered his question. Immediately, Xiao Ming looked at the people beside him, and found that although they had doubts on their faces, it was as if they had not heard the question from Qinbai. He knew that this should be the method of Qinbai, in order not to reveal the specific information of the strange fire in his body. However, his strange fire was not exposed in the first place. When they asked this, they let these people know that he had strange fire. Now what kind of strange fire this is, but it doesn't matter, anyway, the news of his strange fire should spread. However, it's not too much of a hindrance. The inner courtyard is safe enough, so let's spread it out. You are the most talented person we have ever seen at such an age that you have reached the 7-star Great Fighter Master, and you are still able to control the strange fire. The gray-robed man on the left sighed softly, with a little admiration in his voice, but didn't say anything more. He turned his gaze to Hugon, and said in a hoarse voice, the top 5 in this session, but a terrifying little guy came out. Hearing what he said, Hu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Xiao Ming's talent is indeed outstanding, he is the disciple of Elder Huo. Elder Huo, you mean Xiao Huo, he has accepted a good disciple. Small fire. Xiao Ming's mouth twitched when he heard Qinbai call his master like that, but he didn't dare to say anything. Because people have the right to say so, the guardian of Canaan Academy is all taken up by the elders of the inner courtyard after abdication. They were the predecessors of his teacher, Elder Huo, and they may have instructed their teachers to practice at their age. It's almost time, please unlock the space lock. Hugon next to him wanted to laugh a little, but he held back and didn't say anything, just said so. Space lock, the unfamiliar name made the 2 men and 2 women next to Xiao Ming stunned. When Xiao Ming heard the words, he looked at the half-space half a meter in front of Hugon. He has long discovered that the space there has a little superficial folds. These folds are hidden in the space and are extremely difficult to find. If you move your eyes along the looming folds, you can find that the folds in this space are almost like a wall, protecting the entire library behind it. This is a space lock. Only the strong Do Zun can set up an extremely powerful barrier. This space lock was left by a senior in the academy hundreds of years ago. If the 2 elders inside did not use a special method to open it, it would be Dozong. Even the strong can't break in. Seemingly aware of the days of these people, Hugon in front of him explained with a smile. Hearing his explanation, the others nodded suddenly, but they were a little stunned in their hearts. Even Dozong's powerhouse was powerless. This was really too terrifying. At the pavilion, Qinbai slowly poked out 2 pairs of dry palms from his sleeve robes, and then slowly formed the handprints 1 finger at a time. And with the nod of their handprints, 2 extremely powerful and invisible waves are spreading out from their palms like waves, The invisible fluctuations gradually spread, and finally they came into contact with those space folds. When the 2 touched, the space in front of Xiao Ming and the others was like a mirror made of water, and ripples continued to appear. After a while, the ripples stopped, and a door was slowly torn open by an invisible big hand. Let's go. Seeing the shape of the space door, Hugon waved his hand and walked in first. After that, Xiao Ming and others followed closely. Stepped out of the invisible doorway, and the line of sight in front of him became much brighter than before, and the eyes of everyone looking at the pavilion were also a little clearer. Obviously, they really entered the space lock. Hehe, I'm sorry Erlao. Standing outside the pavilion, Hugon smiled at the 2 Qian by Erlao sitting cross-legged on the ground. It's just a mission. The 2 of them wrapped in gray robes were very cold, and they didn't even move their bodies, and a hoarse and faint voice sounded slowly. Now you can enter the library by yourself. Remember, no matter what you want, you can't force it, because everything in it is added with an energy layer. If your hand can pass through the energy layer without hindrance, then you can take the things inside. Of course, no matter how much you can pick up, there is only one thing that may be brought out of the library. Don't be greedy, otherwise it will only be a bamboo basket to draw water in the end. If you can't penetrate the energy layer, then give it up. With your strength, you can't break them. In these years, people have entered the library every year, but in the end, there are not a few people who return empty-handed. Therefore, everything can only be done by chance, and what you cannot get, don't force it. Pointed his finger at the library, and Wuxia turned to Xiaoming and the others. Hearing this, Xiaoming and the others nodded, then slowly raised their legs and walked towards the library. In the quiet valley, there were only faint rustling footsteps. Xiaoming walked in the front. Several people crossed the grass in front of the pavilion, and finally set foot on the bluestone ladder that had been ravaged by years. The stone ladder was covered with green platforms, and the soles of the feet were a little slippery, but this was of no use to Xiaoming, who had already reached the level of a master fighting master. After walking along the bluestone ladder for a while, he came to the library and looked up at the ancient plaque. A sense of desolation spread from the plaque, entangled in the hearts of everyone, and lingered for a long time. Chapter 65 Success. There seems to be a magic power in the plaque, which attracts people's hearts, and even Xiaoming, who has a good soul strength, did not avoid it. Fortunately, there are thousands of old people next to them, and a light cough woke them up. Go in, the door will only be open for an hour. After an hour, whether you get what you need or not, you must come out. The tightly closed door opened slowly with a creaking sound, revealing the dark passage inside. Glanced at the four people beside him who were still startled, Xiaoming strode into the passage. The passage is not that long. In about 3 minutes, Xiaoming passed through the dark passage. A powerful light shone, and people unconsciously tilted their heads slightly. What appeared in front of Xiaoming was an extremely spacious room. There were nearly a dozen energy shields on the surrounding walls of the room. At this time, these energy shields were slowly shrinking and shrinking, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. In the room, the others also arrived shortly after. Hearing the footsteps, Xiaoming glanced back. Saw one of the girls named Xiao Yan pointing at the energy shields and said with a puzzled face, "The vice president said that there are treasures here, and the treasures are placed in the energy shields. Are we supposed to go in there?" "This, we don't know either." The other three also showed doubts when they heard her question. Xiaoming naturally knows, but there is no need to explain. Because they will know soon enough. Just when these people were at a loss in this huge room, suddenly there was a faint sound of breaking wind in the room. Although the sound was extremely subtle, to these people, it was undoubtedly as loud as muffled thunder. The eyes of several people hurriedly moved along the sound, and finally stopped on an energy shield on the left. Something is coming. Xiao Yan's tone was a little excited. Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, a light red exercise flew out. The first to react was Xiao Yan, who was closest to it, and he took it down in one rise and fall. The red light slowly dissipated, and the last purple scroll wrapped by the energy layer appeared on Xiao Yan's hand. Mysterious low-level exercises, Yan Gong. Holding the red scroll, Xiao Yan tried it out with his palm, and he passed through the energy layer without any hindrance. Looking at the fonts painted on the scroll surface, he couldn't help but read it out softly. Looking at Xiao Yan's operation, the others suddenly realized that it was like this. At this time, a bunch of energy groups of different colors and shapes were spewed out of the energy cover, and then shuttled in the huge room, bringing up the sound of humming and breaking the wind. They all followed suit and grabbed those light groups. Xiaoming did not blindly grab it, but released his soul power to perceive those light clusters with large energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a cyan light group with strong fluctuations flew out from the channel on the right. And Xiaoming stepped on the soles of his feet lightly, and when he appeared again, he had already put the light group in his hands. And others haven't reacted at this time. When he reacted, thinking of Xiaoming's inhuman speed, he couldn't help sighing in horror. Earth-level low-level exercises, Feng Ling Ju. Took out the items in the light ball, looked at the small print on it, Xiaoming sighed lightly. This skill level is good, but it is useless to him. Was about to put it back into the energy hood, but heard Xiao Yan next to him say, "Wait, Xiaoming, if you don't need this exercise, can you give it to me?" "You want this?" Xiaoming glanced at her. Because of the competition, he knew everyone's Douqi attribute, and Xiao Yan was indeed the wind attribute Douqi. "Well, I really need it. Anyway, you don't want it, you want to put it back, can you give it to me? It seems that Xiao Yan really wants this exercise very much, and actually sells it to Xiaoming, who is several years younger than her. Xiao Yan's face is not bad, fresh short hair, delicate face, with the unique beauty of a girl, so cute and attractive to the eyes of the other two men in the room. That's okay. This exercise was really useless to him. Xiaoming shoved it into Xiao Yan's arms and turned his attention to the energy shield again. Seeing that Xiao Yan has obtained the item of Xinyi so easily, and it is still the cultivation technique of the ground level, others can't help but envy. But he didn't say anything, just secretly tried to grab the item. Grabbing the exercises in his hand, Xiao Yan laughed happily. Before she could say thank you, she suddenly found that Xiaoming in front of her had disappeared. She turned her head quickly and found that Xiaoming had another light ball in his hand. The energy fluctuation of the light group is not weak, but Xiaoming put it back into the energy cover in disappointment after taking a look. Xiaoming, if you want it, I can help you find it together. Seeing this, Xiao Yan ran beside him and said. Xiaoming was silent for a while, but did not refuse. What I want is the mid-level flying fighting skills of the Zan rank, Feiyuni. Flying fighting skills? Xiao Yan can't understand a little bit. Not everyone knows what flying fighting skills are, and Xiao Yan is one of the people who doesn't know. It's a fighting skill that can make people fly. You can just give it to me when you see Feiyuni. Xiaoming didn't explain much. Just after saying this, he turned to the energy shield again. He is not worried that Xiao Yan will be moved when he sees flying fighting skills. After all, she is not like Xiaoming, who has no lack of martial arts fighting skills. For her, the martial arts of the ground level are definitely better than the flying fighting skills of the Xuanji. As time passed, Xiaoming caught several good things, but none of them were what he wanted. Near the end of the time, just when Xiaoming reluctantly wanted to give up, just when he just wanted something, Xiao Yan next to him suddenly shouted excitedly. Xiaoming, I caught it. Ha ha ha, come here. These words made Xiaoming stunned for a moment, then he walked over happily and looked at the scroll wrapped in white energy film in her hand. On its scroll, there are indeed 3 big characters, Feiyuni. Seeing this, Xiaoming was even more happy, and thought happily. Yes, there is no point in helping her. In fact, in the days after the game, he went through a simulation again, and the simulation reward is not mentioned, which is a bit poor. In that simulation, he didn't catch the ground level exercise, so Xiao Yan didn't help him find it, and he didn't find Feiyuni. Happened to help Xiao Yan this time, and he helped him get the flying fighting skills he wanted. Come on, Xiaoming, I can't open this film, you should try it. Xiao Yan shouted at Xiaoming. Xiaoming didn't delay, he glanced at the palm of his hand, easily passed through the mask, and grabbed the scroll. Flying cloud wings, flying fighting skills, level, mysterious intermediate. After reading the handwriting on the scroll again, Xiaoming was very satisfied, and put the intermediate level fighting skills of this scroll into the collection ring. Xiaoming thanked Xiao Yan. The time is nearing the end, and the 5 people who came in have gained something. Looked at each other and walked towards the passage. As the 5 people left, the vortex-like energy shields around this huge room also began to gradually shrink. After a while, the energy shield turned into a small dot, which completely dissipated in a subtle click sound. At this time, the entire huge room became empty. No one could have imagined that the previous place was once filled with countless treasures that were enough to cause a sensation in the outside world. Chapter 66 Going to the Inner Court. Crunch. The closed ancient door was suddenly pulled open gently, and the warm sunlight poured in along the crack of the door, printing a long light trace in the dark passage until the end of the light. The door opened, and the 5 Xiaoming went out one after another. Standing on the steps, looking at the lush colors in the valley, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the library was a bit depressing, to be honest. Hearing the sound of the door opening, one of the 1,002 elders suddenly moved his sleeves slightly. Immediately, Xiaoming and others noticed a vast and majestic invisible energy scanning through them. The invisible energy seems to only play the role of scanning, so it only lasted for a short time of 10 seconds, and it receded like a tide until it completely dissipated. When the time is up, let's all go. Remember, you can't divulge the slightest bit of the events here today, including the news inside the library. A hoarse old voice hovered slowly at the gate. Hearing this, Xiaoming and the others nodded in agreement and walked outside the space lock. Haha, Are they all out? The 5 people who could see it, Hugon, who had been standing in front of the pavilion, smiled and said, they didn't come home empty-handed, right? No, 5. That's good, no matter if what you get is what you want, but at least you get something. Hugon smiled, then slightly bent towards the 2,102 elders who were like old monks beside the gate, and said, since these little guys have come out, then I will not disturb the 2 elders' ascetic practice, and leave. For Hugon, Qinbai was still very cold and still did not respond. And Hugon didn't mind, he waved at Xiao Ming and the others, and said, come with me. In the spacious study, Hujia had disappeared, and he did not know where he went. Hugon looked at the slowly closing walls of the study, then turned to face Xiao Ming and the 5 standing in the room with a smile. Okay, you have already received your rewards, so let's take a rest for 2 days. After 2 days, you will need to enter the inner courtyard. At that time, there will be times when you will cry. Looking at Hugan's smiling appearance, Xiao Ming looked at each other and nodded slightly. By the way, I remind you again that newcomers want to not be bullied by those old men when they first enter the inner courtyard, unless your fists are harder than theirs. Of course, the students who can enter the inner courtyard are basically the best in the outer courtyard before, and their cultivation talents are not weak. Coupled with the unique training method of the inner courtyard, you newcomers want to catch up. It may be difficult to keep up with their progress. Hugon glanced over the 5 people and said slowly. Hearing this, the people next to Xiao Ming nodded noncommittally. Can become the top 5 people in the trials, who is not capable of it? Although they are not as perverted as Xiao Ming, they are always a lot stronger than others. So they are very confident. And Xiao Ming, he doesn't even care, if he wants to, he can kill in the inner courtyard in a short time. Seeing them nodding on their faces, they actually didn't care. Hugon shook his head with a smile and said, okay, if you have nothing to do, then go back. In 2 days, I will report here and bring you into the inner courtyard. Goodbye, Vice President. Looking at the few people exiting, Hugon sat on a chair and tapped his fingers slowly on the table. These little guys don't hit the wall and don't feel pain. When you enter the inner courtyard, you will know how difficult it is to survive there. There is never a shortage of geniuses. 2 days later, when Xiao Ming came alone to the study room of Vice President Hu Qian, the open space in front of Hu Qian's door was already full of many people. These people were scattered into many large and small groups, each laughing and talking in a low voice, and among these groups, the 4 people who went to the library with Xiao Ming that day were the largest. Xiao Ming's arrival made the lively space a little quieter. Except for a few people, most of them looked at Xiao Ming with envy and awe. Envy is naturally the envy of his talent, and the awe is the awe of his formidable strength. In the audition a few days ago, Xiao Ming's attitude towards everyone was a bit scary. I only knew about Xiao Mingkai before, but I didn't have an intuitive feeling. After I saw it in the trials, I had a more specific understanding of Xiao Ming's horror. And these understandings are just the tip of the iceberg, because the people in the trials have never been able to force them out. Every time I think about this, these proud people of Canaan Academy will feel like a waste. Even when he entered the inner courtyard, he felt a little down. Just as Xiao Ming, who was present, was looking around on the sidelines, several people came from the crowd, surrounded him, and greeted him. Zhe Hu, as a Xuanji tutor, has a very good teaching ability. In addition, he was lucky this time. In addition to Xiao Ming, several people in his class managed to rush to the top 50 this time. The people who greeted Xiao Ming are the same as Xiao Ming, students under Zhe Hu. Xiao Ming's popularity is not too bad, and he has never been domineering. Others are still willing to communicate with him. Therefore, it will not happen that Xiao Ming is alone and alone. Time is passing, Xiao Ming and his classmates are chatting without a word, and look around from time to time. Then he found that outside the open space at this time, many other students were gradually surrounded. It turns out that this is because, in the hearts of all the students in the outer courtyard, being able to enter the inner courtyard for cultivation is a very eye-catching honor. Countless people have been working hard in this direction since they entered the academy. Therefore, every year when the students who pass the trials enter the inner courtyard, many people come to see them often watch. Squeak. After all the students were waiting, the door of Hugon's study was finally opened. Hugon's old figure was revealed in it. Hugon's eyes slowly swept over the 50 students in the open space. After seeing that they were not absent, he nodded with satisfaction and stepped forward, first congratulating them loudly. Then he continued, the inner courtyard is the core of Canaan Academy. Due to its confidentiality, most of the students in the outer courtyard, including the tutors, do not know its exact location, so we will send you to a certain location, a place. Xiaoming heard the words and looked up at the blue sky in the distance, where 10 black shadows were flying over. After a while, the shadow gradually grew larger, and Xiaoming could see that it was 10 griffins that he was very familiar with. 10 griffins swept across the academy with huge shadows, and finally stopped in the sky above the open space in front of Hugin's study. As the wings swayed, the wind gusted, and the figures of some of the students below were swayed to the point of being unsteady. Hugin. Okay, it's time, classmates, go up, in groups of 5. Hearing Hugin's words, the students in the open space turned around immediately, and then swarmed into the open space, and then like fleas, they only heard the sound of instigation, these impatient guys are on the griffin. Wide back. The griffin feathers are a bit slippery, and only the existence of the big fighting master can stand firm. Many people slipped the soles of their feet and fell directly to eat shit. Fortunately, there are many seats on the backs of these griffins, and these people sat on them very consciously without Hugin reminding them. These little guys are quite current. Hugin nodded with satisfaction, then said to Xiaoming and Jiayan. Top 5, the 5 of you are on the same team, go up. One team for the top 5, the old tradition of Canaan College. Xiaoming was not surprised, the others were just stunned for a moment and nodded indifferently. A few people dodged and stood firmly on the griffin, in stark contrast to the wrestling students just now. After all, the students went up to the back of the griffin. Hugon and several elders of the outer dean also swept up in the air. Shoulders shook, and several pairs of gorgeous fighting chi wings extended from the back, the wings vibrated slightly, and the figure was suspended in the envy of the many eyes in the open space. This way, we will personally ***** you. Looking down at the open space below, Hugon smiled and waved his hand, and the person who was driving the griffin below made a whistle. Suddenly, the wings of the griffin suddenly shook, and the huge figure was, accompanied by left on the ground, the shadow became smaller, and slowly lifted into the air. Xiaoming, come on. If you perform well in the inner courtyard, you will have a vacation. Remember to come out and see me then. When the griffin beast took off, a voice suddenly came from below. Xiaoming looked down and saw that it was the little girl Hujia who was waving goodbye to him. Not only that, but he also saw Xiao Shan and instructor Zhehu, who were also looking up at a group of griffins that were getting higher and higher. Seeing Xiaoming, they also smiled and waved at him. This girl Hujia. Xiaoming smiled helplessly, but didn't say anything, just waved his hand in response. After leaving the outer courtyard of Canaan College, the flying beast convoy has been flying towards the depths of the mountain behind the college. In the depths of the mountains behind Canaan College is an endless forest. There are all kinds of monsters in it. For the formation of griffins above the sky, every once in a while, monsters with fierce aura rush out from the forest. Occasionally, there will be some flying monsters chasing after them. However, except for those who saw Hugin and the others who were sensible, these beasts were all slapped into blood mist by Hugin and them like mosquitoes. There are Hugin and them, so don't worry about safety. After more than an hour, the flight of the griffin formation finally stopped on a bottomless mountain stream. Chapter 67 Fire Hunting Competition. The freshmen glanced at the bottomless mountain stream under their feet, and then looked around. Found that apart from the endless green shade, let alone the inner courtyard, there is not a single person. What happened? Jiayan looked at each other for unknown reasons, and everyone looked puzzled. Drop. The fierceness in S eyes gradually subsided, and the tyrannical aura that had risen from Hugin's body also quietly retracted into his body. He waved his hand with a smile, and the 10 griffins spread their wings and slowly fell towards the opposite side of the mountain stream below. The griffin brought shadows and strong winds, and landed on the ground safely. Seeing Hugin's gesture of beckoning to them, the students jumped off the griffin one after another, appearing in a random manner in this open space, looking around, their faces dazed. Where is this? Is the inner courtyard right here? After fell to the ground, many people couldn't help asking questions. The inner courtyard, it's not so easy to get in. Hugon smiled lightly, and then under everyone's attention, he slowly walked about 10 steps forward, then stopped, and with a wave of his palm, a burst of energy shot out from his hand, and finally faced the space in front of him. Shoot away. Immediately, a strange scene emerged, and when the energy shot through an empty space, it caused waves like ripples. These ripples fluctuated rapidly, and the last light silver door, which was 7 or 8 feet tall, appeared out of thin air. Looking at the silver door that appeared strangely, everyone was shocked. Obviously, none of them thought that this seemingly ordinary place still hides such a mystery. The silver gate opened slowly with a crisp sound under everyone's attention. The scene behind the gate was the same dense forest as before, which seemed to be no different from the dense forest in front of him. "Follow me," waved his hand, and Wuxia took the lead in facing the silver door. After that, dozens of students followed with curiosity. All those who entered the silver gate disappeared out of thin air as if they had entered another space. After everyone, including 10 griffins, entered the silver gate, the gate slowly closed tightly. The last circle of silver energy ripples spread out, the silver gate gradually dissipated, and finally disappeared completely. At this moment, this area has changed into an extremely ordinary forest entrance. Stepping through the silver gate, Xiaoming only felt in a trance, his feet were on the ground. Glanced forward, but found that the scene in front of him was still the same as the previous forest. However, at this time, at the entrance of the forest, 2 old men and a few middle-aged men appeared unexpectedly. There were nearly 20 young people standing behind them. Xiaoming glanced over them and found that they were wearing badges with a tower-like pattern on their chests. "Old Hu, you are so punctual every time, how is the freshman this year?" At this time, one of the 2 old men, seeing the large group of people who came in, smiled at the leader Hu Gan. "It's almost the same as in previous years." Hu Gan smiled. "You 5 come here," waved to Xiaoming and the other 5, and seeing that they had come to his side, Wuxia pointed at the 2 old men and said, "These 2 are the elders of the inner courtyard. This is Elder Su and the other is Elder Qing. You can find them in the inner courtyard in the future." Knowing that the 5 people in front of them are the top 5 this time, the 2 elders swept their eyes over the 5 people, and finally stopped on Xiaoming, took a breath of cold air in astonishment, and said, "Hey, got the inner courtyard. Also made the top 5. Is this what you told us is similar to previous years?" "The overall situation is similar to previous years," Hu Gan explained with a smile. "He is Xiaoming, the disciple of Elder Huo, I think you should have heard of it. This person is so young, it seems that the inner courtyard is going to become interesting again." After Xiaoming came out, the young people standing behind the middle-aged people were also surprised, and the crowd was a little commotion. "Shut up, whoever bullshit, deducts 5 days of tower repair time." Elder Su turned around and scolded, and the crowd quieted down. He just turned around and said, "Xiaoming, the first genius of Canaan Academy. I have heard it before. If it wasn't for old man Huo to take him away first, I'm afraid the great elder could not help but go to the outer courtyard to take him as his apprentice. It's just that, at such a young age, Elder Huo is willing to let him compete with others in the fierce environment of the inner courtyard. Hehe, don't underestimate him, he just came back from the Black Corner domain alone." Hu Gan said with a smile. "Hey, that's really amazing." The 2 elders Su Qing were really shocked this time. It's not easy to come back from the Black Corner field alone, and Xiaoming is still so young. When they were as old as Xiaoming, they only knew how to play. Xiaoming is so powerful, no wonder old man Huo let him enter the inner courtyard. Listening to their conversation, Xiaoming, who was the object of their discussion, did not have any emotional ups and downs. He has been through too much of this situation. "Oh, not much nonsense, although you have already passed the trials and qualified to enter the inner court, but that's not over yet." Elder Su raised the palms of the freshman, and a large amount of pitch-black chips appeared in his hands. He threw it casually, and the chip shot out. Immediately, it seemed to have eyes, and it was suspended in front of everyone. Xiaoming and others reached out and held it in their hands. The chip started. Xiaoming suddenly felt a strange heat seeping out from it. He lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He found that there was a transparent mirror surface on top of the chip. On the mirror surface, a big red number was printed, 5. The technology level of Douchi continent is barely good. If you develop your heart, you can actually reach the level of the previous life. Although it can't be the same system, it is not a problem to create a unique system similar to magic technology that is suitable for Douchi continent. Yes, but it's a pity, the terror of personal force limits the development of technology. Looking at the fire card in his hand, Xiaoming thought to himself. The civilization of Doqi continent does not know how many thousands of years of history, nor how many millions of people there are. Technology has developed to this level. It cannot be said that it is slow. Turtles can climb faster than it. If the Earth civilization is given tens of thousands of years, except for them to play to their deaths, otherwise that level, to be honest, Xiaoming can't think of the specifics. Anyway, it is the technology of the mainland, and it will be widely used. The popularity of these technologies in Doqi continent is far less. These conveniences can only be enjoyed by the strong. There are also strength requirements to open a gold deposit card. It is no wonder that the development is slow. Expelling the thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming raised his eyes and saw the group of young people standing behind the middle-aged man. At this moment, their eyes were fiery, looking at the pitch-black chips in the hands of him and others. Unabashed covetousness. Because of some things, it's very troublesome to explain. You will naturally understand it later. However, you only need to know one thing now, and that is to keep the chips in your hands as lifelike goodness, until you enter the inner courtyard, will understand its importance to you. Of course, you may understand a little by looking at the eyes of these guys. Finally, Elder Su pointed at the group of young people and smiled. Next, you need to enter the forest, and then successfully reach the inner courtyard at the end of the forest. Elder Su still kept his fingers on the group of young people, and said lightly, and when you travel through this forest, be careful about them. According to the rules of the inner court, in this forest, they can shoot at will, that is to say, they can attack you. Xiaoming heard the words, carefully observed the strength of those young people, and finally showed a somewhat kind smile. Well, there is no one enemy. Remember, the number of words on the chip in your hands has a great temptation for them, so they will use all means except killing people to get the fire energy on your chip. This word, you will later it will feel very familiar and cute, and now, you have to avoid them or defeat them. As long as you don't get caught by them and reach the inner courtyard smoothly, then you will have the final reward. The sooner you arrive, the better the reward. Rich. Elder Su continued to speak, his fingers suddenly moved to the dark forest behind him. For this forest snatch, our inner courtyard calls it a fire hunting competition. Now, I announce that this year's fire power hunting competition has officially started. Classmates, start running away. Chapter 68. I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the dense forest, sporadic sunlight shone down from the gaps between the leaves, and the scattered light spots shone on the ground covered with dead leaves, setting off the whole forest into a slightly dreamy setting. In the quiet forest, footsteps suddenly sounded from far to near. After a while, 5 figures appeared slowly. When the figures fully appeared, it was obvious that these 5 people were Xiaoming and Xiao Yan. Elder Su said just now that whoever arrives first will be rewarded the most. What do you think of this? Buck, the tallest of the 5, with a face full of flesh, suddenly stopped and asked. Xiaoming heard the words, but gave him a light glance, but did not answer. Xiao Yan, who had a pretty face, noticed that there was something in his words, and asked with a frown, Buck, what do you mean by that? He, Buck means that we will be separated now, and everyone will compete for rewards according to their abilities. Today, wearing a red robe, the bright and moving Zhang Yanshu laughed. Buck made no objection, for that was what he thought. The people in this team, except for Xiaoming, are his strongest, with the strength of a 4-star fighting master, so he did not pay attention to the pursuit of the so-called old students who were the same age as him. What he is thinking about now is how to compete with Xiaoming for the title of first place. This is not because he has high self-esteem and looks down on Xiaoming. If it is a ring match, he will surrender immediately after being defeated by Xiaoming once, but now it is not a ring match, now it is an arrival match. He felt that he had some experience on how to sneak in the forest. He felt that this was something that Xiaoming, who was young and had low life experience, should not have, so he felt that his winning rate was very high, so he asked this question. And there is a very realistic problem, that is, if the 5 people are together, then the position of captain must be the strongest Xiaoming. Even if they arrive first together, the best reward might be for the captain. Although there is a possibility that everyone's reward will be the same, he does not want to bet on that possibility. He prefers to rely on his own strength to fight for it. If he is not as good as others and does not win the first place, he will admit it. Now Zhang Yanshu has made it clear that Yin Lu, another man in the top 5 in this competition, clapped his hands and said, since Buck has brought it up, it happens that I have the same intention, why don't we just disband on the spot? This, Jia Young was a little undecided, so he could only look at Xiao Ming, whom she was most familiar with. I have no opinion. Xiao Ming's expression was very indifferent. They all said so, what can he do? Of course, follow their intentions, anyway, there is nothing to lose. Hehe, since 4 of the 5 have already made up their minds, let's separate now. Goodbye everyone. As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, Zhang Yanshu gave everyone a charming smile and disappeared into the jungle. Everyone, goodbye. To be honest, I have a lot of experience with the way of stealth. Xiao Ming, although you are strong, you are not necessarily proficient in this way. I will definitely get this reward this time. I will go first. Yin Lu and Buck left one after another, and in the end only Jia Yun and Xiao Ming remained in place. Looking at Jia Yun, who stayed by his side and didn't want to leave, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Jia Yun, aren't you leaving? This, Jia Yun seemed to have something to say, but was silent for a while, and finally said, I originally wanted to form a team with you, but with your strength, I must be a burden to you, it's better to be alone. Xiao Ming, see you at the end. After saying that, Jia Yun waved his hand, and without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything, he entered the forest alone. Let's just leave, otherwise it will be really troublesome to wait. Standing still, Xiao Ming murmured, and then frowned, why are these old students moving so slowly, wait for them for a long time. Salsa. From the direction that Xiao Ming and the others came from, a few figures flashed out from the branches, and then a little tree trunk with a body like a monkey, finally fell not far behind Xiao Ming. This back, isn't this Xiao Ming? After landing, a man in blue clothes frowned as he looked at Xiao Ming with his back to them. Their team was in the inner courtyard last year, so I have a little impression of Xiao Ming, who has always been famous. And he happened to meet Xiao Ming, so at this moment he said Xiao Ming's name. You know me. Xiao Ming turned around in surprise when he heard this. Hehe, I met once in the outer courtyard before. The blue-robed youth laughed, and then asked suspiciously, what about the other people in your team? Oh, they're gone. The blue-robed youth was even more puzzled when he heard the words. So, you are the only one left here. Why are you standing here stupidly and not going together? I'm waiting for you. What? Don't understand. I mean, I've been waiting for you, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Ming said slowly, as if they were just a dish. Understood what Xiao Ming meant, the blue-robed youth was very displeased and snorted coldly. Arrogant, Xiao Ming, your talent is good, but you don't think you can beat the 5 of us by yourself. Just hand over the crystal card obediently, and you can avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Xiao Ming glanced at him and didn't say a word, but the meaning of what he revealed was obvious. If you want, you can get it yourself. Damn, let's go together. Although he was a little annoyed at Xiao Ming's attitude, the blue-robed youth did not say that he would fight him, but cautiously asked his brothers to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people behind him quickly gathered their fighting chi and swept to Xiao Ming together. Flaming palm, quote. Several attacks hit Xiao Ming at different places on his body, and the violent attacks caused a sonic boom. I'm about to get hit. A young man with a flat head saw that his attack was only a punch away from falling on Xiao Ming. He couldn't help smiling, and he couldn't help thinking to himself, what kind of genius. Just took it down. Be careful. Just as he was distracted, a blue-robed youth suddenly shouted after he was born. Before he could think about what to be careful of, he felt a strong wind rushing towards his chest. Huge pain spread from the chest. Exclamation mark. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 noises sounded almost at the same time, and then the 4 figures who had swept away at Xiao Mingshan flew back at a faster speed, flying over the head of the blue-robed youth, first hitting the tree heavily, causing the tree shook violently, and then slammed to the ground with the force of the shock. Puff. The blue-robed youth turned his head in horror and saw 4 mouthfuls of blood spurting out of his brothers' mouths, and they couldn't get up and could no longer fight. I defeated Tishan and the others who were about the same strength as me in an instant. What kind of realm is Xiao Ming? The blue-robed youth at this moment only had this thought. Swallowing his saliva, he turned to look at Xiao Ming, who was walking towards him, with a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao Ming Jr., just now we were blind and didn't know Taishan, and offended you. I'm here to accompany you, can I? Don't let us go. Yes. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Really? Blue-robed youth Road showed a surprised look, he thought he was going to be beaten. However, you have to hand over one thing. What? Hearing this, the blue-robed youth was a little uneasy, and the smile he had just revealed shrank back. It can't be that, it's impossible, he has been staying in the outer courtyard, it's impossible to know. Hand over the fire crystal card. Xiao Ming's words broke his luck, and the blue-robed youth was about to cry without tears. Damn, how did he know? Seeing the blue-robed youth with a sad face and no movement, Xiao Ming raised his brows. It seems that it takes a beating to be honest. Hey wait, I'll do it, don't do it. Seeing that Xiao Ming was about to do it, the blue-robed youth's face changed drastically, he struggled for a while, and finally sat down with a gloomy buttocks. A light blue fire crystal card was taken out and handed to Xiao Ming. After a while, Xiao Ming held the crystal card with the number changed to 102, with a smile on his face, and threw the 5 crystal cards in his hand back to the blue-robed youth. Xiao Ming said with a smile, "Thank you so much, goodbye. Who wants to see you again?" The blue-robed youth looked at his crystal card with only 7 days of fire energy left, and thought depressedly. Xiao Ming didn't care what they thought. After saying this, he turned around and left. For the next few days, Xiao Ming has been looking for a team of 5 veterans. Although these old students are experienced and cooperate well, few of them can catch Xiao Ming's punch. Even an old student with a level similar to Xiao Ming couldn't take Xiao Ming's tricks. In this case, Xiao Ming's harvest is very rich. And because there is a rule in the fire hunting competition, if the old team loses fire energy below 10 in the forest, then they lose the qualification to stay in the forest to participate in the hunting competition. You need to leave automatically. Xiao Ming doesn't have to be afraid of being chased and intercepted by the guys who were defeated by him. In this way, the ranks of the old students in the forest are dwindling. Controlling the power of Sanyan's ethereal seal, Xiao Ming knocked down the strongest of the last Beixia team to the ground, causing the freshmen who were hiding in the forest and afraid to show their faces to cry out in shock. He calmed down for a while, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the White Shot team members who were upside down. Xiao Ming first sighed that the White Shot team was really strong, then he walked up to the White Shot team captain and said, "Hand over your fire crystal card. Worthy of being the strongest freshman this year, really powerful." The defeated White Shot team leader said with difficulty, gushing out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Ming was about to continue. "No need, your skills are not as good as others, you are willing to bow down, and I will give you a crystal card." A light blue card flew towards Xiao Ming and grabbed it in his hand. Xiao Ming took out his crystal card and swiped, watching the number change from 1002 to 1003, with a satisfied smile on his face, as expected of a white man. The captain of the Shot team, a strong man with fighting spirit strength, is quite fat. "What about yours?" Xiao Ming said to the other 4 members of the Beixia team. Chapter 69. The hunting tournament is over. This is an open area full of rocks. The spread of the forest stops when it encounters the rocks. Therefore, the sunlight swaying down from the sky poured onto the ground unhindered in the slightest, making people feel warm all over. Not far behind the rocky area is a raised hillside, and there are also some irregular rocks scattered on the hillside. At this time, there are many people sitting or standing on and beside these rocks, and these people are not very old, about 24 or 5. However, although their robes are different, they all wear the same tower-shaped badge on their chests. Obviously, these students should be old students of the inner courtyard. On another part of the hillside, there is a platform made of boulders. On this platform, 2 old men are sitting. It turned out that when Xiao Ming and others saw Elder Su and Elder Qing when they entered the forest, there were a few calm middle-aged people sitting around them. Obviously, they should all be stewards of the inner courtyard. "Where's your crystal card?" Looking under the stone platform, the corners of the mouths of the 2 elders of Qing Su and several stewards also twitched at Xiao Ming, who asked for a crystal card from the 4x-shot team. This little guy Xiao Ming is really terrifying. He defeated the entire veteran team by himself. Although he was defeated by each team, it is enough to show his strength, especially the battle against the by-shot team. Demonstrate his strength to the fullest. Elder Su, who saw the whole process of Xiao Ming and the by-shot team in his eyes, looked at Xiao Ming under the stage and said, "Well, especially the way he made the seal, it can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. It should be a fighting skill of a different level. This level of fighting skill is not easy to practice, but he can send and receive freely, just like a master. I really don't know how this kid cultivated, he's too enchanting. Elder Qing next to him was also very surprised, but suddenly he said as if he remembered something. It's just that this competition is to let these freshmen understand the importance of unity. Xiao Ming's actions this time a little disrupted our arrangements. It's okay, the others don't have Xiao Ming's strength. Most of them have already played against Lao Sheng. Xiao Ming's influence is not big. Elder Su smiled and said not too worried. This guy named Xiao Ming is really strong, even the Beixia team can't beat him. You must know that the captain of the Beixia team Wu Dao is the strength of Do Ling. Seeing all the members of the White Shot team vomited blood and looked like they were powerless to fight again, some old students couldn't help but let out a sigh in their hearts. Originally, they heard that the old students who participated in the fire hunting competition said that when they were all defeated by a freshman, they were still very disdainful. Thinks that they are too weak to be defeated by one person. After all, the opposite is just a freshman. I heard that he is only 8 years old. Can this be lost? You are not bad and who is bad? It wasn't until they saw Xiao Ming's shot that they defeated Team Bai Sha that they understood why the veterans who participated in the fire energy hunting tournament this year lost so miserably. That vigorous skill, that resolute judgment, especially that not low level, is that something that an 8-year-old can have? When they were 8 years old, they were not enough to be beaten with one hand. This guy named Xiao Ming is so terrifying, don't mess with him in the future. Don't mention the thoughts of these bystanders. At Xiao Ming's urging, the 4 Bai Sha team looked at each other, then smiled bitterly, took out the fire crystal card from the Na ring and handed it to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming swiped all the fire energy in the Haojing card mercilessly into his own card, leaving only the bottom line fire energy for them. After this flip, his crystal card value also changed from 1300 to 1530. Looking at these fire energy, Xiao Ming was very happy, smiled and handed back a few crystal cards in his hand to the seniors of the White Shot team, and shook his head regretfully. You said you guys, just let me go over it just now, you have to block the road, it's good, it's not worth the loss. Xiao Ming is telling the truth. In fact, his harvest has already exceeded 1,000 in the past few days. If one fire a day at the top of the Tianfanqi Pagoda can be counted, he can stay in the Tianfanqi Pagoda for 3.5 years. Even if he goes to the lower level, these fire energy can be used for a long time. So he thinks that the fire can be spent, and he still doesn't want to spend too much effort on the last strong Bai Sha team. After all, there are fighting spirits in the team, so it is more difficult for him to clean up. I didn't expect that he didn't want to fight, but the other party didn't want to let him go, so he insisted on a few tricks and tried how much he had. No, Xiao Ming satisfied them, and the price was their fire energy, which can only be said to be self-inflicted. Seeing Xiao Ming pocketing the fire energy of Team Bai Sha, Elder Su in the stand stood up. Under the gazes of all eyes, Elder Su raised his head, and a soft voice rang out in this open space. This year's fire energy hunting competition, the freshman wins, all the little guys hiding in the forest come out. Elder Su's slightly old voice slowly reverberated, and soon in the forest opposite him, the trees swayed, and some figures came out one after another. Most of these newborns have scars on their faces, and some people walk with a limp. Xiao Ming also saw Guyan and Buck among these people. Jiayan seemed to be fine. Seeing Xiao Ming looking at her, he waved with a bright smile. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded in response. Buck was a bit miserable, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, as if he had been cleaned up badly. In fact, what Buck said before is not wrong. He is really proficient in stealth, but no matter how proficient he is, it will not help when he arrives at the White Shot team. They stay in the open space. He is proficient at stealth, not stealth. In the end, Buck, who couldn't think of a way, wanted to rush hard with his speed, which was naturally unsuccessful, and was cleaned up by the White Shot team. When all the new students came out, Elder Su's voice sounded again. As the winner of this fire energy hunting competition, Xiao Ming performed outstandingly and was rewarded with a green fire crystal card, plus 50 days of fire energy, and 3 days of fire energy for other new students. Oh, all the freshmen exclaimed, is there such a good thing? After all, they were rewarded for doing nothing for no reason, which is really pleasing. Weil was happy, he looked at Xiao Ming with a hint of gratitude. After all, if he hadn't defeated all the old students, they would not have been able to win. Elder Su knew that they didn't do anything. Originally, according to the previous process, these new students were not rewarded, and they would be taught a lesson by the old students. But Xiao Ming won all the old students, which means that the new students won. In this way, what he said before the hunting competition, the reward for reaching the finish line must also be honored. These people ran out together, and he didn't bother to count who came first, so he just gave everyone 3 days of fire energy, which wasn't much. Just like the fire energy that some of them were robbed, it could be considered to make up for their losses. Chapter 70 Final Admission to the Inner Hospital. Blue Fire Crystal Card. Different from the joy and rewards of the new students, the old students on the hillside couldn't help but feel a bit of an uproar when they heard the words that came out of Elder Su's mouth. Immediately, envious glances swept towards Xiao Ming in the field. Blue Fire Crystal Card, what is that? The performance of the old students aroused the curiosity of the new students. Hehe, in the inner courtyard, fire crystal cards are divided into 5 colors from low to high: black, blue, red, and purple. The black crystal card in your hands is the lowest level crystal card. This crystal card, only qualified to practice on the first and second floors of the Sky Burning Chi Tower, while the blue crystal card is on the third and fourth floors, so it is routinely pushed down. If you want to upgrade the crystal card, you need to pay fire energy in the inner courtyard. Generally speaking, to change from a black crystal card to a blue crystal card, you need to pay 100 days of fire energy. If the crystal card is replaced with a cyan crystal card, it will take 200 days of fire energy. Now Xiao Ming has received the blue fire crystal card reward, which is equivalent to saving 300 days of fire energy, which is not a small amount. Most of the inner courtyard veterans present are still using the blue crystal card. Seeing that the freshmen were puzzled, thinking that Xiao Ming might not know the concept of the cyan crystal card, Elder Su smiled and explained it. 300 days of fire energy. Hearing this number, the freshmen just understood why the eyes around them were filled with envy. Those old students who participated in the hunting competition hunted them in the forest for a few days of fire energy. And they only have 5 days of fire energy in their hands, and even if Lao Sheng defeated them, it would only be 3 days. But these 3 days of fire energy can make those happy. One can imagine how precious this fire energy is. The cyan crystal card is worth 300 fire energy, which should be regarded as a very good item. After thinking about it, the freshmen also showed envy. Xiao Ming is not like those freshmen. He is not surprised at all, because he has long known the purpose of the cyan crystal card. After Elder Su finished explaining, he flicked his hand, and a cyan crystal card appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the crystal card shot at Xiao Ming, and finally suspended in front of him. Your reward is already in it. You take the fire energy from the Sombra card, and then return the Sombra card to me. Hearing this, Xiao Ming swiftly followed suit, and after a while, handed the empty black crystal card to Elder Su. Took the black fire crystal card. Elder Su nodded slightly and said with a smile. Okay, other people's rewards will be found later. I will arrange for others to send them to you. Now that you have all passed the fire hunting competition, just enter the inner courtyard with me first. After, he turned around first, facing a gravel stair, and walked slowly towards the top of the hillside. I can finally enter that inner courtyard. It's not easy. Let's go, I can't wait to see what the inner chief looks like. Although most of the freshmen were severely beaten in the forest, they are now about to enter the inner courtyard of their hearts, and their excitement cannot be concealed. Scrambled to follow behind Elder Su and climbed up the stairs. The gravel stairs are not very high. In just a minute or two, Xiao Ming and the other freshmen climbed to the last floor, and then lifted their bodies and stood on the hillside. Their eyes swept away, and the sight that appeared in their field of vision made them slowly take a breath of the slightly cold air. Is this the inner courtyard? Muttered to himself, spit out from the mouths of the freshmen on the hillside. Behind the hillside, there is an extremely huge depression basin. Judging from the shape of this basin, it looks like a huge meteorite fell from the sky and smashed it out. In the basin, there are many towering buildings. Looking down, you can see black shadows like fleas constantly flicking and jumping above the buildings. The line of sight spreads forward, but it is found that the area of this basin is surprisingly large, and the line of sight reaches the end, but still can only see tall buildings and lush green. It is hard to imagine that in the endless mountain behind this Canaan Academy, there is still such a strange place hidden. Hehe, little guys, welcome to the heart of Canaan Academy, the inner courtyard. Looking at the shock on the faces of the freshmen with a smile, Elder Su clapped his hands and said with a smile. Okay, now that the hunting competition is over, all the freshmen will go back to the inner courtyard with me, settle you first, and then you will truly become a member of the inner courtyard. Believe me, as long as you can persevere here, and when you go out, you will feel that everything is worthwhile for your progress. After waiting for a while, the new students calmed down their excitement before Elder Su said slowly. All the new students nodded slightly. From those old students, they have been able to discover how great the benefits of practicing in this inner courtyard will be. Go, everyone follows. With a wave of S hand, Elder Su's figure turned into a blurred shadow and rushed towards the huge basin. After that, all the new students immediately moved their bodies, and immediately swooped down from the top of the hillside like locusts passing through the border. Suddenly, one after another excited screams hovered in the sky for a long time. Squeak. A wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of sunlight spread along the crack of the door, and finally formed a slender light on the ground. As the wooden door was fully pushed open, the light rapidly expanded, and then several silhouettes of different lengths pulled by the sunlight also walked in. The leading old man glanced over the wide small pavilion and said with a smile, Xiaoming, this is where the 5 of you will live from now on. 5 people live together. Hearing this, Zhang Yanshu, who was following behind, couldn't help but startled, and immediately said in a stunned voice. Elder Su, you won't let me and the 2 girls Jiayan live with the 3 men. Xiaoming's words are fine, but Buck and the 2. The words are not finished, but the meaning is obvious. That's right, Elder Su and Xiaoming, but it's not suitable for Buck and the 2 big men to live with us. Jia Yun also agreed. Apparently she also resisted this arrangement a bit, which was also impossible. Although they were both influential figures in Canaan Academy, they were not familiar with each other. During the fire hunting competition, they parted ways long ago and did not establish a revolutionary friendship, so they rashly lived under the same roof, so it's no wonder that girls would have opinions. Hehe, this pavilion is so big and there are many rooms, what are you afraid of? Elder Su smiled and shook his head indifferently, but although he didn't care, he still proposed a solution. Of course, if you really don't want to, you can go out and join a certain faction and live with them. Those forces in the inner courtyard all spend fire energy to rent a venue. With your top 5 new students this time, it's easy to join that faction. Chapter 71, Situation in the Inner Courtyard. Chapter 71 The Situation of the Inner Courtyard. Power. There are still these things in the inner courtyard, don't you all forbid it? Jiayan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Hehe, why ban? This kind of competitiveness is what we need in the inner court. If you want to avoid being bullied, you have to work hard to improve your strength, otherwise, nothing will be discussed. Respect for the strong is always the main theme of this world. We don't want to make the inner courtyard a carefree ivory tower, because in this environment, there is no real strong person. Elder Su said lightly. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words, it is in line with Canaan College's style of letting students experience the cruelty of society. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this style. After all, the Dochi continent was no better than the modern society, and the world here fully embodied the words of the weak and the strong. It is not uncommon for you to be caught on the road one day when you are suddenly caught as a slave. Students who are taught by gentle educational methods cannot adapt to this world. Therefore, for the sake of the students, Canaan Academy is very necessary to let the students experience a little bit of social cruelty in advance. It's no wonder that Canaan College is famous in the mainland. This teaching philosophy is advanced. Remind you, in the future you will be the people of the inner court, and you need to adapt to the situation where the old students divide their own power and territory. In this inner court, unless you are extremely powerful, it is not easy to mix with one person alone. The reason why you are allowed to live together is actually to let you form a team. In the hunting competition, you must have understood how strong a team can be in combat, right? When Xiaoming heard this, he turned his attention to Elder Su. Ahem, I mean the 4 of them. It seems that Xiaoming doesn't need to hold a group very much, he is the strong person in his mouth, Elder Su coughed and explained. Didn't take Elder Su's words to heart, Xiaoming just smiled indifferently. Elder Su, in fact, I think the team you said is strong in combat. This is very reasonable. After all, if those old students were not a team, it would take less effort for me to defeat them. These words are a bit suspicious of pretending to be X, but Xiaoming really thinks so. Of course, the premise is that the team must be very united, otherwise it will have negative effects. Jiayan looked at Xiaoming speechlessly, but didn't say anything. Because of the same separation, Xiaoming was able to defeat all the old students by himself, but they had a miserable life. They were chased and ran around, and the gap was very large. Elder Su heard the words, and Lao Wei said with relief, "Xiaoming, you can also understand. Starting today, I hope that the 5 of you will be a team that faces all difficulties together and will never give up. If you can do this, then life in this inner courtyard will be much easier. The strength of one person, no matter what, is not comparable to that of a team." This. Buck, Alu looked at each other hesitantly and said nothing. A tacit team is built when it is said that it is built. It is a bit false to say that it is a team that will never give up if they have not experienced difficulties together. Buck and these people are all powerful figures in the outer court, and naturally they don't want to say something that might not be completed. "Oh, that's all. Anyway, all the choices are in your own hands, you just don't regret it at that time." Their reaction made Elder Su sigh and did not force it. "Okay, it's getting late, you can pack up the house by yourself, and then rest for the night. From tomorrow, you can take a look in the inner courtyard at will. I'm sure you won't be disappointed here." "No training courses?" Zhang Yanshu asked hurriedly. "The inner courtyard doesn't need that kind of thing. As long as you have enough fire energy, you can enter the sky-burning Qi Tower, and cultivate there, which is more effective than any course." "Oh, yes, I almost forgot, the academy will organize students to enter the sky-burning gas tower once a week. If you want to talk about courses, then this should be counted. In addition, in the inner courtyard there are places such as the Dugong Hall, the Gongfa Pavilion, and so on. If you want to obtain the exercises or fighting skills, you can go there and have a look. Of course, this is also necessary to have enough on the premise that fire energy is exchanged. Compared with the outer court, the inner court is actually more free. If you feel that fire energy is not enough and your hands are itchy, you can go to the arena to earn fire energy. Of course, the premise is that you must have enough strength, otherwise, you can only lose everything." Xiaoming and the others nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. "If there is no problem, you can rest. If you have anything, you can come to me." Waved at Xiaoming and the others, Elder Su turned around and walked out of the door, and finally disappeared from the sight of Xiaoming and others. Watching Elder Su leave, Xiaoming clapped his hands and smiled at Jia Yun and the others. "Let's clean up the room, even if you want to leave this attic in the future. The speed will not be so fast, it will take some time to get familiar with the inner courtyard. During this time, I hope everyone can get along well and not make any unpleasant things." Jiayan and the others nodded, then dispersed, each looking for the room. In the early morning, the sun is shining. Xiaoming punched a set of punches in the attic hall, moved his muscles and bones, and saw Jiayan and several people walking downstairs. "Xiaoming, you are really diligent. I just experienced the continuous battle of the fire power hunting tournament. I thought you would have a good rest yesterday, but I didn't expect you to get up so early." Seeing that the person in the attic hall is Xiaoming, Jiayan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "I'm used to it." Stopped what he was doing, Xiaoming walked to the wooden chair and sat down, picked up a cup of tea that had been brewed long ago and drank it. This tea is strong in the mouth but not smeared. It's irritating and long-lasting. The most important thing is that the speed of the vindictive qi has sped up a bit. It's a good thing. Unfortunately, there are not many stocks in the teacher's place. Tea, Xiaoming thought to himself. In his previous life, Xiaoming liked to drink tea because of the influence of his family. And because of vindictiveness, some of the teas here have extraordinary effects. The type of tea he is drinking is called Huiyan tea, which has the effect of enhancing the circulation of fighting qi, and has the most significant effect on the fighter level. Just drink a little. Xiaoming, do you have any plans for today? Do you want to join some forces? Jia Yun sat on the chair next to Xiaoming, interrupting Xiaoming's thoughts. Plan, it should be to stroll around in the inner courtyard. There is no rush to join the forces. I want to see what the gas-burning tower looks like that day. Xiaoming has no intention of joining forces at all, and joining forces will inevitably be affected by rules and regulations. He never liked that. As for creating a faction by yourself, it looks like it is very troublesome. Xiao Ming also felt that this was not the case. So he plans to practice alone until graduation. Chapter 72 Tribute Fee. We also plan to do the same, but Elder Su said that today he will send a steward to send us the fire for the hunting competition, so we want to wait here for a while. Zhang Yanshu changed into a strong red outfit today, which was less gaudy and more capable. She followed Jiayan and sat on the other side of Xiao Ming, and a fragrance soaked into Xiao Ming's nose while she spoke. "Oh, are you planning to go together?" Xiao Ming was a little surprised when he heard the words. Why haven't we seen each other all night? The relationship between the two women seems to have improved a lot. Could it be that they have listened to Elder Su's words? The two of us plan to go together, and the two of us have taken care of them. As for Buck, their thoughts should be similar to ours, but they didn't say they would go shopping with us in the inner courtyard. No matter what happens to Buck and the others, do you want to wait for us to go together? Zhang Yanshu explained with a smile, and then asked back. Would you like to join them? Lowered his eyes, drank the remaining tea in the cup, put the cup on the table. Xiao Ming stood up. Forget it, who knows when the steward of the fire energy will arrive, I'll go first. Said, Xiao Ming waved to them and walked slowly towards the gate. Walking out of the pavilion is a tree-lined avenue, and on both sides of the avenue are the residences of other freshmen of this class. Of course, compared to the small pavilion of Xiao Ming and the other five, theirs are a little more primitive, so it seems that this kind of treatment is not for everyone. There was no sign of half the freshmen on the road at this time. Presumably, this fire energy hunting competition caused a lot of trouble for the freshmen, so the freshmen did not get up so early. Xiao Ming didn't pay much attention to whether there were people on the street. He tapped the ground with his toes and turned into a wisp of smoke, rushing towards the end of the avenue. After nearly 4 or 5 minutes, Xiao Ming, who was rushing fast, slowed down and looked up at the end of the road, where a group of people actually blocked the intersection. Looked at Xiao Ming and frowned. When he reached the exit of the avenue, Xiao Ming stopped and asked the 7 or 8 old students who were wearing tower badges on their chests. I don't know what you mean. Of course it's to receive the tribute fee. You boy, are you fast? A man in black, who looked rather naive, shouted at Xiao Ming very arrogantly, and his companion covered his mouth when he was halfway through shouting. This guy is talking nonsense. Xiao Ming, junior brother, let's go. You guys, hurry up and get out of the way. Oh, okay. The person who spoke seemed to be the leader of the group. Under his order, several old students hurriedly moved out of the way. Tribute fee. Xiao Ming glanced at the old student who answered him. Although he only said half of what he said, he still revealed an important piece of information, the tribute fee. The tribute fee Xiao Ming still knows a little bit. It is paid by the new students to the old students. This thing can be regarded as the tradition of Canaan Academy. This kind of tradition is not stipulated by the college. The college only encourages competition. This kind of thing should be said to be an unspoken rule that is encouraged by the college. Xiao Ming discovered early on, and he didn't know who started first. The old students in the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard liked to train the new students. After each freshman is trained by an old student, in order to balance the mentality, when he becomes an old student, he will also start with the next freshman, and the cycle repeats. When Xiao Ming was recruiting students in the outer courtyard of Canaan College, he was exposed to the sun for a while outside the tent. At that time, because he had no immediate interests to suffer, he didn't want to attract attention, and he didn't say anything about resistance. Even though Xiao Shan's muttering finally meant to reveal his hand, Jehu's mentor didn't give him a chance. But the tribute fee this time is different. If Lao Sheng dares to ask him for the so-called tribute fee, Xiao Ming will definitely swell their faces and tell them who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. He dared to grab the fire energy of 50 old students in the fire energy hunting competition. Can he suffer this grievance? Fortunately, these old students are quite smart. They didn't ask him to pay tribute, which saved him a lot of time. This made Xiao Ming nod his head, very satisfied with their attitude. Didn't say anything to these old students who were about to block the door. Xiao Ming pointed his toes, quickly passed through them, and walked away. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, the black-clothed man who looked a little silly opened his companion's hand and asked very puzzled. Why let that kid leave? Brother Lei Yun didn't say that, every freshman must pay tribute. Although this person can enter the inner courtyard at such a young age, his talent is good, but his strength should not be high, and he is also at the bottom. Come in, our big fighting masters are afraid of what he will do. The bottom one came in. That's because you weren't here yesterday. You didn't see the ***** scene where Xiao Ming beat Wu Dao and the others by himself, otherwise you wouldn't say such a thing. The leader said speechlessly. He defeated Wu Dao. Hearing this, the black-clothed man was a little unbelievable. Wu Dao was a fighting spirit, and he could also be ranked in the upper middle and upper reaches of the entire inner courtyard. He was defeated by a child who was more than 10 years younger than them. He can't accept it. Oh, he not only defeated Wu Dao, but also robbed all the Huo Neng of the team participating in the Huo Neng hunting competition. The method is really cruel. Now you know why I asked you to make way for him just now. Got it. Heiqing was speechless. This is Xiaoming Xinsheng, who can defeat Wu Dao, plus Wu Dao's teammates, no wonder he wanted to make way for him just now. If this doesn't give way, they may not be enough to fight. Other old students who didn't know Xiao Ming's situation heard this and put Xiao Ming in a position not to be provoked. Xiao Ming, who walked out of the new student area, casually grabbed an old student to ask for directions. Although the other party was a little surprised at his age, he still told him the exact location of the Tianshan Qi Tower. Knowing the exact location, thinking of the scale of the inner courtyard he saw on the hillside yesterday, Xiao Ming got up and rushed north. The area of the inner courtyard was not beyond Xiao Ming's expectations, it was very large. He stretched out his body and ran wildly for nearly half an hour, but he still did not reach the limit of the inner courtyard. During this half-hour journey, Xiao Ming saw the atmosphere of the inner courtyard. On the way, he actually saw more than 20 battle circles that were sparring with each other. Outside these circles, there are also many people watching, and it is normal to be conspicuous. This can't help but make Xiao Ming feel a little emotional. The atmosphere of the inner court is really sturdy. Although this kind of frequent sparring is not forbidden in the outer court, unless there is hatred, few people will find other people to discuss. After sighing, Xiao Ming quickened his pace. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Xiao Ming found that there were more and more people on his way to the north. These people in the same direction as him, one by one, exerted their speed to the extreme, and above the woods on both sides, the silhouettes of people constantly passing by and the sound of the wind breaking through. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming was overjoyed. This inner courtyard is outrageously large. He even ran for nearly 50 minutes with his fighting skills. Now he has arrived. Chapter 73 Sky Burning Gas Tower. Xiao Ming, who was rushing, finally stopped in an open space. At this moment, there were a large number of noisy students in front of him. Is this person a little too much? Looking at this black ant-like team, Xiao Ming couldn't help but look helpless. The gas-burning tower is so popular today that so many people can't see what's inside. Is it possible to squeeze in again? Or do you have to queue up here honestly? Xiao Ming just thought of it when he heard a large number of breaking winds, sounding from not far behind. Turned his head and found that nearly dozens of figures were flashing from a distance. The speed of these people is extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, the silhouettes of people flashed randomly on the branches of several big trees on the side of the road. After watching these people for a while, they each flew straight down, and a large number of figures swooped down from the sky, and finally rushed directly to the front of the black team. Xiao Ming, who saw this scene, couldn't help but say, "Let's just squeeze in, there are more and more people." Then stepped into the crowd. "Hey, who is it? Damn it, why are you so powerful?" With his extraordinary physical strength, Xiao Ming finally squeezed to the front of the crowd with ease. Finally stopped in a clearing. Without the obstruction of the crowd, first of all, what appeared in Xiao Ming's line of sight was a sunken terrain. In the sunken ground, an extremely huge black tower was buried deep in the ground, but only a section of the spire was exposed on the ground, and a dark entrance. This is the sky-burning Qi Tower, and the fallen heart flame is inside. Xiao Ming carefully swept over the tower on the first floor above the ground, and suddenly found that the space around the tower seemed to be slightly twisted and wrinkled. Space lock. Canaan College has really worked hard for the fallen heart flame. This kind of space lock can not only lock the aura of the fallen heart flame and prevent it from being coveted by others, but also suppress the riot of the fallen heart flame. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. It's just that the space lock's suppression of the fallen heart flame is getting lower and lower, and I don't know how powerful the fallen heart flame fire spirit is. The falling heart flame must contain a lot of energy. If he swallows the source of the falling heart flame now, maybe he can try to attack the Do King. And the spirit in his body may also undergo qualitative changes due to swallowing this fire spirit, which obviously has some wisdom. Well, this kind of thing can only be thought about. Even if he is the apprentice of the head of the alchemy department, and a third-grade pharmacist certified by the alchemy department of Canaan College, he can be regarded as his own person in Canaan College. In this capacity, he ran to the elder Su Qianda and said that there are 2 strange fires in the ground. Give me these big ones, and he can't believe it. So Xiaoming can only drool at the fallen heart now. After the strength has improved, I will look for an opportunity to swallow this strange fire. However, the increase in strength may not be so obvious by then, including Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire is swallowed up by Xiaoming now. I am afraid that it can increase a few stars for a long time. Not so good either. If it wasn't because he didn't have the strength of a high-star fighting king, he dared to enter the depths of the magma, or if he was uncomfortable with himself, Xiaoming could now take a leave of absence and return to the overweight empire to find a strange fire. Xiaoming's attention has been on the sky-burning Qi Tower. Because he is too young, his arrival has attracted the attention of many people. Who is this kid? Could it be a genius brought in by an elder? This age is too young. Shouldn't he go to the outer courtyard, and come in when his strength is mentioned as a fighting master? I don't know, maybe it's the grandson of an elder. Don't talk nonsense, he is the champion of this year's freshman, the ruthless man who counterattacked 50 old students in the fire hunting competition. Quote exclamation mark quote. Some of these people know Xiaoming, and some do not know Xiaoming. Under the introduction of those who had seen Xiaoming's strength, those who didn't know Xiaoming quickly understood Xiaoming's record, and then they looked at Xiaoming with surprise and fear. In addition to being surprised, some people showed inexplicable expressions. Grab the fire energy of 50 old students, how rich is Xiaoming now? Xiaoming's brows couldn't help wrinkling when he noticed the various gazes coming from around him. Immediately stretched out again. This kind of sight he was used to in the outer courtyard, and he didn't need to care. Time is passing bit by bit while waiting. Boom. Suddenly an ancient bell rang out in this area, and as the bell rang, the noisy sound on the field suddenly stopped. Open the tower. Zhang Yin fell, and an old voice seemed to come from the tower. Not long after the old voice fell, I saw that the closed dark door was slowly opening with a squeak, and a faint fiery breath penetrated, causing the temperature of the world to rise slightly. Enter the tower. The old voice sounded again, only to hear the sound of breaking wind, and one after another silhouettes shot towards the tower gate overwhelmingly. Xiaoming stood behind a person, raised his footsteps, and immediately stepped heavily into the darkness behind the door. Just as Xiaoming's feet landed on the ground after the tower gate, his body suddenly solidified, his face was as white as charcoal, and there was a faint white mist, with a chi-chi sound like a barbecue, from his penetrated from the body. Xiaoming stood at the entrance of the tower and did not move. Some old students who had planned to enter from the back were not surprised to see this scene, but some schadenfreude laughed and said, new students entering the inner courtyard for the first time, enter for the first time. Tianfen Lianqi Tower, dare not take any precautions, deserve it. I heard that he can grab the fire energy of 50 old students, and his strength must be good. I don't know how long he can last under the fire of his heart. It seems that these people have long known that Xiaoming will encounter this situation after entering, but they deliberately did not say it. The purpose is to see Xiaoming making a fool of himself. However, it is not a good thing to see Xiaoming make a fool of himself and make a fool of himself, and it is not a good thing to kill someone, someone soon said. Go and inform the elders in the tower. It is the first time to enter the sky-burning gas tower. If there is no elder's action, I am afraid that he will be directly burned into coke from the inside out. This is the falling heart flame. Xiaoming was immersed in his body, looking at the strange flame that suddenly appeared from his body inexplicably. This cluster of flames is so strange that it is out of common sense. There is no other reason, just because this cluster of flames is shapeless. Since this cluster of invisible flames appeared, the high temperature emanating from it caused Xiaoming's meridians, bones, muscles and other organs to start to feel a little tingling. Xiaoming knew that this was a precursor to being burned by high temperature. If it continued like this, it would not be long before the meridians in his body, etc., would lose their function under this ***** flame. And once the meridians lose their function, then for a person who cultivates vindictiveness, it will undoubtedly be the result of becoming a waste. The situation is very critical, but Xiao Ming is not panic at all, because he knows the solution. Chapter 74 Fire Python. The solution is very simple, you only need to control your own vindictiveness and pass through this ray of fallen heart flames. Falling heart flame will refine and solidify the fighting chi. This process will consume the energy of the heart flame. As long as enough fighting chi is passed, the heart flame will disappear immediately. However, Xiao Ming did not do this. Because he has a quicker way. S mind moved, and ordered the spirit in the cyclone to quickly rush to the side of this heart inflammation, and suddenly sucked. This so-called invisible and intangible fallen heart inflammation was swallowed into the spirit body. Feeling that the spirit after swallowing the fallen heart flame and sub-yan did not seem to get any growth, Xiao Ming was a little disappointed. Sure enough, even if this fenyan is indeed the fenfire of fallen heart flame, but the energy contained in it is too small, it has no effect on a spirit that has swallowed a different fire. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. In the softly lit ancient pagoda, Xiao Ming's movements were discovered by the students who had been surrounding him and whispering to each other. Hey, he didn't have it for a minute, why did he open his eyes? He won't be the one who regained his sobriety from the fire of his heart. Ignoring these surprised students, Xiao Ming stepped directly into the depths of the tower. Get out of the way, Elder Lu is here. Shortly after Xiao Ming left, a screeching voice suddenly sounded outside the crowd. Immediately, a trail was quickly divided. In this sky-burning gas tower, the elders in each tower have the highest status. Whoever offends them here will have no good fruit to eat. If you take advantage of your position to stumble you will have to cry without tears. Following the separation of the crowd, a plainly dressed old man walked in slowly, his smiling eyes swept across the field, but did not find the so-called newborn. This made him frown, thinking he was being tricked. But he was not in a hurry and said to the student who called him over. What's the situation? What about the newborn in your mouth that was burned by the fire? This, I don't know. The student saw that Xiao Ming had disappeared at the entrance, and was a little dumbfounded. How could he know where the new student went? He was there just now. At this time, someone next to him helped him out. Elder Lu, the new student has already entered the tower. Entered the tower? Elder Lu was puzzled, isn't he a freshman? How did he break free from the tempering of his heart? Could it be that he knows how to use up his heart fire, but he doesn't consume heart fire so fast, it takes at least 10 minutes. In doubt, Elder Lu asked again, how long has he been at the door? Xiao Ming stay for a minute or so. 1 minute, wait, that freshman is Xiao Ming. Yes, I watched him in Wu Dao's duel yesterday, and I won't admit my mistake. Is there any problem? No problem, this kid has always been perverted. If it were him, it would not be impossible to break free. Elder Lu said with a chuckle. The elders of Canaan Academy, looking at their white hair and white beard, knew that they should have been in Canaan Academy for many years. There are only so many elders in the inner and outer courtyards, and everyone actually knows each other. Xiao Ming's teacher, Elder Huo, is also the head of the alchemy department, a 5th-grade pharmacist. Therefore, Elder Lu naturally knew Elder Huo. In addition, Xiao Ming Wo can hunt an ***** all the old students. Xiao Ming's name has long been known. This was the first time I went to this heavenly incineration gas tower, which was buried deep in the ground and only exposed a section of the spire. The area inside the tower was a little more spacious than Xiao Ming expected. Following this journey, Xiao Ming discovered that the space inside the tower on the first floor alone is enough for 500 people to practice at the same time. In the space inside the tower distributed in a circle, there are training rooms of different sizes, but most of these training rooms are already occupied by people at this time. And above the door of these rooms, there are some small red signs, but the words written on the signs are not the same. Xiao Ming stopped and looked at it. It turned out that these small red signs were written with 3 types of words representing the 3 levels: high level, intermediate level, and low level. Come to think of it, the level of the training room in the Tianshan Qi Tower is different. As he walked slowly from east to south, Xiao Ming found that all the advanced training rooms were close to the center of the tower, and around them, there were intermediate training rooms and lower-level training rooms. Looking at these training rooms, Xiao Ming secretly said, the cost of fire energy on the first floor is the same, but the academy divides the level of training rooms here. Fight. Walking around, Xiao Ming's footsteps suddenly stopped because he found that he had reached the center of the tower. Is this a fire well leading to the ground? Staring at the bottomless black hole that appeared in front of him, Xiao Ming thought for a while, and it seemed that there was no one around. Curious, he slowly took 2 steps forward, came to the edge of the black hole, and glanced down carefully. The pitch-dark darkness spread to the end of the line of sight. The eerie darkness with almost no light makes people feel a little dizzy. You can't see anything. That's right, Fallen Heart Flame is invisible and intangible. It's really impossible to see with the naked eye. Maybe you should try it with a different fire. Xiao Ming's eyes stared at the deep darkness. After a long while, the red flames in his body surged into his eyes. Suddenly, the dark pupils turned into dark red pupils. As the flames rushed to the pupils, the endless darkness below began to fade away strangely. However, just when the darkness was getting lighter and darker, Xiao Ming's field of vision was no longer a void. Under the gaze of the pair of red eyes, in the endless darkness, there was a huge invisible fire python that was about 10 meters thick, but didn't know how long it was. Huomeng seemed to have sensed Xiao Ming's gaze, and as soon as he raised his head, his eyes bigger than the lantern met Xiao Ming's. Oops, curiosity shouldn't be so heavy, this seems to be in trouble. Realizing that something was wrong, Xiao Ming dodged and retreated to a dozen meters away. Just as Xiao Ming backed away, the invisible huge fire python appeared at the mouth of Haojing. The whole body of the fire python was wrapped in some twisted flames, its huge mouth was wide open, and its fangs, which were as thick as adult thighs, waved in twisted waves. A pair of huge triangular eyes, with invisible fire constantly spewing out of them. Feeling the intensity of the flames on the fire python's body, Xiao Ming felt that even a strong Duhuang might have to be instantly transformed into a powerful person if he was touched by him. Ash! The fire python burst out of the darkness with an angry roar, but just as it was about to reach a position 5 meters above the pitch-black hole, the surrounding space violently fluctuated. With the help of myriad beast spirit fire, Xiao Ming was able to faintly discover that at this moment, the space around the black hole was extremely strangely distorted to build a space cage. And the invisible fire python, although it was powerful, when it hit the cage in that space, it only caused the cage to fluctuate for a while, and then it had no other effect. Discovering that there is no hope for a breakthrough, the fire python could not help but become a little crazy, and the invisible flame spewed out from the giant mouth, constantly burning the space cage, but unfortunately, the space cage was still standing firmly. After frantically struggling for a long time, the invisible fire python was finally exhausted. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar full of rage, and then the space was constantly distorted, and the fire python became invisible again, facing the dark deep hole. Drilled back. As the fire python disappeared, the space cage gradually faded until it finally disappeared. This fire spirit that has fallen from the heart is really violent. If you don't have the strength of Do Huang, don't pay attention to him. Xiao Yan died once when he swallowed it. He can be resurrected, but I don't have the ability. Wipe the sweat from his head, Xiao Ming secretly said. Child, what are you doing here? A crisp and tender little girl's voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Ming. Listening to the size of the sound, the person should be 2 or 3 meters behind Xiao Ming. Chapter 75. Ziyan wants to accept a younger brother. The sudden voice behind shocked Xiao Ming, who was immersed in the violent attitude of the fallen heart flame and fire spirit just now. For a while, he didn't even notice anything special about this voice. When did this person approach me? I didn't notice the slightest bit of it with my soul power perception. Xiao Ming's soul perception has always been strong, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Surprised, Xiao Ming turned around like an electric shock, and looked behind him with a bit of horror. When Xiao Ming saw the owner of the voice beside him, the horror on his face disappeared, replaced by a stunned look. The one who appeared behind him was a little girl in white, who was a little taller than him. The little girl seemed to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, with long lilac hair that went straight to her waist. Her cheeks were extremely white and tender, like pink and jade carvings. It looked extremely, and a pair of black water spirit eyes blinked at Xiao Ming, as if there was a magic power, which made Xiao Ming feel calm. Growing up like this in the inner courtyard, he can still approach him within 3 meters without being discovered by him. Who else besides Ziyan? However, being able to meet her so early was really unexpected to Xiao Ming. Child, Where are you doing? Seeing that Xiaoming didn't answer her own words, but stared at herself, Ziyan asked again. Child. Hearing Ziyan's name, Xiaoming's face became weird and repeated softly. Although his body is indeed a real child, since his talent was revealed, few people have called him that in person. Ziyan's body doesn't look much older than him, and according to her mental age, he is much bigger than her. Being called by Ziyan like this, Xiaoming always had a strange feeling in his heart. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Whenever the word, child, is called out, Xiaoming always feels that he sees a kind of excitement in her eyes. Yes, who else is here besides you? Hurry up and tell me what are you doing here? Ziyan heard Xiaoming's whisper and hummed. I didn't do anything. Seeing that Ziyan was so persistent in asking him why he was here, Xiaoming blinked and chose to speak nonsense with his eyes open. You can't lie to me, you let out that big guy just now, right? HMPH, I've seen all your actions. I saw you and asked. And my name is Xiaoming, don't call me a child. Hearing this, Xiaoming rolled his eyes speechlessly. You are so big, of course a child. Although Ziyan seemed to be obsessed with this word, she did not continue to say it. Looking at your appearance, you should be someone who just entered the sky to burn the gas tower. I don't know that it is not allowed to approach here. Promise me one thing, and I will not tell the elders about it. What's the matter? Xiaoming asked curiously, although he knew that telling the elder about the probability was just to scare him. Be my little brother. ? There are several question marks on Xiaoming's head. Why is it inexplicable to accept him as a younger brother? It seems that this approach is not good for her. What is her motive? Seems to know Xiaoming's confusion, Ziyan said immediately. I think you have this kind of strength at your age, and you have the aura of a monster on your body. It must be a monster that has swallowed the shape-shifting grass. Although I don't know why your aura is so weak, if you follow me, I can cover you in the inner courtyard. Said Ziyan and waved her arms proudly. The breath of monsters. Xiaoming glanced at her suspiciously. The aura of beasts should not be referring to the fire of all beasts. The spirit fire of all beasts is a flame condensed from the blood of all beasts and the souls of all beasts. It does emit an aura similar to that of beasts. It should have been caught by Ziyan when he mobilized the spirit fire of all beasts. Yan has never seen myriad beast spirit fire, so it's normal to get confused in a short time. Because of this breath, Ziyan regarded him as a monster that swallowed the shape-shifting grass like her, so she wanted to accept him as her little brother. In fact, it's similar to what Xiaoming thought. Since Ziyan was brought into the inner courtyard by the elder Su Qian, she was surrounded by humans. Because of Ziyan's behavior, all the students were very afraid of her, and they gave her a play the title of Brute Force King, so Ziyan doesn't like to communicate with the students in the inner courtyard, and has no friends. The monsters in the forest outside, Ziyan is often bullied by those guys before she transforms, and she often goes to grab the genius treasures guarded by other monsters, so the relationship is not good. After the elders adopted her, because she had no experience in raising children, she was basically in a state of stocking up on Ziyan. All these caused Ziyan to have no one to communicate with and was very lonely. Now, suddenly, I met a person who was suspected to be in a similar situation to her, and her interest was immediately raised, so Xuanwei proposed to take Xiaoming as her younger brother. Ziyan wanted to accept her younger brother, but Xiaoming didn't want to be her younger brother. When he wanted to understand, he immediately refused and said, I don't want it, I'm not a monster. You are not a monster, so why do you have the aura of a monster in your body? Hey, why is it suddenly gone? Ziyan just wanted to refute, but suddenly found that the aura she had just captured had disappeared. Hurried to Xiaoming's side and smelled it with his nose. Really gone. Ziyan was a little disappointed, just about to say something, an old voice sounded from the side. What are you two doing here? The center of the tower is not allowed to approach. Xiaoming and Ziyan turned their heads together and found that it was an old man with white hair and white beard who was looking at the two of them. This person was the Elder Lu just now. Was discovered. Although Xiaoming did not know the name of Elder Lu, he also knew that this should be the elder responsible for guarding the tower. Immediately offered to apologize. I'm sorry, this elder, my name is Xiaoming, this year's freshman, and I don't know the rules in the tower. Feeling that I failed in my judgment, Ziyan was in a bad mood, and now Elder Lu said this again. Suddenly grinned and said, "You old man is talking too much nonsense, shout again, be careful I'll hit you." Originally satisfied with Xiao Ming's attitude of admitting his mistake, Elder Lu, who wanted to say something to him, could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth when she heard what she said. Although she was very angry, Elder Lu, who had long recognized Xian's terror, did not want to irritate her. Can only say in a slow voice, "There's nothing natural here, what are you doing here, auntie? Can I just stroll around?" Although Xiao Ming said that he was not a monster and didn't want to be her younger brother, Xian didn't say what she just saw. After saying this, Xian turned around and left, dragging Xiao Ming who was beside her by the way. This strength is worthy of being a Taishu ancient dragon. Being pulled by Xian, Xiao Ming tried to resist, but it seemed to have no effect on her at all. In the end, you can only leave the center of the first floor of the tower with Xian in the eyes of Elder Lu and your kid. Chapter 76. It's better to be friends. What do you want? Xiao Ming looked at the little girl in white in front of him helplessly. After leaving the center of the tower just now, he originally thought that Xian would let him go, but he didn't expect people to grab his arm directly, without any intention of letting go. With Xian's physical strength, even if Xiao Ming's Yongling Ju has tempered his physical body to the point where it is comparable to the third-order top-level monster, it is not enough. So, in desperation, Xiao Ming had to ask her intentions. "You said that you are not a demon beast, so why is your physical strength so strong? Do you have something to hide your breath, and you are lying to me now?" Xian stared at Xiao Ming and asked dissatisfied. When she pulled Xiao Ming just now, it was impossible for her to not notice Xiao Ming's resistance. She noticed that although Xiao Ming's physical strength was far inferior to hers, he was already stronger than many Tier 3 monsters with weaker physical bodies. How could the human body be so strong at such a young age? Are you trying to lie to me? No way, I have accepted your little brother today. Xian thought quite proudly in her heart. Xiao Ming looked at his eyes with a smug smile. Xian, who looked like your lie had been exposed by me, didn't know what to say. Is it difficult to directly transfer the fire of all beasts to prove it? However, there will be mutual induction between different fires. I just woke up the fallen heart flame, and now it is coming again, it seems a little bad. Thinking of the end, Xiao Ming could only sigh and said helplessly, "Even if you are right, I am a monster, I can't be your little brother." In Xian's eyes, Xiao Ming is just a child younger than himself, but at this moment, he looks like an adult can't do anything to a child. She had been brought into the position of eldest sister early, and she felt that her majesty was being challenged. She put on a serious look. "Okay, you finally admit that you are a Warcraft. Whoever has the biggest fist in the world of Warcraft is the eldest brother. HMPH, if you don't listen to me, I will eat you." At this moment, Xian looked very serious, as if she would really eat Xiao Ming, but looking at her small body similar to his own, Xiao Ming wanted to laugh. Fortunately, he held back in the end, coughed lightly, and Xiao Ming said, "Actually, we can be friends, there is no need to be a big sister or a little brother. Let's take a step back. I know that Warcraft will eat medicinal herbs to increase their strength, but the medicinal herbs are bitter and astringent, very unpalatable. I can help you make those medicinal materials into delicious pills. In exchange, you can cover me in the inner courtyard, can you see?" At this time, Xiao Ming did not explain whether he was a human or a demon beast. As long as Xian agreed, she would find out that he was human before long. You can really make herbs into delicious pills. It's not the herbs you want to deceive me, can you eat them yourself? Xian was a little skeptical, but she was very moved by Xiao Ming's proposal. She had already had enough of the weird taste of those medicinal herbs, but in order to improve her strength and grow up quickly, she had to eat those things. The plan proposed by Xiao Ming now is too tempting for her. After struggling for a while between one more younger brother and the pills that make the medicinal herbs delicious, in the end, Xian still prefers to make the medicinal herbs more delicious. Then do as you said, but if you don't know how to refine or the refined medicine is not tasty, you still want to be my little brother. Knowing how to make medicine basically means that he is a pharmacist. In this case, Xian doesn't seem to give up her plan to accept him as a younger brother. Xiao Ming doesn't know what Xian thinks. But he still agreed. Although refining medicinal pills is extremely tedious work, if you only refine one medicinal material into a pill shape and add a little something to make it delicious, it will not cost much at all. effort. Xian finally left. She said that she would look for medicinal herbs and come back tomorrow to find Xiao Minglian's delicious pills. Xiaoming didn't know whether she went to the medicinal materials management warehouse to get the medicinal materials, or planned to go to the deep mountains and old forests to find them. But judging from her affirmative tone that she would definitely come to him tomorrow, Xiaoming noticed a clue, and the probability is the former. Observed a moment of silence for the elder who was in charge of the medicinal material warehouse. Xiaoming put this matter behind him and wandered around the sky-burning Qi Tower again. This time, Xiaoming didn't wander around, but wanted to find a room and try the effect of the sky-burning gas tower. After walking around the first floor, Xiaoming found that the advanced training room had been occupied. In this case, Xiaoming randomly found a hapless child who occupied the advanced single-person training room. After a friendly discussion, Xiaoming obtained the right to use his training room. Under the awe-inspiring eyes of the onlookers, Xiaoming stepped into the room he won. Where the soles of his feet landed, a faint cold air climbed up from the slate along the soles of his feet, making Xiaoming feel cool all over his body. Speaking of which, I didn't notice it just now. It seems that the gas smelting tower is made of cold-type material. It can last for so long under the burning of the mature body's abnormal fire. Even with the maintenance of a large formation, this material is very good. Extraordinary. Fingertips ran across the wall, feeling the coldness of fingertips that was completely different from the hot air, and a thought flashed quickly. He then closed the door that he opened when he came in. Xiaoming carefully looked at the environment of the training room. This training room is for single-person training. In the center of the training room, there is a black stone platform that can only accommodate 2 people sitting on the ground. The platform is about 2 inches above the ground. The black stone area in the center should be the place for cultivation. This protruding groove should be where the fire crystal card is inserted. Walking to the black stone platform, Xiaoming carefully touched the black platform with his palm, and a touch of warmth came from his fingertips. Under this strange warmth, it seemed that the speed of Do Qi in his body became a little more active. Without wasting time, Xiaoming jumped up and he sat cross-legged in the stone platform. Feeling the increasing warmth, Xiaoming let out a long sigh, flicked his fingers, and a cyan fire crystal card appeared in the palm of his hand. Flicked it at will, and only heard a slight click, and the cyan crystal card was inserted into the card slot accurately. A faint ray of light shot out from the groove, and with the appearance of the ray of light, Xiaoming clearly saw that the number on his azure fire crystal card immediately decreased by 1. Obviously, this should be a deduction of the cost of 1 day's cultivation, which is a fire energy. Shortly after the fire energy was deducted, Xiaoming slowly closed his eyes and formed a cultivation seal with his hands. In the lonely and peaceful mind, there is only the sound of a long and steady heartbeat, which echoes slowly. After entering the cultivation state, Xiaoming's sense of the energy between the surrounding heaven and earth became more and more sensitive, and he could feel the staggeringly rich and fiery energy in this cultivation room. Those who cultivate in such places, those who practice fire attribute exercises, will undoubtedly achieve more remarkable results than others. PFF'd. The mind became more and more peaceful. Suddenly, a low and subtle voice sounded, and a cluster of seemingly invisible, but strangely fluctuating flames appeared without warning not far from Xiaoming's heart. See when the heat slowly radiated, and the inside of Xiaoming's body was steaming hot. Xiaoming stared at the flames. The current cluster is undoubtedly more vigorous than the flames he encountered at the door before. I think it should be because of this advanced training room. This time, Xiaoming didn't let Ling out. Ling swallowed this kind of fire and couldn't grow, and swallowed it was just a waste of time. Chapter 77 Flying Cloud Wings. Xiaoming's mind moved, and the diamond-shaped Dujing located in the cyclone suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, a stream of tyrannical fighting qi swarmed out from it like a floodgate. Do Qi revolved rapidly in the meridians, and finally, under the guidance of Xiaoming's mind, he came to the place where the high-temperature falling heart flame projector was. As his mind moved slightly, the fighting qi that had been waiting for this moment rushed down immediately, and the red fighting qi poured straight into the invisible flame. At the moment when Do Qi entered the invisible flame, Xiaoming could clearly feel that the latter suddenly became much hotter at that moment. And the vindictive energy that entered the flame was like boiling water, and something was constantly being driven out and peeled off in the high temperature. This boiling didn't last long, and that wisp of fighting chi was successfully drilled out of the flames. The Do Chi after drilling out the flame has nearly doubled in size compared to the previous one, but the power and compactness of the energy contained in it is far from comparable to the previous one. Obviously, after being tempered by invisible flames, this vindictive chi has successfully lost weight. After the first ray of battle chi that was successfully tempered came out of the flame, it was driven by Xiaoming's mind, and ran a cycle along the meridians again, and then poured into Do Jing. At this moment, the light on Du Jing's surface rose slightly again. Seeing Do Jing's change, Xiaoming's heart suddenly filled with joy. This fallen heart flame is indeed a training accelerator, and its effect makes everyone jealous. With the success of the first tempering, Xiaoming accelerated his actions. As his mind flashed, strands of Do Chi were continuously pulled out from the Do Jing, then circulated along the meridians, shuttled through the flames, and finally entered the Do Jing again. The spacious training room was wrapped in a layer of faint invisible waves. A faint white mist rose from the top of Xiaoming's head, and then gradually faded, until it finally turned into nothingness and disappeared. The time of cultivation, like flowing water, quietly passed between the fingers. When an ancient bell rang at an unknown time throughout the tower, Xiaoming, who closed his eyes tightly in the training room, suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed away. Deeply exhaled the turbid chi that had been held in his chest for a long time, and felt that the fighting chi in his body was much more condensed than before, and that the fighting spirit had grown a lot. Xiaoming showed an undisguised look of joy on his face. Just one day of training has this effect. Falling heart flame is really a good thing. The name of the cheating tool for training lives up to the rumors. In the evening, you can consider taking a purple heart barrier breaking pill to break through the 8-star realm. With this fallen heart flame, you don't have to be afraid of vain fighting chi, but after breaking through 5 stars continuously, is it a little urgent to swallow the medicine? It may seem cool to break through too many realms in a short period of time in the Do Chi continent, but cultivation cannot always be smooth sailing. A person has too many breakthroughs in a short period of time. Apart from the side effect of vain vindictiveness, it is easy to encounter bottlenecks in the later realms. Falling heart flame can speed up cultivation, but if the body encounters a bottleneck, there is no way to take it. There are many elders in the inner courtyard, who have been trapped in a certain small rank of Duwang for many years and have not been able to advance an inch. If this fallen heart flame can loosen the bottleneck of others, then there must be 2 or 3 elders at the level of Duwang in the inner courtyard. But the fact is that there is no, so Xiaoming hesitated. Hey, it's all 5-star, and it's not bad for this 2-star. Find a time to take that medicine pill at night. Determined, Xiaoming got off the black platform and walked towards the training room. Perhaps because of the previous bell, Xiaoming, who walked out of the training room, found that the entire tower was in a situation of extremely busy people coming and going. Many of the doors of the training room that were still closed when they came, are all open at this time, and a large group of people swarmed out of them, and then walked quickly towards the tower gate. From the eyes of these people, Xiaoming saw a little red light. Xiaoming's eyes were startled, then he followed their pace and walked outside the tower, thinking to himself as he walked. The red glow should be the fire poison of the fallen heart flame. As long as you practice in the sky-burning gas tower, your body will definitely be contaminated with fire poison. If you don't pay attention to this fire poison, it will have a great impact on the body and mind. I have myriad beasts and spirit fire protection, although I don't need to be afraid of this fire poison, but in order to protect others, the academy has restrictions on freshmen when they are in the tower. My strength is much higher than other freshmen, so I shouldn't be restricted, right? Xiaoming was a little unsure in his heart, but this was just a small problem and it was easy to solve. Just find an elder who guarded the tower to explain the situation and it could be solved. So after a little thought, Xiaoming didn't think too much. Follow the crowd out of the sky-burning gas tower. Finding the direction he came from, Xiaoming hurried to his residence. Opened the door and stepped into the small building where he lived. Xiaoming saw Jiayan and the others sitting in the attic hall. Xiaoming, are you back? Seeing Xiaoming, who pushed the door and came in, Jiayan's eyes lit up and he greeted him. You haven't come back all day, won't you stay in the sky-burning Chi Pagoda to cultivate? Yes. Xiaoming walked to a chair and sat down, nodding in response. Then can you tell us about burning the Chi Tower today? Didn't you go out today? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Didn't they say that they were going to see the sky-burning gas tower in the morning? It's not because the steward who sent the fire energy came too late. It was already noon when I went out. The inner courtyard was too large, and before I went to other places, it was already dark. Listening to Jia Yun's explanation, Xiao Ming nodded his head clearly. The inner courtyard is indeed ridiculously large, and it usually takes a lot of time to travel. It seems that Fei Yunyi's practice will be on the way as soon as possible, just tonight. Although made up his mind, Xiao Ming did not rush to leave. Instead, he stayed and told Jia Yan and the others about the precautions for the Tianshan gas tower that they knew. Jia Yan and the others also shared their experiences today. According to what they said, Xiao Ming also had an understanding of the architecture inside Canaan College. Feeling that the time was almost up, Xiao Ming said goodbye. In the room, Xiao Ming was sitting on the bed, holding a white and simple scroll in his hand. It is the Fei Yin wing that Xiao Ming got from the library. Untie the carefully tied string on the reel and slowly unroll it. As the white scroll spread out, two wing patterns similar to eagle wings came into Xiao Ming's eyes. The eagle wings are not large because they are drawn on the scroll, but they are faintly exuding some heat. Looking at this strange appearance, it is obviously not a simple portrait. The eagle's wings are milky white, with some golden cloud patterns faintly revealing them. From a closer look, the wings have a sense of holiness. The feathers on the eagle's wings exuded weak heat. Xiao Ming blew a sigh of relief at it. I saw that under the light wind, the feathers on the eagle's wings were fluttered like real wings, which made Xiao Ming sigh with emotion. This flying fighting skill is really amazing. Glanced over the eagle wings, Xiao Ming suddenly stopped on a line of small characters in his eyes, blinked his eyes, and read it out softly. Golden Cloud Eagle, 5th Order Flying Beast, Flying Speed. Among all flying beasts of the same level, it ranks medium, and can reach the flying height. Among all flying beasts of the same level, it ranks the highest and has the longest flight endurance, so it is also called flying. Cloud eagles, although they are distributed all over the continent, are extremely rare to find. The cultivation method of Fei Yunyi. During the process of cultivation, the Fei Yunying soul in the wings will attack the cultivator. If it can resist the attack of its soul, then it can continue to cultivate. If not, I advise you to get it. People, give up cultivation. His fingers lightly stroked over the scroll, sensing the strength of Yun Ying's soul within it. After a while, Xiao Ming smiled. It's just a remnant, not worth mentioning. The fact is that, as Xiao Ming said, Fei Yunyi's remnant soul is really not worth mentioning. Chapter 78 8-Star Fighter. When Xiao Ming covered his hands on the feathers on the scroll, the soul of the cloud eagle left in the scroll suddenly made a sharp cry that made the soul tremble. The screeching sound passed through the scroll, and finally followed Xiao Ming's arm, like a drill, hitting his brain desperately. Xiao Ming's face didn't even change for this seemingly very powerful soul shock. After a minute, the soul of the golden cloud eagle gave up the intention of continuing to attack and became honest. Seeing that the eagle's soul has been tamed, Xiao Ming's vindictive energy slowly revolved in his body along the track described on the scroll. After a while, the battle flow turned to the arm, and gradually rushed into the palm that was still covered with feathers. When Douchi appeared in the palm of his hand, the eagle wings on the white scroll suddenly shone brightly. Between the white rays of light, a faint gold was revealed, which lasted for a while, and finally turned into two tiny rays of light, which rushed into Xiao Ming's palm like lightning. Two tiny rays of light, after entering Xiao Ming's body, quickly circulated along the meridians. When they flowed to the meridians on Xiao Ming's back, they stopped suddenly, and then turned his head, unexpectedly forcibly pulled the meridians out of two extremely small branches. These two branches extend from the main trunk, and only slowly stop when they reach the spine. The meridians of the human body have always been very fragile, and pulling two branches from the meridians has to endure unimaginable pain. This severe pain made Xiao Ming, who had swallowed the strange fire, let out a groan. After 10 minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Looking at the scroll in his hand that had turned pure white and lost its miraculous image, Xiao Ming knew that he had successfully cultivated the flying cloud wing. He jumped off the bed, took off his clothes, and then took out a crystal mirror from the ring. With the reflected light, Xiao Ming was able to find that there was an extra pair of slaps on his back, white eagle wing tattoo. These are the wings of the golden cloud eagle. Should I be able to fly now? At this moment, Xiao Ming is a little excited. He finally has the ability to fly, the dream of human beings. Under the turbulent mood, Xiao Ming's thoughts turned, and the fighting qi in his body moved at will, and poured into the pair of small tattoos on the back along the two small branches that branched out. Receiving the transmission of Do Qi, the white tattoo immediately released a faint white brilliance. In the end, it turned into a real wing, and the area of the white eagle wing expanded from the size of a palm to about half a foot. Looking curiously at the pair of eagle wings with golden patterns, Xiao Ming controlled it and fanned it slightly. A small buoyant force appeared under him, but the buoyancy force was too small, it was far from enough to make Xiao Ming off the ground. This is the reason why the injected vindictive energy is too little. Xiao Ming guessed in his heart, and then his mind changed, and the fighting spirit in his body poured into his wings like he didn't want money. The wings are also like blown balloons, growing rapidly, and after more than 10 seconds, they will expand to more than 1 meter long. Xiao Ming controlled it again and fanned it slightly, a strong airflow emerged, and Xiao Ming felt that there was a strong buoyancy along with it. This time, the buoyancy is no longer as ineffective as before. Under its action, Xiao Ming's body jumped directly, raising a distance of half a meter, and suspended in midair. Is this flying? It feels very good, I just don't know the speed. Suspended in midair, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. With this flying fighting skill, he can save a lot of time on the road in the inner courtyard in the future. Even if the strength reaches Duwang, he can fly by himself, and this flying fighting skill can also increase his flight speed. Can be described as very good. Holding down the idea of going out and galloping immediately in his heart, Xiao Ming stopped the supply of Do Qi after hovering in the air for a while. Without the supply of Do Qi, the wings gradually shrank, and Xiao Ming's body was also slowly descending. When the wings returned to their original tattoo appearance, he had landed much more safely and smoothly. It was nothing else that could make Xiao Ming hold on to the idea of going out and fly in a circle, but because he planned to take the purple heart barrier breaking pill to break through to the 8-star great fighter. Returning to the bed, Xiao Ming did not rush to take out the medicine pill, but made a practice gesture to restore his fighting spirit. The fighting spirit required for flying fighting skills is really too terrifying. Even if he has a lot of fighting spirit, he still consumes a lot. Breaking through the realm is naturally the best way to keep one's own state intact. Especially for those who choose to swallow pills to break through without the omen of breakthrough, it is more important to pay attention to their physical condition, otherwise, they will easily fail to break through. He recovered for a while on the bed and felt that his state was complete. When Xiao Ming turned his palm over, a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. Pulled off the stopper at the mouth of the bottle, tilted the jade bottle, and an elixir appeared in Xiao Ming's palm. The elixir is purple in color, and there is a purple elixir lingering on its surface. Glanced at the medicinal pill, and Xiao Ming put it into his mouth. The purple heart barrier breaking pill melted in the mouth, and before Xiao Ming could react, it quickly turned into a strong purple pure energy. Like a rushing river, it rolled down the throat all the way, and then roared angrily, pouring into the meridians. The energy of the purple heart barrier breaking pill is extremely arrogant, and in an instant, like a fast-moving train, it revolves arrogantly in the meridians. The purple energy ran to the end, but it suddenly trembled, and I saw countless small energy columns differentiated from them, surging away in all directions along the meridians in the body. Some of the meridians that Xiao Ming had never touched during his cultivation were also smashed into by these random rushing energies. The energy whizzed through it like a river, the narrow meridians rapidly expanded, and a feeling of swelling came. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. This kind of medicine pill that directly breaks through the realm is still so manic. Although taking the medicinal pill can speed up the cultivation, the medicinal pill is obviously not so easy to swallow. Thinking about it, you can understand that if a medicinal pill can help a person break through, it must contain great energy. If you want to refine this energy that does not belong to you, you must spend a lot of energy, and there is a possibility of failure. Even some unlucky people took medicinal pills, trying to break through their strength, but failed in the end, and left themselves with a whole body of pain. It can be said that he lost his wife and lost his army. Of course, others may fail, but Xiao Ming will not. Because his spirits work wonders for this energy. As Xiao Ming ran the spirit cultivation art, a strange energy field was born in Xiao Ming's body. Under this energy field, in the meridians, the purple energy became docile, and the speed of operation gradually slowed down. In the end, under Xiao Ming's idea, it started to run along the path of Yanglingju. A stream of refined pure energy was continuously injected into the Do Jing in the cyclone. The injection of energy made Do Jing emit a slight ray, and the volume also increased at the same time. Outside, Xiao Ming's breath has also been growing. The night passed, and the sun shone in front of the bed through the window. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, which woke Xiao Ming up. His eyes, which had been closed for a night, suddenly opened, and a ray of light flashed past. The 8-star Great Fighter. Chapter 79. Zi Yan comes to the door. Breakthrough to the 8-star Great Fighter. Before Xiao Ming could be happy, the knock on the door rang again. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door continued. Xiao frowned. Who is this, knocking on other people's doors in the morning? Came to the door, opened the wooden door. Xiao Ming found that the person who kept knocking on the door was actually Buck. At this moment, Buck's face was bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten not long ago. Buck, why are you looking for me? I haven't seen you for another night. Why do you have bruises on your face? A little girl in white came down below, saying that she came to look for you to make medicine. My injury is, hey, let's not mention it, you hurry up, otherwise, it will anger her, and I am afraid that you will not have any good results. Eat. Buck had a look of horror on his face. Obviously Xiao Ming's words reminded him of a bad memory. After talking to Xiao Ming, Buck limped away without waiting for him to answer. Looking at his back, Xiao Ming murmured. The little girl in white, isn't that Zi Yan? Buck was taught a lesson by her. It's so good, could it be that Buck got Zi Yan? Xiao Ming was a little confused, shook his head, and went back to his room to sort out his clothes. Then, he pushed open the wooden door of the room again and walked towards the attic hall. When came to the hall, Xiao Ming saw Jia Yun and Zhang Yanshu looking at a little girl in awe. This little girl was Zi Yan. Xiao Ming's arrival attracted the attention of the 3 people in the hall. Sitting on the chair all the time, Zi Yan, who was dangling her legs, saw Xiao Ming. Her eyes lit up. She immediately left the chair, ran to him, blinked her big eyes, and handed a fruit in her hand. Xiao Ming, you're finally here. Here, I'll give you the herbs. You said you would turn it into a delicious pill. If it doesn't taste good, you'll be my little brother in the future. Hearing Zi Yan's words, Jia Yan and the 2 who were standing on the side couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing for Xiao Ming. Although this little girl in white is very cute, her strength is scary. They saw just now that Buck accidentally bumped into her, was tapped lightly by her, and flew a few meters away. One can imagine the degree of ferocity. Now that Xiao Ming is inexplicably targeted by her, he does not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Jia Yan and Xiao Ming didn't know what they were thinking. He smiled at them as a greeting, and Xiao Ming turned his attention to the fruit in Zi Yan's hands. The fruit is quite strange, half red and half white. On the red side, even though it was a foot away from it, Xiao Ming could still feel the blazing heat penetrating it. On the white side, it exudes a completely different icy temperature. The 2 almost too extreme attributes are perfectly integrated into one fruit. In addition, on the surface of the fruit that contains the 2 attributes of ice and fire, there are faint traces of lines spreading out. These lines are scattered, and there seems to be some hidden law, but if you look closely, it is a mess, beyond comprehension. Xiao Ming, who was familiar with the various medicinal herbs of Canaan College, recognized at a glance what medicinal herbs this fruit was. My dear, isn't this the ice fire dragon beard fruit? You probably got this herb in the herb warehouse, right? Although as an interrogative sentence, Xiao Ming's tone is very positive. Ice and fire dragon beard fruit has a strange growth environment, and there must be high-level alien beasts guarding it. Although Zi Yan is a Taishu Gulong, after all, she is not a high level now, so she may not be able to win against others, and it is impossible for her to win such a light-hearted look in front of him now. In addition, Xiao Ming knew that there was indeed an ice and fire dragon beard fruit in the medicinal material warehouse in the inner courtyard. So Xiao Ming is very sure that Zi Yan's medicinal materials are taken from the medicinal materials warehouse. How do you know? Forget it, this kind of thing is not important. There are so many medicinal materials in the medicinal material warehouse, and they are stored there. It is better to eat them. And the broken defense cover in that place is useless. Take it if you want, it's much more comfortable than trying to find medicinal herbs outside. Zi Yan said indifferently when she heard the words. Listening to Ziyan's tone like she was using the Canaan College's medicinal material warehouse as a restaurant, Xiaoming tisk tisk shook his head. It is also Ziyan who dares to do and can do such a thing. As far as he knows, the warehouse of Canaan College is managed by a special elder, and it is also protected by a space energy cover. But these protection measures are like fakes in front of Ziyan. They are Taishu ancient dragons, and their main attributes are in space. The added guardian elders are 80% unable to beat her. It is no wonder that people regard warehouses as restaurants. Of course, there must be a reason for the connivance of the elder Su Qian who adopted him. After all, although Su Qian is basically stalking Ziyan, he is still very concerned about her. Handing the ice fire dragon beard fruit to Xiaoming again, Ziyan urged, "Have you seen enough? Hurry up and practice it. You are so grumpy. Did you lie to me yesterday? You don't know how to practice at all." Medicine. Xiaoming was very speechless. Where did he grind? Didn't he just glance at the medicinal materials, how to make medicines regardless of the type of medicinal materials, knowing that the fire resistance of each medicinal material is different? Throw the medicinal materials into the fire at will, it is easy to destroy medicinal materials. However, he didn't bother to tell Ziyan about this. She wasn't a pharmacist either, and she wouldn't care if she said it. She would just let him hurry up and refine the medicine. So, Xiaoming took the ice fire dragon beard fruit directly from Ziyan, waved at Ziyan, and then turned back to his room. Looking at Xiaoming's gesture, Ziyan's eyes lit up, and she followed behind Xiaoming. Not long after, the two returned to Xiaoming's room. "You can sit anywhere," gave a random order. Xiaoming waved his hand to summon his medicine cauldron, waved his palm, and a ray of red flame formed at his fingertips. Just as he was about to throw it into the medicine cauldron, Xiaoming found that Ziyan was moving to the side in a panic. Looking at her slightly nervous eyes, Xiaoming was not surprised by her reaction. Generally speaking, as long as other beasts that are not fire attribute, they will be slightly repelled by fire. "Hehe, it's alright, feel it carefully. Is this the aura of monsters you felt yesterday?" Ziyan heard the words, felt it carefully, and found that the breath of this flame was exactly the same as the breath of monsters she discovered yesterday. It seems that Xiaoming is really not a monster, but Ziyan is not at all frustrated. Because this means that Xiaoming can really make delicious things. After asking a question, Xiaoming didn't wait for Ziyan to answer, he just threw the flame from his fingertips into the medicine tripod. And seeing the flames entering the medicine tripod, Ziyan's tense body gradually eased, and she approached the medicine tripod, her eyes revealing the light of anticipation. Xiaoming just glanced at her actions and ignored her, just instructed her not to use the medicine pot without her permission later. After the flames had smoked and roasted the medicine cauldron for a while, he threw the ice and fire dragon beard fruit into it at will, and with a wave of his palm, the flames in the medicine cauldron rose sharply. Ice and fire dragon beard fruit is gradually liquefying under the roasting of the flame. This kind of refining is not too difficult, as long as the heat is properly controlled, so it doesn't take much energy from Xiaoming, and the refining is very fast. After a while, the ice fire dragon beard fruit had completely turned into a purple viscous liquid. With a wave of Xiaoming's palm, a puff of powder fell into the medicine cauldron and immediately merged with the viscous liquid inside. The 10 fingers danced in front of him, and as their fingertips danced, the mixed liquid in the medicine tripod also rapidly separated, and finally turned into dozens of tiny liquid clumps. Condensation. With a light drink, the liquid rapidly solidified, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into dozens of pills with a purple halo, whirling dripping on top of the fire of all beasts. Chapter 81 Feeding. This kind of refining is really simple. I am afraid that any alchemist who can melt medicinal materials can refine it. Looking at the pills exuding a strange aroma, Xiaoming shook his head and waved his hand. Among them, dozens of purple pills carried purple awns, shot out from the medicine tripod, and finally fell into his hands, inside the jade bottle. Pour out a pill from the jade bottle and squeeze it a dozen centimeters in front of your eyes, without having to smell it carefully. A tantalizing aroma rushed into his nose. Gollum. Suddenly a voice of swallowing saliva sounded from Xiaoming's side. It turned out that Ziyan, who was beside Yao Ding just now, ran to Xiaoming's side at some point, her black eyes full of desire. Looking at her, Xiaoming couldn't help laughing. He just wanted to put the pills in his hand into the bottle and hand them to her together. Ziyan bit his finger violently, no, to be precise, bit the purple pill he was holding on his finger. Wow, what are you doing? Ziyan's action shocked Xiaoming, and quickly pulled out her fingers. Looking at the fingers that were safe and sound, but full of saliva, Xiaoming was speechless. For a moment just now, he almost thought that his fingers were not safe. Looked at him unconsciously, and kept chewing in his mouth, and kept talking about the really delicious Ziyan. Xiaoming pursed his lips, sighed, and passed the jade bottle in his hand to her. Here it is, remember to save some food, don't eat it all at once. Made a swallowing motion, Ziyan nodded again and again, and quickly poured out a purple pill, threw it directly into her mouth, and chewed hard. This pill didn't last long, and after 3 or 2 efforts, it was chewed up by Ziyan and swallowed. Hee, it's delicious. Ziyan showed a satisfied smile. If you eat like this, the pills will be gone soon. Xiaoming kindly reminded Ziyan, who was going to continue pouring pills. Then I won't eat it for now. Hearing this, Ziyan stopped, licked her mouth, and looked at the jade bottle in her hand with some unfulfilled thoughts. Putting away the jade bottle, Ziyan patted Xiaoming on the shoulder, pretending to be a veteran. Well done, you really didn't lie to me. The refined pills are very delicious. If someone bullies you in the future, come to me, I'll help you out. In this inner courtyard, there are no people I dare not provoke. Of course it's delicious. This is a medicinal powder that I have carefully developed to improve my meals. Although it is not a prescription, I have also used several kinds of medicinal herbs that can make food delicious. Xiaoming said speechlessly in his heart. I will definitely find you if I have something. Well, very good, we are friends now, then after I finish eating these, you will continue to help me make pills. Hearing this, Ziyan was instantly overjoyed, and her eyes were full of expectations. Of course, I, Xiaoming, never break the promise I made. Xiaoming nodded. Since he said that Ziyan covered him in the inner courtyard, he would help her make pills, of course he would do it. Although, he doesn't need a Ziyan mask at all. Achieved the goal, Ziyan finally smiled contentedly, stuck out her tongue at Xiaoming, and laughed. My name is Ziyan, remember that someone will bully you in the future, and you want to report my name. I still have a ranking in the inner court, which is the strong list. I am the first. If someone bullies you in the future, I will definitely don't forget to report my name. No one dares to do anything to you. Oh, Xiaoming nodded in a perfunctory manner. He knew this for a long time, so there was no surprise on his face. You don't believe it, let me tell you, I am very good, I will prove it to you. Ziyan saw that Xiaoming's face did not change, and thought that Xiaoming didn't believe her, so she was a little anxious, and immediately threw a small pink fist twice. After a while, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, and several invisible fist shadows shot out, and finally flew out obliquely against Xiaoming's head. Smashed heavily on the medicine cauldron behind him, and suddenly, several deep dark holes with cracks emerged from the medicine cauldron. On his forehead, cold sweat dripped down. Xiaoming touched his forehead blankly, and after a while, he glared at Ziyan. Damn it, you want to kill me? Xiaoming has never been so speechless in his 2 lives. He never thought that the moment he was closest to death was just now. If the strong wind blows on his head, he might be able to try to travel back to Earth. In just 2 days, he was frightened more times by staying with Ziyan than in the 2 years he spent in Canaan College combined. Covered her mouth with her little hand, Ziyan secretly stuck out her tongue, and hurriedly bowed to Xiaoming. Now Xiaoming is her parents, so she must not offend. I am afraid that if Xiaoming made Ziyan his younger brother now, she would agree without saying a word. Brother Xiao, I'm sorry, you clean up the room, I'll go out first, and I'll find you after I finish eating. Said this, Ziyan hurriedly slipped out of the door. Seeing Ziyan fleeing, Xiaoming laughed helplessly. Just waving his arms has such power, no wonder the people in the inner courtyard call her the king of brute force. And Ziyan actually called him Brother Xiao. In the end, he still suffers from the loss of age, but it doesn't matter. After a few years, he can turn over and become a big brother. After all, he is not like Ziyan, who does not grow up. Turned around and glanced at the broken medicine tripod. Xiaoming sighed again, thinking that he would buy a medicine tripod in 2 days, so he stepped forward to clean up the mess. After successfully making friends with Ziyan, Xiaoming's daily life became monotonous and regular. In addition to practicing and studying alchemy every day, he goes to the arena to practice against each other and earns the fire energy needed for practice. Occasionally, he also accepts requests from other students to help refine some medicinal pills or something. This kind of life can be said to be very boring, nothing is interesting, but cultivation is like this. If you want to become stronger, you can only endure this kind of life. Fortunately, Xiaoming was used to this kind of life when he was in the outer courtyard. There is nothing uncomfortable about it, and if you want to be more serious, life in the inner courtyard is actually much better than the outer courtyard. There are no courses, and the time for individuals to freely allocate is longer. In the inner courtyard, the training speed will also be much faster due to the sky burning the gas tower. Xiaoming's cultivation speed has also been improved a lot. However, because his realm has become much more tyrannical than before, the difficulty of cultivation has also begun to increase, so even if he burns the gas tower one day, he will not break through in a few days. An outrageous thing like a realm. Also because Xiaoming chose to practice step by step, his strength has only steadily improved. Like going out to practice before, even breaking the 7 stars in a month has not happened again. In terms of cultivation, Xiaoming's cultivation can be said to be smooth sailing. Then in the field of medicine refining, Xiaoming has encountered a bottleneck. His teacher, Elder Huo, is only a 5th grade pharmacist. Even if his teaching ability is outstanding, after Xiaoming's own insights into alchemy have improved, his help to Xiaoming has become less and less. Until the end, Elder Huo could only smile bitterly and say that he could not teach. Chapter 82. Time flies, realm improves. The inner courtyard of Canaan College. In a room, a figure on the bed is closing his eyes and posing a posture of cultivation. It is surrounded by a mist of heaven and earth energy, which is absorbed into the body as the chest rises and falls. After a long time, the fog gradually dissipated, the figure opened his eyes, and a calm and helpless word spit out from his mouth. 6 years have passed, and my cultivation has only reached the Duwang 8 stars. Am I a little slow? Xiaoming's words were very serious, but if they were heard by the elders of Canaan College, they would be suffocated by anger. Look at this as human language. They have been cultivating all their lives, and they have become the Duwang 6 or 7 stars. You are young and not yet an adult, and your realm is already higher than most of them. This is too slow. Do you want to train you directly to Dodi? Of course, they say this because they don't understand Xiaoming's cultivation experience. It has been more than 10 years since he started practicing at the age of 4. The speed of his cultivation in the first 4 years can be described as flying. He has crossed the 4 realms in 4 years, but he has only crossed 2 realms in the next 6 years. For him, who is used to rapid upgrades, of course he will feel dissatisfied when he slows down. But there is nothing you can do if your practice slows down. Even if there is a burning gas tower in the inner courtyard, this is inevitable. Because the effect of the falling heart flame splitting flame on Douling and the following powerhouses is extremely significant. But after Douling Gao Xing, the effect of speeding up the cultivation basically began to decline significantly. When the strength reaches the peak of the fighting spirit, this kind of split flame mainly plays the role of condensing the fighting spirit, and the effect of accelerating the cultivation is indescribable. The reason is because Duwang is too difficult to break through. The Duwang rank is a watershed for the strong in the mainland. How difficult is it to advance to this rank? It can be said that 100 Douling peaks can only produce so many Douwangs. Most people have been stuck for several years before breaking through. It is completely wishful thinking to rely on the sub-inflammation emanating unconsciously from this ordinary fallen heart flame to successfully break through to Douwang. It is also possible to forge the body with the source of the fallen heart flame, which has the effect of paving the way. It can be said that Douling Feng has not been able to eat too many dividends in Canaan Academy. The reason why Douling Feng on the strong list will stay is for the welfare of the top 10 of the strong list, and the source of the heart fire to forge the body. There is no heart to forge the body. When the 5-year term of the inner courtyard arrives, they will most likely pack up and go home. The peak of Douling is difficult to break through, which is also the main reason why Xiaoming only mentioned 2 great realms in 6 years. He once stayed at the peak of Douling for 8 months. It can't be said that he stayed for 8 months, at most about half a year, and the next 2 months were the time to break through the retreat. Although it is normal for him to get stuck at the peak of Douling, Xiaoming guessed that he would get stuck, and there may be a reason why he broke through too quickly. I will not mention the 8 months I stayed at the peak of Douling. After Xiao Ming broke through to Duwang, he found that the increase of the sky-burning Qi Tower was getting smaller and smaller. Although it is very fast compared to his own cultivation, it is not much faster. It is not difficult to understand when you think about it. After all, the fallen heart flame in the sky-burning Qi Tower is only sealed in it. It is an existence with self-consciousness, and you are locked in there for others to grow wool every day. It secretly collects other people's origin heart flame every year. Will it actively emit enough intensity of split flame for you to practice? It usually only sleeps to accumulate strength, and does not want to break through the seal and make a big move. Canaan College is already very lucky. Well, where would you think about the fire spirit of falling heart flames, and actively distribute enough heart flames to supply cultivation? The split flame that appeared in the sky-burning gas tower was only generated by itself after it approached the fallen heart flame. This is a normal phenomenon. The completion of the sky-burning gas tower, in addition to the sealing function, also has the function of controlling the appearance of flames. Xiao Ming guessed that if you want to have a significant cultivation effect on a Duwang-level powerhouse, you must have a child fire with the source of heart fire. However, don't think about that thing. If he has the ability to tear off a fire from the fallen heart, he might as well just accept the falling heart. Of course, there is another reason for Xiao Ming's slow cultivation, and that is the improvement of his alchemy skills. Ever since his teacher, Elder Huo, could not teach him, he has mainly relied on himself to improve his alchemy skills. There is no need to say the difference between someone teaching technology and pondering technology by yourself. The difficulty is doubled, and the resources consumed are also doubled. The improvement of medicine refining is an extremely time-consuming task, and Xiao Ming will naturally spend a lot of time. Fortunately, Xiao Ming's time was well worth it. Now his alchemy skills have surpassed that of his teacher, Elder Huo. Became the only 6th grade alchemist in Canaan College. Because of the green soul fruit and the breakthrough of his own Do Qi realm, Xiao Ming's soul realm has also reached the perfection of the mortal realm. It can be said that Xiao Ming's gains in the past 6 years are mainly due to the improvement of his level of refining medicine, rather than the improvement of his level of fighting qi. After all, the 6th grade alchemist can already be said to be the top existence in the surrounding countries. From the perspective of the entire Do continent, rank 6 is not considered low level. The current Xiao Ming has already graduated from Canaan College and is currently serving as an elder in the pharmacy department and inner court of Canaan College. In the past 6 years, Xiao Ming has also performed a lot of sims, and some sims missed it because of the retreat. But the punctual simulations add up to almost 300 times. Not to mention the low-level items that he obtained, the ones that are valuable to him now are 2 volumes of 6th grade medicinal herbs, 8 volumes of 7th grade medicinal herbs, and 2 volumes of 8th grade medicinal formulas. 10 scrolls of 5th grade medicinal pills, a number of 5th grade medicinal herbs, 6th grade pills, 7 Doling pills, 4 Wangji pills, and 2 Po Zong pills. 7th grade medicinal pills, 2 pills. 2 color Dan Lei 8-pin pill, 1 Changqing Dan, this pill increases the lifespan by 100 years. 2 color Dan Lei 8 grade pill, Poria green pill, it can restore most of the strength of Do Zun, who has lost a lot of strength. A 7th order sea monster corpse with an 8th order thunder attribute magic core. Earth level intermediate fighting skills, 3 beasts and wild fights, and ground level intermediate flying fighting skills, Tianyan 9 wings. The dark attribute low level exercise method, Tianying Ju. The magic flame valleys, Tru Nong Yan Ju. Earth level advanced fighting skills, 4 flame sword formation. Earth level low level sonic fighting skill, Snow Dragon Song. Intermediate level exercises, Blood Soul Art. Earth level low level body fighting skills, Fantasy from the 5 elements. Huang level low level evolutionary exercise, Burning Ju. Tian Ding list medicine Ding, Wan Beast Ding. The entry comes from Han Feng. Advanced nativity ring, Star Ring. A set of 4 swords, a set of armor made of strange ice crystals in the body of the 7th order ice attribute beast. Nether poison fire full version map. Ice attribute heaven and earth wonders, the marrow of ice a bit higher than the green rock profound water. After being swallowed by the spirit gets the ice attribute, a 7th order beast fire. Treasure medicinal materials and treasures. Transforming shape grass, 2 plants, Bodhi transforming body salivation. Talent. Special induction of natural treasures, from Zi Yan. 300 lottery draws, To have these things, Xiao Ming can only say that his luck is not too bad. Who makes the simulator draw random things? Xiao Ming even encountered a situation where he was given a green grass, a gold coin, and Ziyan's clothes at the end of a simulation. Choked him at that time, and finally chose a gold coin with tears in his eyes. Thinking of this garbage option several times, Xiao Ming couldn't help shaking his head. Chapter 83 Shaking Ziyan. Ding dong. A bell rang next to him, interrupting Xiao Ming's reverie. He turned his head and looked at the swaying copper bell beside him. These copper bells come in pairs and can sense each other. As long as one is shaken, the other one will also shake. It is a bit similar to the doorbell in the previous life. After Xiao Ming got it, he used it as a doorbell. Now the bell was shaking. Knowing that someone was looking for him outside, Xiao Ming stood up, walked to the door and opened the special wooden door. Suddenly, a white figure flashed into his arms. In an instant, Xiao Ming only felt that he was hit by a boulder, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Wu, Xiao Ming, you must avenge me. Cough, you can take revenge for you, but can you walk away from me? Cough. Looking at Ziyan who was lying in his arms and acting like a spoiled child, Xiao Ming said weakly lying on the ground. Ziyan's body is comparable to a 6th-level demon beast. If it weren't for his strong body, she would probably have vomited blood for someone with a fragile body. Rao is so, he also feels chest tightness and shortness of breath. One can imagine how strong Ziyan is. And Ziyan was unaware of this and kept twisting around him, which added to his discomfort. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan glanced at him inexplicably, sighed, and left him. And Xiao Ming was also able to get up, patted the dust on his body, looked at Ziyan with a cute face next to him. Xiao Ming understood it, and when he felt a little more comfortable, he asked, "Have you encountered an unbeatable monster again?" Xiao Ming asked this because after his strength improved, Ziyan, who was only looking for him to refine medicine, often asked him to **** the medicinal materials guarded by monsters. Said that he was looking for him to **** the medicinal materials together, and after finding it, 5 or 5 points, but in fact, Ziyan couldn't beat the other party and returned to Canaan College to shake people. You must know that those medicinal materials are Ziyan's treasure. If they hadn't been able to beat each other, Ziyan would not have shared those things. Even though Xiao Ming has been with her for 6 years, he is her best friend. Whoever asked Ziyan to count on those medicinal herbs to grow up. Speaking of long body, this is Ziyan's sore spot. In the past, although she wanted to grow up, she didn't have anything to compare. Even when she saw Xiao Ming who was younger than her, Ziyan was happy because she had a little beanie to accompany her. But later, she noticed something was wrong. How did Xiao Ming grow taller and taller, and finally even surpassed her by a large amount? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison, and the harm is revealed by a comparison. Seeing others grow so fast, she eats so many herbs, but none of them grows. Ziyan is about to cry. The mood becomes very bad. She is in a bad mood, and the medicinal material warehouse will lose a precious medicinal material. And because of this reason, Ziyan's frequency of actively looking for treasures has also increased. The monsters outside Canaan College also fell, so the blood mold, the medicinal materials that had been guarded for many years were directly robbed. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan nodded embarrassedly. Tell me what level the opponent is. It's a 5th order little white monkey. Originally, I could beat it, but he will transform. It's a bit difficult to deal with. You call the 5th order monster a little white monkey? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes when he heard this. As I said before, the body of a high-level magical beast is generally not too small at all, and it can never be a little white monkey. Ziyan's words are very subjective. Originally, if I hadn't eaten the shapeshifter, I would be much bigger than him. Ziyan said proudly. It seems that she has always regretted eating the shape-shifting grass. In this regard, Xiao Ming can only shake his head. Who made Ziyan so greedy? Eating shape-shifting grass and turning into a child can only be said to be self-inflicted. Rubbed her little head. Okay, I'll help you beat him, half of everything. If there is only one herb, it's yours this time, and the next time it's mine. Understood, let's go. Seeing Xiao Ming's agreement, Ziyan showed joy, and hurriedly pulled Xiao Ming and walked out. After 40 minutes, somewhere outside the forest, Xiao Ming and Ziyan stood in the air with their wings behind their backs, looking at the valley in front of them. The mouth of the valley is like a gourd, and at this moment, at this mountain pass, a sturdy white giant ape with a body size of 3 or 4 feet is standing upright. The white ape exudes a fierce icy breath all over his body, and his heavy breathing is exhaled from his huge nostrils, like 2 white smoke. His arms are quite slender, and his claws are about the size of an adult's head. Occasionally, when his claws are waved, a few strong winds shoot out fiercely, and the boulders on the side are chopped into pieces. A pair of blood-red eyes, full of rage and killing intent, at this moment, these blood-red eyes are staring at Xiao Ming and Zi Yan viciously. Snow Demon Ape. An adult snow demon ape's strength is enough to shatter a mountain of gold. Although the big guy in front of him seems to have just entered adulthood, he can also rival the 3-star Duwang. You said that it will transform again, probably because it has awakened the violent bloodline. With its current strength, opening the bloodline is probably comparable to the 5-star fighting king. No wonder you say that it is difficult to deal with. Tisk tisk tisk, with this strength, some elders in the inner courtyard. You can't deal with him either, you really know how to pick someone. Looking at the huge beast in front of him, which obviously has nothing to do with the little white monkey in Zi Yan's mouth, Xiao Ming said. Isn't that the thing guarded by the low-strength monsters around me is gone, or I wouldn't run here? Zi Yan said confidently. As she said, the heavenly and earthly treasures guarded by monsters with lower strength than her around the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy are gone, and she is the one who started it. The location of the Snow Devil Ape is very far from the inner courtyard of Canaan College. Even if Zi Yan has a talent for treasure hunting, it will take a lot of effort to find it. It can only be said that this Snow Devil Ape is unlucky. It's you again. I've just driven you away, haven't you recognized the reality? You can't beat me, don't try to take away the Earth Core Tempering Body Milk, retreat now, I don't have to kill you. Snow Demon Tian Yuan raised his huge head, his blood-red eyes stared at Zi Yan viciously, and then glanced at Xiao Ming fearfully. After a long silence, his low and violent voice suddenly sounded like a thunderbolt, in the ears of Xiao Ming and the others, sounded. Earth Core Tempering Body Milk, born under the earth, is originally the pure power of the earth, which has been squeezed over time and has formed a fog shape for 100 years. If the quality is higher, it will be called the Earth Core Tempering Body Milk, which has the magical effect of washing the marrow and refining the bones, and, because of the extremely pure and huge power of the earth, it can even help some people who have reached the peak of the rank to break through. The barrier between promotions is a veritable good thing. This is also the goal of Zi Yan and Xiao Ming this time. Hearing the words of the magic ape, Zi Yan crossed her waist and shouted in dissatisfaction. HMPH, dead monkey, I told you not to be so arrogant, it's not that I can't beat you, I just don't want to waste my energy. Now my good friend is here, he doesn't want 10 tricks for you, you're dead. Chapter 84 Snow Demon Ape. Seeing Zi Yan still refused to retreat, and dared to provoke loudly, the blood-red and killing intent in the eyes of the Snow Devil Ape were so intense that it almost overflowed, and at a glance, it was chilling. The huge sharp claws slammed on the chest, and the Snow Demon Heavenly Monkey's blood basin opened a big mouth, and the harsh roar that was enough to shatter the boulders burst out. Arrogant guy, I must kill you today. In the roar of the Snow Devil Ape, there was a wave of energy, making Zi Yan and Xiao Ming, who were flying in the sky, shorter. Seeing this scene, the Snow Devil Ape stomped the ground with the soles of his feet, and the entire valley trembled at this moment. With the help of the strong thrust, his body charged like a white cannon as fast as lightning, half empty. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zi Yan on Xiao Ming's left. He grasped his paw, and the cold air quickly condensed on the paw, forming a half-foot-long icy paw in an instant. Han Bing's claws danced and grabbed directly at Zi Yan's heart. Such a ruthless means, with a fierce killing intent, without the slightest intention of warming up, it seems that this Snow Devil Ape has been determined to kill from the very beginning. Shuidian Demon Ape's attack was fierce and fast, but Zi Yan's face showed no sign of surprise. She had dealt with this Snow Devil Ape for a long time, and knowing its cunning, she naturally guarded it secretly. As soon as the footsteps are empty, the whole person disappears before the Snow Demon Ape. The space talent of Taishu Gulong is really good, and it can be involved in the space field even at the Duwang level. Seeing the invisible ripples on the bottom of Zi Yan's feet when she stepped, Xiao Ming was envious. Ordinary people can only reach the Duzong level if they want to involve space. And Zi Yan can use her racial talent to interfere with space in Duwang. That kind of ripple is Xian's use of space, which has a significant increase in her movement, and it is impossible for ordinary fighting kings to even touch her corners. With this special skill, Xian has no idea how many times she has retreated after stealing treasures in front of magical beasts whose strength is higher than her. Xian's disappearance naturally made the fierce attack of the snow sky demon ape flutter in the air, and its entire body lost power and fell back to the ground. Ah! This weird pace again. Shuidian demon ape really felt that he was going to die of anger, and it was the same last time. Whenever he was about to hit some abominable little thing, the opponent would be like a loach, slipping without letting go. In the end, she even let her run away. This time again, bullying him is not good enough. Actually, from an objective point of view, the speed of the snow devil ape is not slow. Although it has a huge body that seems to be clumsy, it can be seen from the fact that it can jump to Xian in a short distance from the distance. It can be seen that its speed can be said to be very fast, but how can Xian she has special skills? In front of special skills, this speed is a bit reluctant. Pounded his chest to vent, and the snow devil ape raised his head again to look at Xian with his blood-red eyes, but he ignored Xiaoming next to Xian and didn't even look at it, obviously annoyed with Xian. Coward, do you dare to come down and fight with me? Speaking of which, because it has no wings, this snow devil ape can't fly, and each attack can only be performed by jumping, which is somewhat funny. Come down and see how I deal with you. Being stared at by the violent eyes of the snow devil ape, and being targeted by it all the time, Xian's temper has also increased. She is not afraid of this big monkey, and she will rush to the ground when she says it. Seeing that Xian was about to rush down, the magic ape was in a turbulent mood and planned to take care of her, but Xiaoming didn't want to stand next to Xian. With a big wave, she stopped her from rushing down. Don't waste time, let me do it, Xiaoming said, took a step forward in the void, raised his right hand, the fire attribute energy in the sky and the earth was mobilized, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared one after another, and the big trees within a kilometer around the valley were invaded by energy fluctuations. Got a shake. Almost a second later, a 100-meter fiery red giant hand appeared in the sky, lingering with terrifying heat, and the space around him was rapidly distorted at this moment. The snow devil Amanu, who was a little puzzled at first, felt the terrifying fluctuations condensed in the sky. The terrifying fluctuations caused its hair to stand up slightly. It never thought that the humans brought by the other party would be so terrifying. A loud roar burst out from the mouth of the snow demon ape. Immediately, icy energy ripples condensed on the surface of his body, and the energy condensed. The icy energy even froze the air, the fangs were wide open, and the cold air suddenly gathered, and in an instant it condensed into a huge ice-cold vortex ball that was half a zhang long. As the snow devil ape's claws hit his chest, a vortex ball containing terrifying cold air suddenly shot out. Its target was the fiery red giant hand in the sky. Along the way, in the empty space, all were faint, leaving a long pale white streak. Fall. Glanced at Snowball, Xiaoming shouted violently. The fiery red giant hand fell from the sky like a beet that was afraid of cockroaches, and finally collided with the snowball heavily. Ice attribute energy and fire attribute energy collided, and a huge explosion of energy resounded like thunder in the mountains. The fiery red giant hand first stalemate with Snowball, the two attributes are mutually restrained. At the junction of the two attacks, the two cannibalize each other, making a babble sound. Although the two attacks were deadlocked, the attack of Xiaoming and the snow devil ape seemed to be Xiaoming's upper hand. Lost the blocking of the snowball, and the fiery red giant hand smashed directly at the snowy ape with lightning speed. Snow Monkey couldn't avoid it, and a huge force suddenly burst out, smashing it against the mountain wall. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the hard mountain wall dented a large piece behind the snow devil Amanita. When the boulder burst, cracks spread out from behind like a spider web, and finally spread almost half of the mountain wall. Its originally snow-white fur was charred black, and the large pieces of flesh and blood exuded heat. Judging from its color, it seemed to be cooked. Roar! Suffering such a heavy blow, the snow devil Amanan was also angry. The redness in his eyes increased rapidly, and a blood-red mist began to appear around his body. Is this going to open a violent bloodline? In midair, Xiaoming looked down, the blood-colored fog in front of the mountain wall, and the violent momentum of the snow demon ape in the thick fog was still growing. He is not in a hurry to attack, anyway, it doesn't make any difference to him whether it is 3 stars or 5 stars. Let it open the violent bloodline, and you should give yourself an insight. Before the mountain wall, the cold breath of the forest spread out, a slight layer of ice began to spread on the ground, the ice crystals in the air continued to condense, and the valley was like 9 cold days, every breath would turn into white mist. The blood-colored mist that enveloped the white ape became more and more intense, a scarlet color like blood. A few minutes later, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the fog. The first thing that caught Xiaoming's eyes was a pair of bright red eyes, blood-red like lanterns. Then all the body of the white ape walked out of the blood mist, showing it in front of Xiaoming. Seems to be the blood oozing from his body, infecting the white hair of the white ape into blood red. The body is stronger than before, exuding a cruel and tyrannical breath. At this time, Ziyan's little face had a bit of dread, flew to Xiaoming, and said cautiously, "Xiaoming, this is what he looks like after he transforms. Speed, strength and other attributes will become stronger, you have to be careful." Chapter 85 Accepting a Younger Brother. Watching with interest, the blizzard demon ape that exudes a 5-star Douwang atmosphere, Xiaoming said softly. "It doesn't matter, this snow devil ape has opened a violent bloodline. Although it improves the strength a lot, it also reduces the intelligence a lot. The battle depends on the brain. Originally, it is not as good as me, and now it does not cause much trouble." Roar. Xiaoming just finished speaking, the irrational snow devil Amanu slapped his chest, roared like a cannonball, and shot into the air, targeting Xiaoming in the air. "Look, dare to say that its intelligence has declined," and it rushed up. Xiaoming shook his head. "You must know that he is in the air now, and he can move at will in midair. The snow devil Amanu can't fly, but he shoots into the air, attacking a slap that forced him to activate his ultimate move. Isn't this a gift?" After S strength skyrocketed, the speed of the snow devil ape indeed skyrocketed a lot, and appeared in Xiaoming in the blink of an eye, and his sharp claws slashed towards Xiaoming's neck with a sharp energy. With the size of the claws of the snow devil ape, if an ordinary person is hit by it, the entire upper body will disappear. Seeing his claws across Xiaoming's body, the snow demon ape was overjoyed. Bingo! But right away, snow devil Amanu noticed something was wrong. Why didn't the person in front of him bleed? Riding the body was still in the air, and hadn't descended yet. The snow demon heavenly monkey swiped again, but this blow made the Xiaoming in front of him slowly dissipate. This turned out to be an afterimage. Fantasy from the 5 elements is the best body fighting skill Xiaoming has acquired in the past 6 years. The brief introduction is that if you are away, it is hard to feel the phantom. When cast, the speed is fast enough to produce afterimages. This afterimage is very special, and it is difficult for the enemy to distinguish between true and false. When it is completed, multiple afterimages can be generated around the enemy. Within a short distance, the enemy can feel it everywhere, hard to prevent. It was obvious that the snow devil ape attack was an afterimage created by Xiaoming after he used the illusion of the 5 elements. Roar. Looking at the slowly dissipating afterimage, the sanity that snow devil Amanan had left was almost wiped out by anger. However, staying in the air is not flying, it has been staying for a long time and its body is falling at an extreme speed. Xiaoming is not the kind of person who will be unhappy when he is beaten. After using his movement technique, he instantly moved to the snow devil ape and escaped its attack. He summoned a red flame that contained a tyrannical aura from the palm of his hand. It was the myriad beast spirit fire that Xiaoming got a few years ago. Pill fire technique, transform into a python. Xiaoming drank it, and the flames in his palm suddenly rose 4 or 5 feet. Soul power surged out from between the eyebrows, and modified the shape of the huge flame. Under the action of the soul power, the myriad beasts were cremated into a python-shaped flame behemoth. After careful observation, it can be found that this flame python is somewhat similar to the fallen heart flame fire spirit under the sky-burning gas tower. The pill fire technique is an attack method belonging to the pharmacist in the pharmacy department of Canaan College. The pharmacist can condense the flames into various animal items to attack. When he first saw the fallen heart flame fire spirit, Xiaoming thought about whether the attack power of burning all beast spirits into a fire python similar to it would increase compared to ordinary fire pythons. After research, Xiaoming found that this fire spirit does not need to be transformed into a body casually. Its shape can well restrain the flame and increase its power. How powerful is Xiaoming felt that a single blow could make the snow devil Amon in front of him incapacitated. Go! Xiaoming gave the order, the giant snake entrenched in the air swollen its neck in front of it, longing for the snow ape that fell to the ground to chase away. Because he can't fly, he can't take advantage of the sky. The snow devil Amon can only beat his chest and yell, watching the fire python catch up and wrap himself around him. At the moment when the fire python was entangled, the snow devil Amanon could only feel the extreme heat, and then there was the terrifying entanglement. Boom! The python wrapped around the snow devil ape and slammed into the forest below, knocking down countless big trees. Some of the big trees ignited a raging fire because they rubbed against the fire python, and countless black smoke rose into the sky. Hey, Xiaoming, you are amazing. Yan, who ran to the side since the fight just started, saw that the snow demon ape had no resistance, and immediately beside Fei Xiaoming, who was happy, hugged his arm and said, "It's just the power of different fire." Xiaoming smiled and humbled himself. Yan doesn't care whether Xiaoming is humble or not, she is now full of the body milk of the earth that is guarded by the snow devil ape. Seeing her nodding her head, she quickly said, "Since we have defeated the snow demon ape, let's hurry up and collect the body milk." "No hurry, let's go down and take a look first." Why?" A question mark appeared on Yan's head. Xiaoming did not answer, but flew directly into the forest below. Yan had to fly down behind him reluctantly. In the forest below, the fire is already very big, and the trees are burning and squeaking and undulating. This fire has little effect on Xiaoming and Yan at the Do King level. At the center of the fire, the two stood directly in front of the snow devil Amanu. At this moment, ice crystals are constantly appearing on the body of the snow devil ape. Whenever these ice crystals appear, the high temperature of the fire python that wraps around it will evaporate the ice crystals into water vapor, and the forest is suddenly foggy. Xiaoming waved at the snow devil ape, and the fiery red giant python wrapped around it flew towards him immediately. As the flew over, the size of the fire python gradually became smaller, and finally turned into a fire snake about a foot around Xiaoming's right arm. "Human, what do you want to do?" Snow demon ape at this time has no intact skin, no snow white fur remains, and his speech is weak, and his breath is like a gossamer. Obviously, there was a lot of loss in the battle with the fire python just now. If he hadn't recovered the fire python in time just now, he probably would not be far from death. "I want to accept you as my subordinate, Snow Devil Amanu. What do you think? You came to rob me and wanted me to be my little brother, I tell you, dream." Snow Devil Amanu snorted coldly, and tilted his head to the side with a strong backbone. "Hey, don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you promise me, I will help you heal this injury. I know that it is difficult for you to transform into monsters. With your qualifications, you may be trapped in the 5th rank for a lifetime. I can give you one. Xingxiao, how about helping you transform into shape?" Xiaoming said with a smile. Hearing the words, Snow Devil Amanu suddenly hesitated. Although beasts have the advantages of long lifespan, strong physique and high combat power of the same rank compared with humans. But monsters also have a disadvantage, that is, they are more interested in blood than humans. Don't look at the fact that the Snow Devil Amanu has just grown up now, and already has the strength of a fighting king. But when it dies of old age, it may not be able to break through this limit, and it will stay in this realm all the time, and it is the bloodline that restricts it. But if it takes the form of a human, then this limit will be greatly reduced. In the form of a human, he will have both the cultivation talent of humans and the long life of beasts, and the growth limit will also be greatly increased. Therefore, Xiaoming's conditions are very tempting to him. But when he thinks of this human being in front of him, he beat himself to death just now, and now he runs over and collects it. Snow Devil Amanu can't get angry. After snorted coldly, it said in a muffled voice, "I promise you." Chapter 86 Earth Core Tempering Body Milk. Yan on the side heard that Xiaoming was going to give Snow Demon Ape a shape-shifting grass, and she was a little unhappy, blinking her eyes and muttering. "I found that medicinal herb. You said that you would give me a shape-shifting pill in the future. You gave it to me. What should I do with my shape-shifting pill?" Why does Yan say that? It turned out that since Xiaoming broke through the 6th grade pharmacist, Yan felt that her growth rate was too slow, so she wanted Xiaoming to help her refine the shape-changing pill after she became a 7th grade pharmacist. In this regard, Xiaoming did not refuse. He was a pharmacist, why would he refuse others to ask him to refine medicine? However, Xiaoming is going to ask Ziyan to follow the pharmacist's rules and prepare 3 medicinal materials for him. In this regard, Ziyan didn't say anything. After all, she was the best at finding medicinal herbs. So far, Ziyan has indeed found a lot of medicinal herbs for Xiaoming, including a shape-shifting herb. In addition to the 2 plants drawn by the simulator, Xiaoming's current Na ring has a total of 3 metamorphosis plants. Listening to the transaction between Xiaoming and Snow Devil Ape, Ziyan thought that Xiaoming was giving her transformation grass to Snow Devil Ape, so she was a little unhappy. "Don't worry, the herbs are my own," explained casually. Xiaoming wiped the star ring on his finger, a jade bottle was taken out, and he threw it at the Snow Devil Ape. "This is healing medicine, eat it quickly." Snow Devil Amanu hesitated for a while after taking the medicine pill, and finally poured the medicine bottle at his mouth. A green elixir with a strong medicinal fragrance burrowed straight into its mouth. After swallowing the elixir, the aura of the Snow Devil Ape rapidly recovered, and the blood from the everted skin disappeared, replaced by fresh blood, a blood scab condensed on its surface. After a while, the blood scab came off, and the terrifying ferocious injury was almost recovered. Looking at the recovering Snow Devil Ape, Ziyan stepped forward and kicked it. "If the injury is healed, take me to find the baby, don't dawdle here, I don't know what Xiaoming wants you to do with this little monkey." "Well, it's useless at all." "You, was kicked by Ziyan, and the snow demon Tian Yuan glared at Ziyan, then stood up and said, "Come with me." "Wait, you clean up the surrounding fire first." Xiaoming pointed to the burning trees around him and said, "This kind of fire can cause a huge fire if not cleaned up. If it can be easily destroyed, it will be destroyed." Shuemo Tiana heard Xiaoming's request, silent for a moment, and then roared loudly. Suddenly, a snow-white energy ice-cold ripples quickly spread out, and some boulders and trees along the way were affected by the ice-cold ripples, and instantly turned into snow-colored ice cubes. "Good job, lead the way, and I'll transform you into grass when you're inside." Looking at the forest like a world of ice and snow, Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. Under the guidance of the original owner of Snow Devil Ape, Xiaoming and Ziyan finally entered the valley smoothly. The area within the valley is extremely spacious. The valley is overgrown with trees and rocks, but there are no other living creatures. Obviously, they should be expelled by the Snow Devil Ape. Although there are no living creatures, some bare bones can be seen on the ground. Such a scene like a dead place is a little creepy. It seems that the Snow Devil Ape has killed a lot of monsters who want to come to the Earth's heart-tempering body milk. Xiaoming looked at the huge corpses and said to himself. Entering the valley, the Snow Devil Amanu did not stop. Under its leadership, the two quickly reached a dark cave at the end of the valley. The cave has a faint smell of wild beasts, but it is similar to the smell of the body of the Snow Devil Ape. It should be the cave where it lives. The area of the cave is quite large, otherwise it would be difficult to accommodate the residents of the Snow Devil Ape. The high top of the mountain is more than 10 meters tall. In the cave, there are scattered rocks, and white hair can be seen everywhere. Shuemo Tian Yuan took Xiaoming and the two to the stone wall at the end of the cave, and stopped. Ziyan's little head turned around, but didn't find the baby. "Little monkey, why are you stopping? There is no body milk here." This time, the Snow Devil Ape ignored Ziyan, but silently walked to the corner of the mountain wall and dug up with his huge palm. The sand was dug out, and after a while, a dark underground hole appeared. "Xiaoming, you're pretty smart, you know how to cover up the hole. There are always other beasts who have the idea of quenching the body milk, so we can only take precautions to prevent others from sneaking in." Shuemo Tian Yuan explained, and while he said it, he also glanced at Ziyan, which obviously meant something. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and lead the way." Sensing that the treasure is in the underground world below, Ziyan urged without caring about the tone of the Snow Demon Ape. The passage is extremely tortuous, and after walking in a quiet atmosphere for nearly 10 minutes, Xiaoming and the others followed the Snow Devil Ape to reach a white lighted hole. After the Snow Demon Ape entered the hole, Ziyan got in excitedly, and Xiaoming followed closely. As the soles of his feet stepped out of the dark passage, Xiaoming suddenly felt his eyes light up, and then he could clearly see the environment of the underground world. What appeared in front of Xiaoming was an underground world full of stalactites. Looking around, milky white stalactites covered the end of the line of sight, and pale white light emanated from it, driving out all the darkness here. Stalactites grow everywhere, some hanging on the top of the mountain, and some are even 100 meters long. At a glance, the mountain dome is full of huge stalactites, and occasionally a drop of white emulsion drips down and splashes on the ground. Milky white splashes. What an underground world! Xiao Ming smacked his lips in amazement. Earth core body milk is on the left. When she got here, Xian didn't need the snow demon ape to lead the way. With her sensing ability, she was so close that she could clearly know where things were. I saw her shouting excitedly, and hurriedly ran to the left. Seeing this, Xiao Ming followed closely. The two walked through this stalactite world for nearly 10 minutes before they stopped. A huge stalactite appeared in front of them. One end of this stalactite is connected to the top of the mountain dome, and the other end hangs straight down. The huge volume is more than 100 meters long, and the width is enough to hug two people together. The pale white light lingers around it, rendering it beautiful, like a crystal pillar. This stalactite is undoubtedly the largest one in this underground world. With such a size, it is like a king among stalactites, receiving the worship of countless stalactites around it. His eyes gradually moved down. Under this stalactite, there was an extremely huge bluestone, and most of the bluestone was buried in the ground. At this time, at the top of the bluestone, there is a groove less than half a foot deep. The groove is just opposite the tip of the stalactite above, and the groove is filled with 2 inches of milky white water. On the top, there was a faint white mist, and the white mist was quite strange, and it never dissipated. Xian was lying on the bluestone, her little head buried in the cloud and mist. The tip of her nose was less than a millimeter from the surface of the lotion. Her nose was flapping, smelling the smell, and confirming it repeatedly. After many confirmations, Xian got up helplessly, with a small face that looked extremely frustrated, looked at Xiao Ming, and said aggrieved, "Xiao Ming, this pit of liquid doesn't seem to be something I sensed. Impossible, this treasure is always guarded by me, this is definitely the core of the body-quenching milk, you can't go wrong." The snow devil ape who came after Xiao Ming heard the words and retorted. "This is what it usually guards, and it has drunk a lot. It can be sure that this is definitely the core body milk. This is indeed the core body lotion, but it's only diluted." Looking at the pool of liquid, Xiao Ming said slowly. Snow Demon Tiana was stunned when he heard the words, was it diluted? In this thing, how could he not know? Diluted, isn't that thing on top? Xian's little head melon seeds are quite clever, and she can guess the result at once. Well, come with me. Xiao Ming looked up at the huge stalactite hanging upside down in the mountain dome, waved to Xian, and then his body slowly flew up to the huge stalactite. Seeing Xiao Ming's behavior, Xian's eyes lit up and quickly followed. And although the snow devil Amanu wanted to follow, it knew that the earth core body tempering milk didn't have its share, so it could only stand and stare. The two flew up the huge stalactite that was vertical and more than 100 meters long. After a while, they flew to the top of the mountain dome. Looking down from here, those stalactites that originally appeared to be quite huge, but they are only as large as ants. Looking around, you can see some stalactites that are also hanging in the mountain dome. Faint rays of light bring light to the entire underground world. Xiao Ming ignored the surrounding stalactites, but stopped his floating body at the bottom of the largest stalactite. Here, it is already the point where the stalactite and the mountain dome come into contact. The faint fluorescence penetrates from the stalactite, and it is printed like a transparent crystal, which is extremely beautiful. Xiao Ming suspended here, looked at Xian who followed, and said Nuzui, "Xian, you feel it again." Xian sensed when she came to the mountain dome, and immediately stepped forward when she heard the words, hugged the crystal-like stalactite with her hands and feet, and pressed her small face against the root of the stalactite. After a while, the voice excitedly said, "Yes, it is here, this is the treasure I sensed." Chapter 87 named Shuidian. After waiting for Xian's mood to recover for a while, Xiao Ming said, "Since you are sure that the earth core body tempering milk is here, you can step aside for a while and let me collect it." Oh, Xian flew to Xiao Ming's side neatly when she heard the words, but her eyes stayed where she was just now, reluctant to move away. Xiao Mingfei went up to the position of Xian just now, the soul power poured out from the eyebrows, and probed the precise position of the earth core tempering body milk, and then with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he took out a good white jade piece from the Na ring. Used Dochi to wrap it on the surface of the jade piece, and then Xiaoming gently cut in along the position he just probed. Because of the wrapping of vindictiveness, the jade piece has also become quite sharp. Just with a light touch, the tip of the jade piece is submerged in the crystal-like stalactite with a small squeak sound. Holding the jade piece tightly in his palm, Xiaoming made precise circular cuts, and the subtle sound of chi-chi reverberated in the quiet high air. Crack! Suddenly, the jade piece in his hand completed the last distance of the circle, and immediately, a piece of stalactite circle fragment fell off the body. Xiaoming grabbed it with quick eyes and hands, raised his head, and a strong light suddenly shot out from where the fragments fell off. This level of light has little effect on Xiaoming, and Xiaoming's eyes can directly see the inside of the circular opening. Inside the cut circular stalactite, a viscous liquid of emerald-colored color is suspended. This mass of liquid seems to have spirituality, flowing slowly in the stalactite, but its wandering range is just in the vicinity of the circle mouth, and has never exceeded a line. The pure energy contained in this emerald-colored viscous liquid made Xiaoming quite surprised. This pure energy was more than the earth core tempering body milk in the bluestone groove below. It is more than 10 times richer, far more than the ordinary treasures of heaven and earth. With the appearance of the earth core body quenching milk, the rich and mellow fragrance drifted away, and Yan next to her closed her eyes, revealing a touch of intoxication. Her body unconsciously floated to the front of the earth core body quenching milk, her mouth opened wide. At the corner of her mouth it seems to be able to see the sparkle. Seeing that Yan opened her mouth and was about to go to lick her food, Xiaoming immediately stretched out his right hand against her little head. Stretched out her small fragrant tongue and licked it a few times, feeling that Yan, who had licked nothing but air, made a surprised sound in her mouth and opened her eyes. When she saw the situation clearly, she looked at Xiaoming with a pitiful expression again. Obviously she was very tempted by the heart-quenching body milk. But Xiaoming didn't let go of her, he just rubbed her little head and said helplessly. "Don't look at me that way, this real earth core body tempering milk is extremely fragile, only the most moist jade will not damage it. If you touch it with other objects, as long as it gets a little bit of it, this group has been condensed for many years. The earth core body quenching milk, I am afraid it has to be turned into a pile of useless waste on the spot. Now if you lick it, I am afraid it will be scrapped immediately. This earth core body quenching milk or wait for me to collect it, you can take your portion. Then hurry up and collect it." Hearing this, Yan stepped back a little and urged Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and took out a jade spoon from his collection ring. As an alchemist, jade is the best elixir vessel, so he also stored various jade wares in his collection ring. Carefully put the jade spoon into the stalactite, Xiaoming flexibly turned his wrist, and he scooped up most of the earth core tempered body milk in a few minutes. After leaving a little bit of the earth core tempering body milk, Xiaoming took out the jade spoon and put the stalactite fragment in his hand again. Suddenly, the strong light gradually subsided, and the stalactite became as calm as before. Appearance. After evenly pouring the jade liquid in the jade spoon into the 2 high-quality jade bottles that had been prepared, Xiaoming handed one of the jade bottles to Yan. "Here, your portion. This earth core tempering body milk contains the power of the earth that has been condensed by this stalactite for thousands of years. The energy is enormous. You drink it slowly, don't drink it all at once, you know." "Got it." Yan took the jade bottle and responded with a smile. He lifted the jade bottle and couldn't wait to pour a drop into his mouth. The pink tongue licked it and said with a satisfied smile, "It's delicious." Obviously, compared to those medicinal herbs, this earth core body tempering milk tastes much better. Seeing her happy look, Xiaoming smiled and shook his head. This earth core body quenching milk is only a monster that dares to drink like this. Ordinary people dare to drink like this, I am afraid that they will explode and die immediately. Greeting Yan to fly down from above the mountain dome, Xiaoming landed next to the bluestone again, looking at the milky white liquid in the groove. Although the earth core body lotion has been diluted, its effect is quite good. Even if it can't achieve the effect of washing the marrow and refining the bones, it has a considerable refining effect on the body. Take out 4 jade bottles from the Na ring, and carefully put the milky white earth core quenching body milk into them. When the 4 jade bottles are filled, there is not much of the earth core quenching body milk left in the grooves. The snow devil ape on the side watched Xiaoming collect the earth core tempering body milk that originally belonged to him. He couldn't extricate himself from the pain in his heart, and he had the urge to shout. But thinking of the opponent's terrifying strength, and the shape-shifting grass he promised, he turned his head to the side with a heartache again, and came to see it out of sight. Snow Demon Tian Yuan just turned his head around when he heard Xiao Ming's voice. This is a metamorphosis grass, you swallow it now, I will protect you. These words made the Snow Devil Aminu Kazuki happy, and the pain in his heart disappeared a lot. When he turned his head around, he saw a medicinal herb with an alluring and strange fragrance suspended in front of him. Snow Devil Tanape smelled this fragrance, as if all the cells in his body were cheering. Transforming grass is no better than transforming pill. It is not that easy to successfully transform, and it may even be dangerous. Whether you can succeed depends on you. Xiao Ming looked at the Snow Demon and said. The Snow Demon Heavenly Monkey nodded slightly when he heard the words. Without any hesitation, he opened his ***** mouth and swallowed the unusually tiny transformation grass in front of it. Roar! The Snow Devil Ape, who had not swallowed the transformation grass for a long time, seemed to be very uncomfortable. His mouth kept roaring, his huge sharp claws kept slapping his chest, and his body size also changed from size to size. Ziyan next to Xiao Ming saw this scene and gloated a little. HMPH, these words are not so easy to swallow, think of me back then. Halfway through, Ziyan suddenly shut up. In the beginning, how were you? Xiao Ming on the side asked curiously. Slightly, I won't tell you. Ziyan made a face. Half an hour later, a young man with white hair stood in front of Xiao Ming. The man was sturdy and burly, more than 2 meters tall, and he was wearing a black robe that was propped up by gas, bulging. This is the Snow Demon Ape who successfully transformed. The transformation process was extremely difficult. Several times, the Snow Devil Aminu almost failed and fell short, but in the end he succeeded. Looking at his hands, Snow Demon Tian Yuan shouted excitedly, then kneeled in front of Xiao Ming on one knee and said respectfully. Owner. Yeah, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Compared with human beings, monsters are still much simpler, and they don't have so many sloppy guts. Snow Devil Aminu's master's cry was very crisp. Get up, yes. Looking at the Snow Demon Ape who stood up respectfully, Xiao Ming thought about it and said. Since you have successfully transformed, you should also have a name. Do you have any ideas? I don't know how to name me, so I don't have any idea. Snow Devil Aminu scratched his head and said honestly. Naming was something he had never thought about before, nor was he very good at it. I can't do it without a name. It's not easy to call me in the future. Let me help you. Your body is Snow Devil Ape, so I'll call you Shuidian in the future. What do you think of this name? The name Snow Devil Aminu does sound like a good name, and he really doesn't know how to name it. So he scratched his head and smiled. It sounds good, then I'll be called Shuidian in the future, hee. Seeing that the Snow Demon Ape didn't resist the name he chose, Xiao Ming chuckled and said to Ziyan, who seemed to be bored, it's time to go back to the inner courtyard. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up and she could finally go back. For this little monkey, she spent a lot of time underground. Let's go, said that Ziyan took the lead and walked in the direction where she came, signaling the Snow Demon Ape to follow, and Xiao Ming also walked in that direction. Chapter 88. Negotiate to return to the Overweight Empire. Chapter 88. Negotiate to return to the Overweight Empire. Since they were already familiar with the road once, Xiao Ming and the others did not take as long to go out this time as before. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them left the cave. Standing not far from the entrance of the cave, Xiao Ming turned to look at the passage, and said to the snowy sky beside him. Shuidian, since you will follow me in the future, you don't need to keep this residence anymore, let's destroy it, so as not to have any accidents with the quenched body milk that I kept. It would be a pity that the stalactites that can only be formed in 10,000 years are destroyed because of this. Already. Well, hearing this, Shui Tian nodded. Without any hesitation, he walked directly to the side of the cave and waved his arms. Boom! A huge force was transmitted from Shui Tian's sturdy arm to the mountain wall, and the mountain wall collapsed and dented due to this heavy blow. After waved his arms a few more times to attack, Shui Tian returned to Xiao Ming, and at this time the opening of the mountain wall was completely covered by the collapsed rocks. Seeing this, a pair of fiery red wings over a meter long appeared behind Xiao Ming in vain, and his body was suspended in the air. Shui Tian, you have successfully transformed into a human form, you should be able to transform into wings, right? Seeing Shui Tian nodding, Xiao Ming said let's go. turned into a light and shadow and flew into the distance. Xian and Shuidian, who stayed in place, also gave birth to a pair of wings behind them, soaring into the sky and chasing after Xiaoming. After dozens of minutes, Xiaoming and the others arrived at the location of the inner courtyard. Who is coming? Please stop. Just as Xiaoming and the others were about to approach the barrier in the inner courtyard, a violent shout came from the barrier. Hearing this questioning voice, Xiaoming was not surprised. He stabilized his body in the air, and said loudly, "Elder Su, it's me, Xiaoming." Ziyan and Shuidian also stopped by his side. It turned out to be Xiaoming and Ziyan. The elder in the barrier heard the words, opened the barrier, and revealed his face. Judging from his appearance, it was Elder Su, one of the two elders Xiaoming met when he entered the inner courtyard. In fact, returning to the inner courtyard with the identities and means of Xiaoming and Ziyan will not be drunk, because this enchantment has a special identification method. Elder Su appeared entirely because of Shui Tian, an unfamiliar strong man. Xiaoming has been an elder for more than a year, and they are already very familiar with Elder Su, so Elder Su asked directly, "Who is Xiaoming next to you?" "This is the snow devil ape in the Warcraft forest. Now that he has successfully transformed himself, he is ready to go back to the overweight empire with me to see the human world." Xiaoming introduced with a smile. "This is a magical beast that has transformed into a human form." Elder Su was a little surprised when he heard the words. Isn't the transformation of a magical beast into a human form at the level of Duzong? Why is the aura of this snow demon ape a bit weaker than his? Looking at Elder Su's puzzled expression, Xiaoming said with a smile, "Snow devil ape swallowed the transformation grass like Ziyan, and this is the successive transformation." Hearing the words, Elder Su nodded clearly, secretly saying that the snow devil heavenly monkey is lucky. Ordinary monsters have a very high failure rate if they want to rely on the transformation of grass, and if they fail, their body may be severely injured. Now that he knew that this strange powerhouse was brought by Xiaoming, Elder Su didn't talk nonsense, just registered and let them go. Just when Xiaoming left the border, he asked Xiaoming when he left Canaan Academy and when he returned to Canaan Academy. Xiaoming, as the only 6th grade alchemist at Canaan College, is still very popular among these elders. Xiaoming, who became an elder, no longer lives in the original place, but has a small courtyard of his own in the elders' area. And Yangshuidian flew in the inner courtyard for a while, and Xiaoming landed in front of his own courtyard. In front of the small courtyard, a burly man who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time was startled when he saw Xiaoming and the three falling in front of him, and then showed joy. I saw him hurriedly greeted Xiaoming, and a strong voice sounded, "Cousin, you are finally back." Xiaoming also smiled when he saw the person coming, "Cousin Zhao Shan, I have something to go out just now, sorry for making you wait for a long time." The person here is Xiaoming's family member Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan entered the inner courtyard 1 year after Xiaoming entered the inner courtyard. He has been in the inner courtyard for 5 years now, and he just graduated this year. After spending 5 years in the inner courtyard of the one-day gas smelting tower, with Xiaoming covering him next to him, Xiao Shan's improvement is undoubtedly huge. At this moment, he has broken through to the 3-star Douling, which is incomparable with Xiaoming, not to mention Xiaoming, in the inner courtyard, the realm of the 3-star Douling at the time of graduation can only be regarded as medium. But the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy is a place where geniuses from all over the world gather. This cultivation base is really good for Zhao Shan, whose talent is not too strong. This cultivation base, in the plus-sized empire, he is also qualified to be called a master, and he has also become the strongest in the Xiao family except Xiaoming. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Shan's figure has grown more and more outrageous in recent years, and it is a match for the snow devil ape who has transformed into a human. Xiaoming, who has grown very tall in recent years, actually looks a little thin in front of him. At first, Xiaoming thought that this was how Xiao Shan could grow so tall, but he didn't find out until later that it was the effect of Xiao Shan's advanced Xuanji exercise, Shanyu Gong, which was given to him by Xiaoming at the beginning. Xiaoming did not expect this exercise to have such an effect. Xiao Shan and Xiaoming have been together for 7 years, and they are from the same clan. In addition, he is relatively simple and honest, so he will naturally not be restrained. After replying to Xiaoming that it was okay, he turned his curious eyes to Shuidian. "Cousin, who is this?" "His name is Shuidian, he is a Duong level powerhouse." This time, he will return to the overweight empire with us. It was Xiao Ming's plan to return to the plus-size empire. Now that he is staying in Canaan College, the speed of cultivation is not as fast as before. In addition, it is a hurdle for Duwang to break through Duhuang. He wants to plan the Nether Poison Fire and Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. In addition, he also wanted to go to Nolan's house in exchange for the 7 magical green spirits for his teacher, Elder Huo. Help him break through the realm of the 6th grade alchemist. Ziyan on the side of Xiao Ming had heard about Xiao Ming's departure when he was talking to Elder Su. Now, when he heard about his departure from Xiao Shan again, she couldn't help but say it. Xiao Ming, I want to go back with you too. Ziyan had long wanted to find a reason to leave the inner courtyard to go out, but the elder Su Qianda refused to let her leave alone. Now that Xiao Ming wants to leave is a good opportunity, she must seize it, and after Xiao Ming leaves, no one will give her pills to eat. Xiao Ming had expected Ziyan's request earlier, but just nodded casually and agreed. Yes, but after you go out, you have to listen to me and don't run around, or I will definitely send you back. Xiao Ming knows Ziyan very well. She is a character who can't sit still. In addition, she is strong, and she is not afraid of the sky. She often runs around, so she has to make an appointment, otherwise she may cause a lot of trouble. I know, then I'll go tell the elders right away. Seeing Xiao Ming agreeing to take her back, Ziyan had a happy look on her face, and ran away without a trace. Sister Ziyan is still so energetic. Looking at the place where Ziyan disappeared, Xiao Shan said with a sigh. In the past few years, he naturally knew Ziyan. When he saw Ziyan for the first time, he thought that Ziyan was the granddaughter of an elder. Xiao Ming told him that Ziyan was stronger than him, so be careful not to make her angry. Xiao Ming was joking. Who is Xiao Ming? The first genius of Canaan Academy. This little girl can be better than him. Who can do this? He doesn't believe it anyway. Until he saw Ziyan slapped a strong player at the peak of Douling seriously injured. Xiao Shan realized that what Xiao Ming said was true. He wasn't joking, this little girl's strength was really terrifying. Since he saw Ziyan's ferocity, Xiao Shan has always kept a distance from Ziyan, daring not to have too much contact, for fear of being hit and lying down for a few days. Chapter 89 Su Qianda Elder. Ziyan hasn't always been like this, the child's temperament. Okay, don't stand stupidly at the door, let's chat in the room. As for Xiao Shan's words, Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile, opened the door, and walked into the small room, in the courtyard. Shuitian nodded to Xiao Shan, and it was a greeting, and the two followed Xiao Ming into the courtyard. Crossing the open space of the small courtyard, Xiao Ming directly entered the living room. Let Xiao Shan and Shuitian who were behind him sit at the table, took out Huiyan tea from Naji, and made a cup for each of the 3 of them. Drink tea. Well, cousin, your Huiyan tea is as delicious as ever. Xiao Shan praised after taking a sip of tea. Shuitian next to heard the words and took a sip like Xiao Shan, then nodded. Although he has never had tea before, so he doesn't think much about it, but he can still drink it if it tastes good or not. The taste of this tea is really good, and it suits his appetite. Hee, I won't take it out if it doesn't taste good. I don't have much stock of this tea. Said with a smile, Xiao Ming also took a sip of tea. After drinking the tea, Xiao Ming asked Xiao Shan next to him. This time, we will go back to the plus-size empire, and let my cousin ask the 2 clansmen in the outer courtyard if they want to go back with us. What happened? In the past 6 years, 2 people from the Xiao family have entered the Canaan Academy to study, which makes Xiao Ming very gratified. The Xiao family still has people with normal brain circuits. For these 2 people, Xiao Ming gave them some help just like Xiao Shan. This time, he was thinking of these 2 people when he wanted to return to the Plus Empire. The distance between Canaan College and the Plus Empire is very long. After coming to Canaan College, it is inconvenient to go back and cost a lot of money. It happened that he was going back this time, so Xiao Shan asked about their wishes. Hearing Xiao Ming asking about the business, Xiao Shan put down the teacup in his hand and said solemnly. I went out to ask about this yesterday. Both Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were very happy. They said that they would go back together, and they would apply for family leave with their tutors. I also informed them when we left. When we passed the outer courtyard, we directly just find them at the flight station. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded, and suddenly asked curiously, by the way, how is the realm of the 2 of them? Because in the inner courtyard, Xiao Ming seldom goes out, and he also asks Xiao Shan to go for a trip, so I have this question. Xiao Hu has been in Canaan Academy for 3 years, and her realm is 6-star Doshi. If you want to come next time, you can enter the inner courtyard. Xiao Yu entered Canaan Academy late, and her realm is a little lower, and her realm is 7-star Doj. But her talent is obviously better. A little. Xiao Shan smiled. Xiao Shan is quite satisfied with these 2 children of the same clan, especially Xiao Yu. The talent is much better than Xiao Hu, and even himself. It took him 2 years to get to Doj 8, and Xiao Yu was a little more than a year to Doj 7. With a little effort, maybe he can break through this year. Fighter. She was able to break through so quickly. Although Xiao Ming helped him, Xiao Ming also helped him at the beginning. Because of entering Canaan Academy together, Xiao Ming will obviously help him more. How to look at it, Xiao Yu's talent is stronger. Cousin Xiao Yu, she's really talented. Xiao Ming actually knew Xiao Yu, even earlier than Xiao Shan. During the period when his talent had not been exposed, he had not moved out of the Xiao family Zhongli Hall, which was full of orphans. Because of the large number of children and noisy reasons, he liked to go to the back mountain of the Xiao family to cultivate. After practice, his favorite thing is to soak in hot springs. Xiao Yu met at that time. Of course, don't get me wrong, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu have never been in a hot spring together, nor have they strayed into her hot spring pool. The hot springs in the back mountain of Xiao's family were discovered very early. In order to prevent men from accidentally entering the hot springs, the Xiao family had already divided the area. Defines which part of the hot springs are for men and which part is for women. The hot springs that Xiao Ming soaked in belonged to the male part of the site, and he never crossed the area to soak in the female hot springs. The reason why Xiao Ming knew Xiao Yu was because Xiao Yu sometimes liked to stay late. There are only a few roads from Haoshan to Xiao's house. Occasionally, the two will still bump into each other. Because we are on the same road, we talked a few times. At that time, Xiao Ming saw that Xiao Yu often took a bath in the hot spring, so he thought of one thing: let her take a few people with her when she was in the hot spring, and leave one to look at the surrounding environment. Xiao Yu was curious and asked him why he was taking a few people there, and Xiao Ming directly replied that there are snakes in the back mountain and will bite people. Since then, Xiao Ming met Xiao Yu on the back mountain trail and found that there was a person dressed as a maid beside her. Thinking of Xiao Yu's appearance, and thinking of the current strength of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming said after a moment of pondering. If she can break through to Doshi this year, I will give her a 3-pattern blue elixir. If she can withstand the power of the medicine, she should be able to enter the inner courtyard next year. 3-pattern Qingling pill. Xiao Ming still has a few in stock, and some are obtained from the simulator. There are others who asked him to make medicines, and he made them with extra medicinal materials. These medicinal herbs are of no use to him except for selling money, and the most important thing he lacks is money, so it doesn't hurt to take them out. Then I have to tell her, let her practice hard, and get this medicine pill. Xiao Shan is not surprised by Xiao Ming's decision. He has seen Xiao Ming's support for the Xiao family over the years. It can be said that the things Xiao Ming has given over the years can already buy several Xiao families. For Xiao Ming's support of the family, he does not care about his own family members. The arrogance of a genius is the slightest, so Xiao Shan has always admired Xiao Ming. Even though Xiao Ming is 10 years younger than him and still underage, he has always treated him with respect and followed Xiao Ming's lead. Speaking of talent, Xiao Shan thought of Xiao Yan for some reason. He sighed and said, Xiao Yu's talent is really good, but it's still not comparable to Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan, it's a pity. Xiao Yan is the second genius of the Xiao family after Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Shan has little contact with him, he is also concerned about it. When Xiao Yan's talent was going backwards, Xiao Zan also entrusted Xiao Shan to bring a letter to Xiao Ming. After, Xiao Ming gave him a scroll of 4th-grade medicinal pills and asked him to find a 4th-grade pharmacist to solve it. This scroll was also passed back to the Xiao family through his hand. The result was unsatisfactory. Anyway, that 4th-grade medicinal pill scroll is a waste. Only a 4th-grade medicinal alchemist can make a medicinal pill scroll. It usually takes several years for a 4th-grade medicinal alchemist to copy a scroll, so the 4th-grade medicinal scroll is expensive. Outrageous. This kind of valuables will naturally cause dissatisfaction from others. Anyway, Xiao Zan was scolded by other elders. Xiao Yan, Xiao Ming murmured softly, it was something he had expected long ago. Yao Lao is the soul of Do Zun, how can he be found by a 4th-grade alchemist in an overweight empire? Shook his head and skipped this topic directly. Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan chatted about other things. Shui Tian on the side of was just drinking tea silently, which seemed a little taciturn. After chatting for a while, Ziyan, who had left, came back, along with Elder Su Qianda. Elder Su Qianda was dressed in a black robe, with white beard and white hair, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. The first thing he said when he saw Xiao Ming was, "You want to leave the inner courtyard and return to the Plus Empire." Chapter 90 Going to the outer courtyard, Xiao Yu. Yes, Xiao Ming said slowly after inviting Elder Su Qianda to sit down and make him a cup of tea. It's been more than 8 years since I came out of my family to study. It's time to go back and have a look. I was going to go and tell you about it at night. Picked up the cup and took a slow sip. Elder Su Qian tapped his chin. It's been more than 8 years, so you really should go back and have a look. Ziyan said she wanted to go back with you, and she said you agreed, is that true? I have indeed promised this, I will take good care of her. I wonder what the elders mean. Ziyan next to heard Xiao Ming's question, and looked at Su Qian expectantly. Su Qian heard the words, touched Ziyan's little head, and said with a smile, I am very relieved when you do things. I agree with this matter. It is really not good for Ziyan to stay in the inner courtyard. He. Hearing that Su Qian agreed, Ziyan laughed happily. Seeing Xiao Ming and several people cast their gazes over, she quickly turned her face and pretended that nothing happened. Do you really want to go out like that, girl? Looking at Ziyan's funny look, Su Qian smiled helplessly, then turned his head to Xiao Ming and asked. Is there a time to go back? Tomorrow. So soon? Did you tell old man Huo? Su Qian was a little surprised when he heard this. I haven't told the teacher yet. When I go to the outer courtyard tomorrow, I'll tell the teacher about it. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, he hadn't been to his teacher's place for several days, and his teacher naturally didn't know about it. Seeing that Xiao Ming has already made arrangements, Su Qian didn't plan to say anything more, just hummed. Then he asked, it's a long way to go back to the Plus Empire. Do you need me to lend you the flying beasts in the inner courtyard? When talking about flying beasts, Su Qian glanced at the snowy sky. Shuitian shrank his neck in fear when he looked at him like this. In his perception, the strength of the old man in front of him was unfathomable, and he was afraid that he had the strength of a 7th-order monster. Seeing Shuitian's movements, the elder was a little surprised. This snow devil ape's perception is quite keen. I was just about to mention this to you, the great elder. The road back to the Kaka Empire is too long. I still have 2 clansmen in the outer courtyard. This time I will go back together with me, so I want to use the griffin beast from the academy. Well, when you leave tomorrow, just talk to those people at the flight station. Su Qian, who originally planned to fly a beast to Xiao Ming, nodded. After talking about business affairs, there was nothing else to talk about. After drinking tea for a while, Elder Su Qian left the place. Xiao Shan also left here one after another. Ziyan occupied a room when Xiao Ming moved here, because she could find him to refine medicine anytime and anywhere, but she did not leave. In the living room, after glancing at the silent snowy sky, Xiao Ming pointed to the empty room next to him. You're staying there tonight, there's bedding in it, so pack it up yourself. Then he said to Ziyan, who was pouring it into his mouth when he took out the jade bottle containing the earth core tempering body milk at an unknown time. Drink less, drink too much, I won't take you out if you don't get up tomorrow. Earth core tempering body milk contains huge energy. For demon beasts, drinking too much is like being drunk, and it needs to sleep and digest. Then I won't drink it anymore, I'll drink it later. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, Ziyan smacked her mouth and said, resisting the temptation. Looking at Ziyan's enduring cuteness, Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing and touched her head. Have a good rest and leave early tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Ming got up early. After the morning exercise, Xiao Ming walked to Shuitian's room and knocked. Get up, squeak. The door opened, revealing a snow-white hair. It was Shuitian. Today's Shuitian changed into a suitable dress. This is Zhao Shan, the difference between the two is not big. Seeing Shuitian come out, Xiao Ming turned and ran to Ziyan's room again. This time Xiao Ming didn't get a response. After waiting for a while, Xiaoming impatiently pushed open the door. The layout of the room is similar to his room, with just some wooden furniture, nothing to see. There was a wooden bed on the inside of the room. Xiaoming walked to the bed, and the scene in front of him could not help but make his head full of black lines. I saw Yan dressed in good condition, lying on the bed crookedly. The quilt only covered her calf, her expression was very peaceful, and there was a small jade bottle by her hand. That jade bottle, Xiaoming knew, was filled with earth core tempering body milk. Xiaoming picked up the jade bottle and dangled the bottle downward for a while, but nothing flowed down, apparently not a drop. It was not what I expected. In this regard, Xiaoming just sighed. The temptation of earth core tempering body milk to Warcraft is of course needless to say, and Yan is a glutton. It's no surprise that this happens. Fortunately, Yan should have drank before going to bed and didn't change her clothes, otherwise she would really have to be thrown here. Hugged Yan by the waist, and Xiaoming walked out of the room. During the period, Yan didn't struggle too much, but after moving her nose, she rested her head in Xiaoming's arms, as if she slept a little more peacefully. In the hall, Xiao Shan has also arrived, and is now sitting in a chair with Shui Tian waiting. The two of them looked at Yan with a look of surprise on their faces. She is this. She drank all the earth core tempering body milk, and 80% won't wake up until noon. Xiaoming explained. Hearing the words, Shui Tian showed a clear expression. The earth core tempering body milk, if it were it would indeed be like this. After all, the energy contained in it was enormous. However, the energy of the earth core tempering body milk can be digested at noon, and the time is so short. This little girl is afraid that she has extraordinary blood, so let her order it in the future. Shui Tian's thoughts, Xiaoming didn't know. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's all ready." It was mainly Xiao Shan who was answering. Shui Tian just became a human yesterday, and even the clothes were given by them. Seeing Shui Tian's poor appearance, Xiaoming shook his head, took out a Na ring and threw it over. Took Yan and walked out. Xiao Shan and the two quickly followed after seeing this. A flaming red wing appeared behind Xiaoming. "Shui Tian, take my cousin and follow me." After saying this, he flew towards the barrier. Shui Tian also showed a pair of snow-white wings behind him, grabbed Xiao Shan next to him and followed Xiaoming. From the elder at the barrier, he took a griffin beast. Xiaoming and the others flew on this flying beast for more than an hour before reaching the outer courtyard. Canaan City, the gate of the flight station. "Hey, cousin Zhao Shan, we are here." The one who shouted was a beautiful woman in a set of Canaan Academy costumes. She had a long sword on her waist and was quite tall. The most striking thing was her long, round and slender legs. The legs attract the attention of many passers-by. Beside her was a thin young man also in uniform. At this moment, the way the girl shouted attracted the attention of many people, and Xiao Shan was also attracted by this shout. Seeing that it was a member of his own family, Xiao Shan stepped forward quickly. "Cousin Xiao Yu, cousin Xiao Hu." Because they had just met yesterday, the three of them did not exchange much greetings. After a brief chat, Xiao Yu glanced behind Xiao Shan curiously. "Cousin Xiao Shan, what about cousin Xiaoming? Why can't he see him? Didn't he say he went back with us?" Chapter 91 Departure, Increase the Empire. Hearing this, Xiao Hu, who was beside Xiao Yu, also looked at Xiao Shan curiously. He has always been curious about Xiaoming, and Xiaoming rarely mixed with other people when he was in the Xiao family. After leaving the Xiao family for so many years, the entire Xiao family is most familiar with Xiao Shan, who joined Canaan College with him. He had only met Xiaoming a few times before. Speaking of which, he had not seen Xiaoming for a long time. Xiaoming's cousin, he is going to say goodbye to his teacher. Let's go to the flying monster first and wait for him. Xiao Shan explained. When the flying monsters were about to reach Canaan City, Xiaoming left the flying monsters alone and went to his teacher's residence. After all, Xiao Shan can handle the matter of picking up people by himself. There is no need for two people to come together. Hearing Xiao Shan's explanation, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu nodded suddenly. Xiaoming had a teacher at Canaan College, and they knew about it, but they didn't know which teacher it was, mainly because they hadn't taken the initiative to inquire about it. "Okay, don't be stunned here, let's go quickly." After taking 2 steps, Xiao Shan turned around and found that Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were still standing, so he couldn't help urging. Coming. Elder Huo's residence has not changed much, it is still that small courtyard completely constructed of green bamboo. Looking at the quiet courtyard in front of him, Xiaoming pushed open the courtyard door and walked slowly to the door of the room. Just as he was about to open the door of the room was pushed open, and a pretty face appeared in his eyes. Xiaoming. Looking at the surprised girl, Xiaoming smiled. Long time no see, Hujia, why are you here with the teacher? When Xiaoming was looking for his teacher, Elder Huo, he sometimes also went to find Hujia, so over the years, the two of them didn't get along much. My grandfather asked me to send something to Grandpa Huo. I didn't expect you to come today. Speaking of which, you haven't come to see me for several months. Hujia lightly rolled her hair and said coquettishly. In the past 6 years, Hujia's body has gradually grown. The 14-year-old girl who is in her prime has a different flavor to make this move. I'm not very busy. Xiaoming spread his hands helplessly and said that Duong level cultivation really takes more time, plus various things, he hasn't even come from the teacher for a long time, no. Having said this, you are just right here, saving you the effort to find you. Well, what's the matter? Hujia looked puzzled. I'm going back to the overweight empire. Hearing this, Hujia frowned, then stretched out again, and asked softly, let's go today. Yes, I'm here this time to say goodbye to the teacher. When are you coming back? The short one is 1 year, and the long one is 2 or 3 years, right? Actually, I am not very clear. I will talk about it later. Xiaoming said softly, although he has a general expectation in his heart, he knows that even if you plan well, there will be some omissions in the life simulator, and there will always be some accidents in the life simulated by the simulator. Events are proof. After Hujia heard this, her expression was a little dull, and she laughed at herself a little. I thought back then, I told you to wait for me in the inner courtyard, but I didn't expect you to graduate from the inner courtyard in a blink of an eye, and I was still in the fighter stage. Quote. This. Xiaoming didn't know how to answer Hujia's words for a while, but fortunately, Hujia just laughed at himself, and then said, the plus-sized empire is no better than Canaan College. If something goes wrong, someone from the college will give it to you. You are covered, but you have to be careful when you go back. If there are students from Canaan Academy here at this time, it will be a big surprise to see that the little demon girl from the famous Canaan Academy actually cares so much about her peers. You must know that with the growth of Hujia's age, many people have begun to pay attention to her because they value her status as the granddaughter of the deputy dean of Canaan College, and they have the mentality of eating soft rice, but she has never given it to others. With a good face, this scene is in sharp contrast with the past, which will naturally surprise people. I understand this. When have you ever seen me arrogant? I will act carefully. Xiaoming chuckled lightly. It's good to understand. After muttering, Hujia gave way. Don't delay you can go to Grandpa Huo. I have to go back to find my grandpa to return to life. After, Hujia left next to Xiaoming. Looking at Hujia's back, Xiaoming was silent for a moment, but turned his head and walked into the house. In the house, Elder Huo was still the same, nothing had changed. At this time, he was sitting on the reclining chair, staring at Xiaoming who had just come in. I heard the conversation you just had with that girl Hujia, remember to be safe when you go back. As for Xiaoming's going back, Elder Huo had long anticipated it. He could say that it took more than 8 years for Xiaoming to go back, which was beyond his expectations, but it was understandable when he thought of the death of both his parents. Xiaoming is going back, and he has nothing to say. After all, young people always have to go out, let alone go home. All the things he should teach over the years have been taught to his precious apprentice. This apprentice of him is also very high-spirited, and he has achieved better than the blue, and now he can only tell him to pay attention to safety. Xiaoming nodded silently, indicating that he would pay attention, and then took out a jade bottle from the Na ring. Teacher, this is Po Zongdan, and it is my disciple's filial piety to you. Hearing looking at the jade bottle in Xiaoming's hand, Elder Huo was obviously surprised. Po Zongdan, you have made rapid progress in refining medicine in the past few months, and you can already refine this difficult medicine. In fact, Xiaoming did not refine the Po Zong pill. The Po Zong pill in his hand was actually obtained from the simulator, but in the face of the teacher's emotion, he also smiled and handed over the jade bottle without explaining anything. Since it is your part of your mind, I will not refuse. Looking at his apprentice, Elder Huo stroked his gray beard. Now that Xiao Ming can refine Po Zong pill, he has no doubts about his apprentice's heart. There is no need to refuse. Took the pill, and after Elder Huo warned him a few more words, he waved Xiao Ming away. Walking out of the small courtyard, Xiao Ming looked back at the house, and with wings on his back, he rushed towards the sky. Listening to the movement in the small courtyard, the Elder Huo in the room sighed, I have grown up. Obviously, parting is still a bit sad. At Xiao Ming's speed, it didn't take long to fly from Elder Huo's residence to Canaan College. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ming landed in front of Xiao Shan with countless eyes of envy and awe. How is it, everyone has received it? Xiao Ming asked, ignoring the gazes from around him and looking at Xiao Shan who was waiting alone beside the griffin beast. Received, everyone is inside. Xiao Shan pointed to the wooden house on the griffin and said that the griffin they borrowed had a wooden house, and there was no wooden house on the back of the griffin. They were okay, but Xiao Yu and the others couldn't stand it. Just get it, let's go up together, it's time to go home. Chapter 92 Wooden City, Xiao Family. On the griffin, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were both sitting on the chairs. They noticed a sway under their feet, and a sense of weightlessness followed. They had already ridden the griffin, and they understood that it was the griffin that took off. Now that the griffin has taken off, it means that Xiao Ming has arrived. Sure enough, as expected, more than 10 seconds later, footsteps were heard at the door. A handsome young man in white entered the room, and behind him, the tall Xiao Shan also followed into the room. Cousin Xiao Ming, cousin Xiao Shan. Seeing Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan come in, Xiao Hu and Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up and shouted, looking a little nervous. Xiao Yu and the others have long known through their cousin Xiao Shan that Xiao Ming is now at the level of a fighting king, so although they have blood ties with Xiao Ming, they are still a little nervous. There is no reason why they are not nervous, you must know that they are Duwang strong. That's the powerhouse they are now, they can't even think about it, it's no wonder they're not nervous. Especially Xiao Ming left the family for more than 8 years. To be honest, they are not too familiar with Xiao Ming. Cousin Xiao Yu, cousin Xiao Hu, long time no see. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Ming showed a gentle smile. He had met both of them before, and there was nothing wrong with saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It can be seen that the two of them seemed to be a little nervous. Xiao Ming thought about it and knew what was going on. He didn't say anything, just sat down at the table. Xiao Shan sat down next to Xiao Ming. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu looked at each other and sat down on the chair again. Xiao Ming glanced left and right, then asked Xiao Shan, Shuidian is in the room. Well, brother Shuidian went back to his room to practice. Hearing that Shuidian was still in the room, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and felt it, and found that Shuidian was indeed in the room, which made him nod in satisfaction. This time he left alone was actually testing Shuidian to see if he would leave while he was away. It seemed that Shuidian had no such idea for the time being. If Shuidian escaped, he would actually have a way to get it back, but that would be bad for both parties, especially for Shuidian. It might be another beating. No matter how you think about it, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Although Shuidian was accepted after being beaten to death by him, Xiao Ming still didn't want to impose too many restrictions on him like a slave owner. Although Shuidian called him master, he really regarded himself as a servant. Now that his performance, Xiao Ming thinks that maybe he can consider cultivating Shuidian. Although Shuidian is not useful to him, it is very useful to the Xiao family. With Shuidian at Xiao's house, it also saves some cats and dogs to provoke Xiao's house, and he also needs to come forward. After thinking about it in his heart, Xiao Ming raised his head and asked again. What happened to Ziyan? According to your instructions, no one was near her while she was sleeping, so nothing happened. It's fine if you don't get close to her. Although the monsters are in a deep sleep state when they digest their energy, it doesn't mean that they have no perception of the outside world. If they are not approached by familiar people, they will be in danger under the protection of their own instincts. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Ming's cousin is still the same as when he was a child, he looks so good looking. When Xiao Ming was talking, Xiao Yu next to him looked at his profile and thought to himself. Xiao Ming has been somewhat famous in the Xiao family since he was a child. At that time, his talent had not been exposed. Is famous because of his cute looks. From that time, Xiao Yan, who was a star holding the moon, could actually recognize Xiao Ming, who basically had nothing to do with him. Although the strong are respected in this world, it doesn't really matter whether they look good or not, but children sometimes don't pay much attention, so Xiao Yu has seen Xiao Ming surrounded by some young children of the same age before. Scenes. If it is now, I believe that Xiao Ming's cousin's appearance can also achieve that level. If Shui Ni's slutty hoofs are seen, they will definitely be full of dirty words. Xiao Yu thought to herself, Shui Ni is the classmates she met at Canaan College often told jokes of color. Cousin Xiao Yu doesn't seem to have changed much from when she was a child. When Xiao Yu was thinking about the scenes of seeing Xiao Ming at Xiao's house before, she suddenly heard Xiao Ming talking to her next to her. The reverie was suddenly interrupted, and Xiao Yu was taken aback. Seeing that Xiao Ming was talking to him, thinking of what Shui Ni and the others would say in her heart just now, she felt an inexplicable sense of shame, her white cheeks slightly reddish. Seeing her appearance, Xiao Ming felt a little unclear, so he repeated what he just said. This time Xiao Yu finally heard it clearly, coughed and adjusted her emotions. In fact, Xiao Ming's cousin is the same as before, not much has changed. Haha, is that right? Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled. Isn't it? In my impression, cousin Xiao Ming, you are very gentle in dealing with people and things. You haven't changed much now. It's not like some people are arrogant and domineering because of their talent. Xiao Yu didn't mention the things she thought Xiao Ming was as good looking as when she was a child, but instead went to other things. Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan next to nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming's temper is really good. He has never seen him get angry or anything. Xiao Shan, who has been with Xiao Ming for the longest time, has the most say. Speaking of being arrogant and domineering with a little talent, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something, and she said, I have something to say. I would like to thank you, cousin Xiao Ming. What's the matter? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was a little puzzled. Do you remember when you were a child, you reminded me that there was a snake incident in the back mountain, and that you had to bring a maid in the hot spring? Xiao Ming froze for a moment, then nodded and said, remember, do you really encounter a snake? Didn't you get bitten? There's indeed a kind of non-venomous snake in the back mountain. It is very painful to bite. I have encountered that kind of snake, but that kind of snake is not common. It is unfortunate enough for you to meet Xiao Yu cousin. Xiao Shan next to him answered. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, I didn't encounter a snake, but I encountered a wolf. There are wolves in the back mountain. You read it wrong. Xiao Shan looked confused, but the back mountain was connected to the Xiao family's backyard. It is already the limit whether there are poisonous snakes, how could there be wolves? Xiao Hu, who had nothing to say next to him, was also very confused. It was indeed impossible for there to be wolves in the back mountain of the Xiao family. Looking at Xiao Shan's confused expression, Xiao Yu knew that they had misunderstood and blamed her for not explaining it clearly, and immediately explained. It's a pervert. Zhao Shan and the others are not idiots. After saying this, they all understand. You mean to say that you found a pervert by the hot spring pool? Xiao Ming said strangely, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Can't you? Who is so courageous? Xiao Shan on the side was a little surprised. The Xiao family has strict rules. Anyone who dares to do this will be severely punished. Really? Because I heard you say that there are snakes in the back mountain, I would spend time with the maid every time to look around, and then prepare for the hot springs. It was at that time that Xiao Yan broke in and was discovered by me. Xiao Ming said so. Xiao Yu quickly explained. Xiao Yan, hearing this name, Xiao Ming didn't react, but Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan next to him reacted a little bit, and said in disbelief. That person is Xiao Yan. No way, he is the son of the patriarch. It is impossible not to know the seriousness of this kind of thing. HMPH, why not? You haven't been in the family for so long, but I don't know how annoying that little asterisk is. He used to have his nostrils turned upside down because of his talent. He broke into the hot spring pool and said that he entered the family by mistake. Who would believe this? The disgust and disdain in Xiao Yu's tone were almost overflowing, and she looked very hostile to Xiao Yan. The reason for the feud between the two was probably Xiao Yan's appearance by the hot spring pool. Xiao Yu is the granddaughter of the great elder, and her talent is good. Her current personality is actually not good enough. Instead, she is a bit rude. Xiao Yan has provoked her because of this, and she has always remembered it. To say who the Xiao family hates Xiao Yan the most, it is estimated that she can be ranked. Xiao Shan and several people actually knew about Xiao Yan's arrogance in Xiao Yu's mouth. In fact, it is not difficult to understand that arrogance is a common problem of genius. Xiao Yan's previous talent was second only to Xiao Ming in the Xiao family, and he was the son of the patriarch. The top two elder brothers were spoiled, and it was nothing to be arrogant. In the gathering place of geniuses like Canaan Academy, they have seen a lot of arrogant people, but now they are able to treat them with a normal heart. As long as you have the strength and talent, you can be as arrogant as you really want to be. No one will say anything. At most, others will only scold you in their hearts, and on the surface, they will show you respect. Of course, since arrogance must have the strength to be arrogant all the time, otherwise, it would be miserable if someone caught the opportunity. Others will pour out all their previous dissatisfaction. As the object of being poured out of negative emotions, this kind of gap, I am afraid, only the person concerned can understand. Seeing how Xiao Yu was very hostile to Xiao Yan, Xiao Shan sighed. To be honest, he felt that Xiao Yu's words were somewhat true. No matter if Xiao Yan entered the hot spring pool intentionally or not, it was absolutely right to enter. There was no incident of entering the hot spring. Xiao Yu didn't have to hate Xiao Yan so much, and she didn't even mean to hide it from the few of them. This could not help but make his sense of Xiao Yan begin to decline. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, Xiao Ming took the initiative to change the subject. It's good that my original suggestion was helpful to you. In other words, your current strength is 7-star fighter, right? Practice hard. If you can cultivate to the level of a fighter this year, I can give you a gift. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were immediately attracted by these words. Over the years, Xiao Ming sent back many high-level exercises and fighting skills to Xiao's family, as well as some medicinal herbs. Now that he said he wanted to give a gift, it was definitely not an ordinary thing. What kind of gift? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Well, something that I don't need. Stopping Xiao Shan, who wanted to speak next to him, Xiao Ming said to Xiao Hu, who looked envious next to him, the same is true for you. If you can enter the inner courtyard this year, I will all give you a gift too. Both are members of the Xiao family. Since they are present, it is not easy to treat them differently. Thank you, cousin. Xiao Hu, who was next to him, didn't expect that he would also have a share. He was overjoyed, and there was no sign of refusal on his face. After all, Xiao Ming is a Duwang strong, or a pharmacist. He can give him anything that he doesn't need. It's a treasure. All right, I will refuse it if my brain is funny. Hehe, don't thank you, there are still about 20 days left to return to the family. During this period, everyone should practice hard. For the next 20 days or so, the griffins have been flying towards the plus-sized empire. When flying across the borders of several countries, relying on the face of Canaan College and their own strength at the level of fighting kings, Xiao Ming and others are all safe and sound, passed without any trouble. The border towns of the plus-sized empire also did not stop him, and he was released very simply. It's just that information about Xiao Ming began to spread from the border to certain places. 20 days later, above a city in the overweight empire, a flying beast swept past. On the griffin, Ziyan sat bored next to Xiao Ming. On the day they set off, Ziyan woke up and stayed on the griffin for more than 20 days. The others were okay. Ziyan really felt that she was happy bored to death. Xiao Ming, how boring. If you're bored, go to practice. Next to her, Xiao Ming sat on a chair, holding a volume of books in his hand, and said slowly. But ordinary cultivation is too slow, why don't we look for medicinal herbs together? I sensed a lot of precious medicinal herbs and found half of us. Hearing this, Xiao Ming put down the book in his hand, glanced at Ziyan's expectant face, and said speechlessly. Looking for medicinal herbs, are you trying to steal medicinal herbs? Ziyan's talent for sensing medicinal herbs has long been drawn through the simulator. He has passed through many places these days, and he has indeed sensed a lot of good things. But most of those things are the treasures of some forces. Why does Xiao Ming know that most of them are the treasures of some people's forces? That's because Ziyan started talking about boredom very early. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Xiao Ming agreed to go out with her once. Unexpectedly, every time Ziyan pointed, there were some heavily guarded buildings with a strong aura. At that time, Xiao Ming was startled. He picked up Ziyan and ran, for fear that Ziyan would sneak in while he was not paying attention and be discovered. He just wants to go home safely, but he doesn't want to be hunted down. HMPH, what are you afraid of those people? Many of them are not as strong as you. Ziyan frowned, unhappy. I'm not afraid of them, but we don't need to cause trouble. We should be there in a while. Don't you want medicinal herbs? Well, this is for you. Seeing Xian's unhappy appearance, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly, took out a red fruit from the ring, and handed it to Xian. It's Zuguo. Seeing this fruit, Xian's eyes lit up, and the displeased look on her face disappeared immediately. Zuguo is a rare medicinal herb with a good taste. She had been greedy for this fruit for a long time. Xiao Mingdu did not give her. Joyfully took over the Zuguo, opened his mouth and took a bite. The sweet taste with a special aroma stimulated the taste buds. Xian muttered while eating, delicious. Rubbed Xian's hair, Xiao Ming walked out of the room. Outside the room was the place where Xiao Yu and the others chatted last time, which can barely be called a living room. At this time, Xiao Shan was standing by the window of the living room and looked into the distance. Xiao Ming came to him and asked, "How long will it take us to get to Wudin City?" Hearing this, Xiao Shan took out a map, gestured and said, "We have passed Qingyan City just now. At the speed of the griffin, we should be there in 20 minutes. Hehe, it's finally here. You go and talk to Xiao Yu and the others." "It is good." Glanced at the back of Xiao Shan leaving, Xiao Ming turned his head to look out the window and murmured, "Count the time, today should be the day for the Xiao family to test the clan's fighting spirit." In the past few days, he has performed several life simulations and got hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The items have nothing to say. That is, one of the simulations mentioned that today is the time for the simulated clansmen to test their grudges. The Xiao family in Wudin City, the square of the magic stone tablet for the battle chi test. The heads of boys and girls were surging, and from time to time, boys whose names were called ran to the central stage to test their fighting spirit. Beside the quiz magic stone tablet, there is a middle-aged man who is responsible for publishing the information displayed on the tablet. Xiao Yan, Do Zili, 6th Dan. Level, Intermediate. Chapter 93 Xiao Yan, The Down and Out. Xiao Ling, Do Zili, 6th Dan. Level, Intermediate. Xiao Mei, Do Zili, 7th Dan. Level, Advanced. Xiao Ning, Do Zili, 8th Dan. Level, Advanced. The huge bluestone training ground, with more than 100 teenagers and girls standing in it, burst into the sky with loud noises. On the high platform on the left side of the training ground, there are some insiders from the Xiao family. In the central area are the patriarch Xiaozan and the 3 elders, as well as some powerful figures. Looking at the energetic young boys and girls in the audience, the great elder had a happy smile on his face, especially after seeing his grandson Xiaoning. The smile on his face could not be concealed. The elder suddenly said to Xiaozan who was beside him, "Hehe, our family has grown a lot stronger since Xiaoming sent back those martial arts and fighting skills. A lot of genius seeds have appeared, don't you think so, Xiaozan?" Humph. Xiaozan, the head of the Xiao family next to him, snorted coldly and did not speak. Since Xiao Ming asked Xiao Shan to send back some advanced martial arts and fighting skills pills, the Xiao family's strength has indeed increased greatly, and several big fighting masters have appeared in the family. Just one step away. Last year, Xiao Shan came back once. At that time, he was also a fighting spirit, which directly shocked the families of all sizes in Wudin City. The current Xiao family can be said to be the overlord of Wudin City. From this aspect, the great elder is indeed right. However, he knew that this great elder was not at ease, and there was something in his words. What kind of genius seeds were many? Didn't he just want to praise his grandson Xiaoning, and ridicule his son Xiao Yan by the way? Although he had the intention to rebuke, but the people were yin and yang, they didn't name them at all, so Xiaozan could only pretend that he didn't hear them. Seeing Xiaozan ignoring him, the first elder laughed and didn't tease him. Who made him feel good today? Xiaoning has already reached the 8th rank of fighting force and can already be sent to Canaan College to study. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan there, they should be able to grow faster. Maybe they can surpass him very early and become a dueling level powerhouse. Coupled with Xiao Yu, who is already in Canaan College, his grandchildren have a good future, and he can't help but be unhappy. The great elder doesn't want to tease, it doesn't mean that others will not tease. I saw the second elder in a black robe next to him stroke his beard and said slowly. Speaking of seed geniuses, Xiao Yan, the second genius of our Xiao family, spent so much money in the family. Has he been cured? What do you mean by that? The second elder named Xiao Zan's face cold. The second elder sneered. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. If you want me to say that you should not treat it, it is a waste of time. The year before last, you privately asked Xiao Ming for a 4th grade pill recipe in the name of your family to find a 4th grade pharmacist. It's useless at all, it's wasted in vain. You must know that it's a 4th grade pill recipe. If you replace it with resources, the family will have a lot of experts, so it's wasted by you like this. It's abominable. Speaking of the back, the second elder's expression was a little distressed, and it was obvious that he was a little bit hurt by wasting a roll of pill recipe. Hey, don't forget who the patriarch is. As the patriarch, I have the right to write letters to every clan in the name of the clan, and I have the right to use the resources in the clan reasonably. Since Xiao Ming asked Xiao Shan to send back the elixir scroll, then I can use it. Xiao Zan, the Xiao family is not your own Xiao family. Since you wrote it in the name of the family, it should belong to the family, not your personal belongings. Just when the quarrel in the stands had a tendency to expand, a voice came from the center of the training ground. Next, Xiao Yan. Hearing this voice, Xiao Zan's face froze, and he turned to look at the teenager who was on the edge of the training ground under the stage. The elders beside also looked at the training ground with slightly mocking smiles. After hearing the name, the boys and girls in the training ground also looked at the figure on the edge of the training ground, with smiles like watching a play on their faces. Let's see if our big genius is still in the 3rd stage of fighting. Genius, come on, just call it waste. Hey, be quiet, don't be heard by the patriarch, be careful he punishes you. Hehe, what are you afraid of? My father broke through the Dado division last year, and I'm just telling the truth, he has no reason to punish me. Passed through the crowd, and there were harsh voices around, making Xiao Yan clench his palms, his face expressionless. Came to the side of the magic stone tablet, he stretched out his right palm and pressed it closely, the do qi in his body spurted out. The power of fighting, the 3rd stage. Looking at the 5 big characters on the test stone tablet that were shiny and even dazzling, Xiao Yan's lips had a self-deprecating look, and his clenched palms, because of the force, caused slightly sharp fingernails to pierce deeply into the palm of his hand. A burst of excruciating pain. Xiao Yan, Do Zili, 3rd Dan. Level. Low level. Beside the quiz magic stone tablet, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed on the tablet and announced it indifferently. The middle-aged man had just blurted out his words, but unsurprisingly, there was another mocking commotion in the crowded square. 3 Dan, hehe, as expected, this genius is still standing still this year. Hey, this **** has really lost the face of the family. If the patriarch was not his father, this kind of waste would have been expelled from the family long ago and left to fend for themselves, and there would be no chance to stay in the family to eat and drink for nothing. Hey, how could the talented young man who was famous in Wuden City in the past be like this now? Who knows, maybe he did something wrong and made the gods angry. Xiao Zan on the stage saw his son being ridiculed, and there was a touch of distress on his face. Under the stage, the disdain and laughter and sighs of regret that came from the surrounding land fell into Xiao Yan's ears, who stayed in the same place like a wooden stake, as if a sharp thorn was stabbed in his heart, making his breathing a little short. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, revealing a delicate and tender face. His dark eyes swept across the mocking peers around him, and the self-mockery at the corner of his mouth seemed to become more bitter. Are these people so mean and powerful? Maybe it's because they used to show the most humble smile in front of them, so now they want to get it back. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan turned around lonely and quietly returned to the last row of the team. Next, Xiao, wait, what is that? The middle-aged man's shouting was interrupted by an exclamation. Everyone looked in the direction of his fingers, and in the sky, a huge black shadow was flashing in their direction. The speed of the shadow is very fast, and soon someone with strong eyesight can see the shadow clearly. That looks like a monster. Yes, it's a flying monster with a wooden house on it. It should be a flying monster of a big power. That's the flying monster of Canaan Academy. I saw it when I was recruiting at Canaan Academy. Canaan Academy, how did they appear in Ulthan City? It's not yet time to recruit students. There was a commotion in the crowd, and before they could figure it out, the flying beasts in the sky reached the sky above the bluestone training ground, and hovered in the air. The shape of the fan is a little unsteady. The action of the flying monsters caused some commotion. Fortunately, the people on the flying monsters seemed to have noticed the situation, which made the monsters fly a little higher, so that no injuries were caused. In the stands, Xiao Zhan and several elders, who had already stood up nervously, were relieved to see this scene. Just as they were about to step forward to ask the other party's intention, they heard a little girl's voice in the air. Xiao Ming, is this your clan? Why does your clan look weak? Chapter 94 Surprise Clan. Above the griffin, Xiao Ming heard the words of Yan beside him, smiled and shook his head and said, although Wudin City has a large population, it is only because of the convenience of being close to the monster beast mountains. Even if the Xiao family is the overlord of Wudin City, it is only a small family, and of course there are no strong people. After finished speaking, Xiao Ming said softly to the people in Zhaoshan who were a little excited about going home, Zhaoshan, find a place to control the descent of the griffin, don't be as careless as before, remember to be careful. Xiao Shan next to the reins of the griffin smiled a little embarrassedly. The operation just now was indeed a bit wrong. He forgot that the people in the family were weaker than those in the Canaan Academy, so he didn't control the height. After said good, Xiao Shan started looking for a position. Xiao Ming, the flying beast of Canaan College, could it be Xiao Ming? Above the stands, Xiao Zhan and other senior clan leaders showed a look of thought, then a look of shock, and finally showed obvious joy on their faces. If Xiao Ming came back from Canaan College, then the Xiao family might be able to go to the next level. Even Xiao Zhan, who was in a bad mood just because Xiao Yan was ridiculed by the clan, showed a smile on his face. Because, when Xiao Ming comes back, he can ask him to treat his son. Because they were immersed in the possibility of Xiao Ming returning to the family, they simply ignored Yan's second half of the sentence that they were too weak. The delighted Xiao Zhan just wanted to tell the boys and girls in the square to make room for them, but the elder beside him shouted excitedly. Quickly, get out of the way and let the flying beast land. Hearing the order of the first elder, the crowd below quickly gave way to the middle position by the magic stone steel. In fact, there is no need to do this at all. The test field is large enough, and there are vacancies farther away. Xiao Shan also heard the voice of the elder, and glanced down. Xiao Shan gave up the plan to fly the griffin to the side, and directly controlled it to slowly land next to the magic stone tablet. With the landing of the flying beast, a violent gale swept in again, but because of the lessons learned earlier, the crowd was far enough away, so no one was blown down again. The airflow gradually weakened until it disappeared, and the griffin finally fell in front of the Xiao family, with a huge bird face staring straight at the nearest person. This scene directly made many young men and women of the Xiao family look horrified, and they took a few steps back after a long distance. The training ground is not all young teenagers who have never experienced the world. Above the stands, the senior management of the Xiao family are talking. Is that the flying beast of Canaan Academy? This aura is as strong as the patriarch. As expected of Canaan Academy. Hey, it would be nice if our family had flying monsters, it would save a lot of trouble. What are you thinking? This level of flying beast is not something you want to have. Cough, stop talking, the people on the flying beasts are coming down, let's go and have a look. Xiao Zhan interrupted the meaningless conversation and took the lead to walk down, followed by a few elders, and the others also glanced at each other and immediately followed. The griffin was on its back. Sensing that the griffin had stopped, Xiao Ming said to the people next to him, it has stopped, let's go. After he finished speaking, he took Yan and walked out. Xiao Ming and Yan who went out were immediately discovered by the gazes from all around. Flying monsters have come out. Who is that boy holding a little girl in white? I don't know, but he looks so handsome. There is someone behind, that is cousin Xiao Yu. The thin young man behind Xiao Yu is Xiao Hu's cousin. Cousin Zhao Shan is here too. Because Xiao Ming had been away from the Xiao family for too long, and he was too young when he left, for a while, not many people recognized him, only a few people looked at his somewhat familiar face and had some guesses in their hearts. As Xiao Yu and several others appeared, these people felt more and more that their guesses were right. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Ming, you are really back. Finally, just as the clansmen were talking, a loud laugh came from behind the crowd, identifying Xiao Ming's identity. Immediately, the crowd separated, and a group of senior members of the family came to stand in front of Xiao Ming and the others, and everyone had an undisguised joy on their faces. What? That's Xiao Ming, our Xiao family's #1 hero. I haven't seen him for many years, and I didn't even recognize him. Hehe, I guessed it a long time ago, Xiaoming is still as good looking as when he was a child. Ha ha ha, the return of our Xiao family's #1 powerhouse is really a big happy event. There will definitely be a banquet in the evening, and it will be a lot of fun. Cousin Xiaoming should be able to stay in the family for a long time when he comes back this time. It's just over a year away from the 16-year-old coming-of-age ceremony. The surrounding Xiao family members all revealed Xiaoming's identity because of the shout just now, and they also showed happy smiles. Xiaoming's return is of extraordinary significance to the Xiao family. In recent years, Xiaoming has also sent back a lot of things to the family, and cultivated Xiao Shan, the second strongest in the family, and the family has thus become the overlord of Wudin City. Therefore, his prestige is very high in the Xiao family, especially in the hearts of those young people. This cousin who left home to study since he was a child has almost magical powers, so when everyone mentions the word Xiaoming, his voice all become respectful. Grandfather. Xiao Yu next to Xiaoming saw the great elder, and greeted him with a smile, while Xiaoming and the others greeted Xiao Zan and the others. Patriarch, elders, I didn't bother you to test your grudge just now, do you want to continue? It doesn't get in the way, it doesn't bother me, it's the same when the test is going on later. The second elder next to Xiao Zan stroked his beard and smiled, but it was actually disturbing, but compared to Xiaoming's return, there are not many here. Individuals would care about that. Xiao Zan, who was just about to answer next to him, sighed silently, why are these old guys always grabbing his words in front of Xiaoming? It was like this before, and it is like this now. Outside the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was alone, looked at Xiaoming with a gentle smile in the crowd with a complicated expression. The treatment of Xiaoming, who is surrounded by him at the moment, is in stark contrast to his previous experience, which makes him laugh at himself. You must know that before his talent disappeared, he also had this kind of treatment surrounded by everyone. But after his fighting spirit disappeared, he was immediately looked down on by everyone in the family except his brother and father. Those clansmen who were eager to please him when they were young, all spoke ill of each other. This is really. Xiao Yan shook his head desolately. In fact, he also understood why Xiaoming was so popular. Because Xiaoming has indeed made a lot of contributions to the family in addition to his outstanding talent, I am afraid that in today's Xiao family, even his patriarch father is not as prestigious as him. Chapter 95 Sensation of Wudin City, Yafei Ji Yu Zuner. Today's Xiao family is quite lively. The hall that used to be somewhat spacious and empty, was crowded with members of the Xiao family. The central location is full of powerful people in the family. The great elder sat on the Taishi chair, his old face was full of wrinkles because of the smile. The rapid development of the family in recent years is really thanks to you. When we were young, we thought that you were a dragon and phoenix, and your future achievements were limitless. Now it seems that we really did not see the wrong person at the beginning, ha ha ha. Hehe, the great elder is serious. The development of the family is the result of the joint efforts of the clansmen. I just provided some help within my ability, it is nothing. Sitting on the chair, Xiaoming smiled slightly. On the square just now, they were dragged here after a few chats, and the similar compliments along the way did not stop. To be honest, most of the things he gave to the Xiao family were useless to him. It is the result of the efforts of the Xiao family that it can develop to the current scale. If the Xiao family is not motivated, all the things he gives will be in vain. Of course, Xiaoming thinks this way, but other clansmen don't think so. After all, Xiaoming Guang has sent back hundreds of Xuanji martial arts and fighting skills over the years. Among them, there are many advanced Xuanji martial arts and fighting skills. Complete. You have to know that before this, the most advanced martial arts fighting skills of the Xiao family were only mid-level Zan rank. That's it. For the confidentiality of the exercises, only the patriarch can practice. If the attributes of the patriarch are not matched, maybe they haven't practiced yet, which is really miserable. In addition to martial arts and fighting skills, there are also some medicinal pills. Although those medicinal pills are all Xiaoming's usual research on medicinal formulas, their efficacy is not much worse. Today's Xiao family, except for the patriarch and the elders. In addition to the elders, there are 7 more great fighting masters. The number of great fighting divisions in the entire family can be said to be the largest in Ulthane City. Therefore, the clansmen only thought that Xiaoming was humbled and praised him one after another. Haha, after so many years, Xiao Ming is still as humble as before. Not arrogant or impetuous, strong style. Xiao Ming's outstanding appearance, coupled with his status as the first strong man in the family, and his indifferent personality, made some female relatives in the family dizzy, and when the pair of beautiful eyes moved towards him, there was a slight brilliance. Xiao Ming didn't take it to heart after Xiao Ming smiled slightly at the various compliments coming from his ears and his fiery gaze. After all, he has heard this kind of sound since he was a child, and he learned to deal with it with a normal mind a long time ago. When everyone's praises were a little quieter, the patriarch Xiao Zhan also said with a smile. The contributions you have made to the family over the years are obvious to all. Therefore, in order to remember your merits, your name has already been recorded in the family's merit book. Oh, hearing this, Xiao Ming made a sound in surprise. The merit book is a roster set up by the Xiao family in order to recognize some members of the family who have made great contributions to the family. The last person in the Xiao family to enter the merit book was the old owner Xiao Lin. For the cohesion of the family, basically every family will have something similar. Xiao Ming didn't expect that he would have a name on it so early, mainly because he didn't think about it, because the clansmen who entered the merit book are basically dead now, and he is only a teenager. Xiao Zhan is right, in addition to the merit book of the upper family, the family has also set up the position of the Supreme Elder for you. You will be the Supreme Elder of the family in the future, and your status in the family is still above our elders. The third elder, who was usually grumpy on weekdays, touched his gray beard and said pleasantly. With Xiao Ming's current strength and contribution to the family, the identity of ordinary clansman has long been inappropriate. After consultation with the Xiao family, the post of Supreme Elder was established. To be honest, if it wasn't for Xiao Ming being too young and the original patriarch Xiao Zhan not making any big mistakes over the years, they would all want Xiao Ming to take the position of the patriarch. After all, only the strong can take the family farther. Xiao Zhan is not the strongest in the family, not even the second strongest, only the third. The position of the family patriarch is not handed down in the same line, and those with strength and prestige can compete when the old patriarch leaves office. Xiao Zhan succeeded in the competition by virtue of his strength and the prestige left by the old family owner Xiao Lin. Of course, even if they wanted Xiao Ming to take over the position of the patriarch, Xiao Ming would wave his hand and say no. He didn't have so much time to stay in the family, and being able to help the Xiao family was the limit. The Xiao family probably guessed a little bit of his thoughts. Young people with ability will definitely want to go out and make a foray. No one really proposed to let Xiao Zhan abdicate and let Xiao Ming take over this matter. Xiao Ming pondered for a long time about the position of the Supreme Elder, feeling that it was nothing, and finally nodded to the eager-eyed Xiao family. Since it's the decision of the clan, I'll take this position for the time being, but this position shouldn't have to worry about too much, right? Seeing that Xiao Ming had taken this position, the first elder was also relieved. He was really afraid of Xiao Ming's rejection, because Xiao Ming had made so many contributions, and the Xiao family had nothing to reward. How to look at it, Xiao Ming is richer than the entire Xiao family, and the Xiao family only has some honorary positions within the clan to give him. The great elder, who was relieved, said with a smile, "The elder Taisheng can take care of things or not, it depends on your thoughts." In this regard, Xiao Ming of course said that he did not want to be in charge. After chatting a few more words, Xiao Zhan suddenly asked curiously. "We chatted for so long, I forgot to ask the names of the friends around you, I don't know." "Oh, I forgot to introduce. The little girl in white on the left is a good friend I have known for many years in Canaan College, Yan. Her strength is at the level of Duwang." Yan, who was being introduced, raised her eyelids when she heard the words, and then quickly shrugged it down again. She looked like she wasn't interested in the Xiao family. Xiao Ming next to her saw her appearance and knew that she couldn't sit still again, so she couldn't help but smile and continued talking to the crowd. The white-haired young man on the right, is also a Duwang-level powerhouse, you can just call him Shuidian. Xiao Ming's words were naturally unsuspected, so after he finished introducing, the sound of gasping for breath continued to sound in the hall. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. Be good, these two people are actually fighting king powerhouses. They have lived for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen so many powerhouses gathered in the Xiao family. In particular, the two fighting kings are still very young, the little girl looks younger than Xiao Ming. Xiaoming has long known that the way people have this kind of reaction. After all, in the plus-sized empire, there are not many strong fighting kings. The reason why Xiaoming chose to say the strength of Xiao Yan and Shuidian was actually to avoid some Xiao family members not having long eyes. Offend Xiao Yan and the two of them in these few days, otherwise, even if you look at his face and save your life, you will have to lie down for 10 days and a half months. You must know that Xiao Yan and Shuidian are magical beasts themselves, but they don't care about these human beings who seem to them to be incomparably weak. Xiaoming was talking to the clan, and the news of his return quickly spread in Wudin City, and the matter was being discussed in the streets. A middle-aged man on the street grabbed a familiar person and asked mysteriously, "Hey, old Wang, do you know?" "Know what?" Pharaoh asked curiously. "The genius of the Xiao family, Xiaoming is back." "What? You're talking about the young Duwang strong Xiaoming from the Xiao family a year ago? When did he come back?" "Hey, just today. You should have seen the flying beast that floated across Ulthan City today. That is the flying beast that carried him. It's really here, tisk tisk tisk, the flying beast, the big one, he is worthy of being a strong fighting king. I heard that he is only in his teens this year. As long as he doesn't fall, he will definitely have a bright future. By the way, how do you know so clearly?" "Hey, it's because my uncle and grandma's younger brother acts as a guard in the Xiao family, and this has already spread crazy in the Xiao family. I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with the Xiao family, so you can go and ask me for your help. Does the Xiao family still recruit guards for your relative who is a guard in the Xiao family? It doesn't matter whether it is money or not, I love this job." The Galio family, the spacious hall, the dimly lit room was full of people just like the Xiao family. "First place," the patriarch Galabi said with a slightly gloomy face. "As the news confirmed, is he really back?" A young man wearing the Garrett family costume replied. "It has been confirmed that Xiaoming is indeed coming back, and he came back with him, as well as the strong fighting spirit who shocked our family last year, Xiao Shan. This matter has been known to everyone in Wudin City." Hearing this, there was a commotion in the Gale family in the hall. Galabi slapped the table with a gloomy face, and the sturdy wooden table shattered in an instant. "Damn, our family has been overwhelmed by the Xiao family over the years, and now Xiaoming of the Xiao family has returned. What should I do? Is it possible to bow down and become a minister?" The Jali family, like the Xiao family, runs a business in the market, which is considered a competitor, and there is often some friction. The last time we had a friction, I happened to be met by Xiao Shan who was returning home, so the affairs of the Jali family were directly rushed by Xiao Shan and his clansmen. This conflict caused huge losses to the Jali family. After that, the Jali family's territory was gradually eroded by the Xiao family. Because the Xiao family is far stronger than them, the Jali family can only endure it, and by now, their family's market share has dropped by half. Galibi's roar was unanswered. After being silent for a while, the young clansman who answered Galab said cautiously, "Patriarch, why don't we surrender to the Xiao family? Maybe we can get a chance to breathe. The Xiao family will hold a family banquet tonight, and we can visit the door to hear what we say, otherwise, if this continues, our family will go bankrupt." Jalebi heard the words, snorted coldly, and said, "Can surrender to restore those market shares? Will you spit out what you eat? You should have sent someone to assassinate that Xiaoming. The family's market business can no longer be sustained. Find some venues and prepare to open a casino." Hearing this, the members of the Jali family looked at each other in dismay. This was because they couldn't compete with the Xiao family, and they planned to compete with the Oba family. It should be known that the casino business of Yutan City has always been controlled by the Obama family. This is still new territory for the Gali family. However, there are many people who agree with this decision. Competing with the Oba family is better than competing with the Xiao family. Competing with the Xiao family. If Xiaoming of the Xiao family is angered and someone slaps it down, it is estimated that the Oba family will be gone. Wait, the transformation of the family business is important. We should also visit the Xiao family in the evening. We had a lot of conflicts in the past, so let's go and explore tonight. Prepare a generous gift, I will use it tonight. Yes, the Oba family, one of the three major families in the original Ulthane city, is also experiencing the same scene at this moment. Get ready for a generous gift, I'm going to visit the Xiao family at night. Not only these two families, but other small families in Wudin City have also prepared generous gifts and began to send worship stickers to the Xiao family. Maitel's auction house. Inside the splendid house, a beautiful woman in a red dress asked the maid next to her with a charming and tender voice that made her bones numb. It's true that the genius of the Xiao family has returned. Miss Yafei, the information is accurate. The maid next to her bowed her head and responded. Okay, you go down. Yafei's lazy voice sounded. Yes. Seeing the maid go down, Yafei smiled at an old man beside her. Uncle Ji Yuni, this Xiao family is really lucky. There are two geniuses in a row. Even if one falls, there is another one that is even more terrifying. The teenage Do Wang. Speaking of the back, Yafei's tone was not without emotion, and her heart was full of envy. If she had this kind of cultivation talent, I'm afraid she could easily control her own destiny, right? The old man whom Yafei spoke to had a blushing face, and although the blue clothes on his body looked ordinary, there was a faint glow of light flowing. Obviously, this shirt should have been protected by some kind of magic crystal, and on the ordinary old face, there is a touch of arrogance that cannot be concealed. However, this arrogance soon disappeared when the old man replied. I saw him answer with a wry smile, the Xiao family is indeed lucky. In addition to his outstanding talent in cultivation, this Xiao Ming is also a high-level pharmacist. In recent years, the Xiao family members have taken medicine pills a lot, and I think I am a second grade at this age. The other party, hey. Speaking of the back, Ji Yuni sighed and stopped talking. Obviously, Xiao Ming's appearance made him feel like a waste. After the two were silent for a while, Yafei said. Tonight, I want to visit the Xiao family and see the legendary Xiao Ming. I wonder if Uncle Ji Yuni is interested in going with him. Yes, I want to see how talented this Xiao Ming is. Now he is a pharmacist of several grades. Xiao's backyard, in a small secluded courtyard. One has a cold and indifferent temperament, like a girl who is just beginning to bloom and asked softly into the air next to her. Old Ling, what happened to the Xiao family today, it's so lively. After the girl's questioning voice fell, a figure in black robe quietly appeared in front of her, and replied respectfully, Miss, it's Xiao Ming who has been away from the Xiao family for 8 years. Chapter 96 Gathering in the Xiao Family, Night Banquet. Xiao Ming. The girl was obviously a little surprised when she heard the name. It turns out that he came back from Canaan College. No wonder the Xiao family is so lively today. As a person who was sent by the ancients to the Xiao family to steal the ancient emperor Jade of Tuosh, Ji Yuzuner knew the development of the Xiao family well over the years. Over the years, she has searched almost all the hidden corners and important locations of the Xiao family. Except for Tuosh Gudiu who has never been found, she knows all the treasures in the Xiao family, and she can easily detect any extra things. Even the Xiao family's most tightly guarded Kung Fu pavilion has slipped into her do not know how many times, and she knows the extra Kung Fu fighting skills even better than the ordinary people of the Xiao family. Those things were given to the Xiao family by Xiao Ming. Now that Xiao Ming is back, in order to show the importance attached to him, the Xiao family will of course hold a good reception banquet to make it lively. A year ago, the Xiao family claimed that they had broken through to the level of Duwang, Elder Ling. Is this true? No wonder Ji Yuzuner was suspicious. Such a young Do Wang is really incredible, especially in a small place like the Overweight Empire. The probability of a genius of this level appearing is too low. Ji Yuzuner is okay, at least she has a lot of vision, she still believes in this matter, and now she is just asking to make sure. Some people in the Overweight Empire, when they heard about the teenage Do Wang, only regarded the news as a rumor, because it was beyond their cognition and it was too difficult to accept. Faced with the question from his young lady, Ling Ying replied respectfully. His aura was not deliberately hidden, it is indeed a Do King level, but it is difficult to detect the specific level. I feel at least a 5-star Do Wang, and it may be because of the alchemist, his soul perception is very powerful, if not mine. The Do Chi attribute is suitable for hiding, and he may have discovered it. Speaking of the back, there was a hint of admiration in Ling Ying's voice, whether it was because he admired his superb concealment skills or Xiao Ming's keen perception. Ji Yuzuner was slightly surprised when she heard the words, I didn't expect this to be true. There are not many Duwangs so young, even in the genius-like central continent. Well, I didn't expect a golden phoenix to fly out of the grass nest of the Overweight Empire. The Xiao family that has been in decline for thousands of years may have to rise again because of this. Compared to Ji Yu Zuner, who stayed at Xiao's house most of the time, Ling Ying, who was already an old man, actually knew Zhongzhou better. He had traveled to Central Continent when he was young, and knew that Xiao Ming's current talent is also the top in Central Continent. He is still very optimistic about the future of Xiao Ming and the Xiao family. As long as Xiao Ming does not fall, although it is impossible to lead the Xiao family back to the Xiao family peak, but there is no problem in occupying a place in the northwest continent. Before the two could continue talking, a voice sounded from the door. "Miss Zuner, are you there?" A girl dressed as a maid outside the door asked respectfully. "Come in." The maid pushed open the door and walked in, only to see a girl with an indifferent temperament like a lotus sitting alone on a chair, and there was no one around. Obviously, Ling Ying hid her figure again at this time. The maid didn't show anything strange, because she couldn't hear the conversation between Ji Yu Zuner and Ling Ying before. After bowing slowly, she first admired Miss Zuner's beauty, and the maid said, "Master Xiao Ming returned to the family from Canaan College, and has been elected as the supreme elder of the family, in order to help Master Xiao Ming to wash away the dust and celebrate. For his appointment, the family will hold a banquet in the evening, and the patriarch specially ordered me to invite Miss Zuner to the banquet." Elder Taishang, banquet. To be honest, Ji Yu Zuner was not interested in these things, but thinking of one thing Xiao Ming did when she was a child, she nodded and said, "Understood, I will go, you retreat." Yes, night soon arrived with the expectation of many people. Tonight's Xiao's house was brightly lit, and there were laughter everywhere. In the past, the Xiao family gate, which should have been closed at this time, is now a crowded courtyard, and there are endless noises. In the old days, people who were considered bigwigs in Ulthane City carried gifts one by one, scrambling to show a somewhat pleasing smile to the guard. A fat middle-aged man with a sharp red sword shouted. Dali, a weapon company in Sha Dali, heard that the elders of the Xiao family had returned, and came to pay a special visit. "This third-order magic core sword is a little bit of my heart, please accept it." These words can't help but make some people outside who eat melons exclaim, "The third-order magic core sword is not cheap. In Wudin City, it is a year's turnover of some small families. This Dali is really willing." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he was about to hand over the sword in his hand. The guard didn't say anything before he was pushed aside by an old man in yellow. The old man in yellow was holding a crystal box in his hand. Inside the transparent crystal box, a palm-sized fiery red and crystal clear medicinal mushroom shone in the dark night. The medicinal material firm, Huang Zhang, came to visit the Xiao family, and heard that the elders of the Supreme Being are of the fire attribute. This is a 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum that has been treasured for many years. I hope not to dislike it. Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum. The name caused a burst of exclamations. This fire Ganoderma lucidum was formed by absorbing a lot of fire attribute energy. It has the effect of increasing the realm and is a very precious medicinal material. Although the Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum does not really refer to the medicinal materials that have grown for thousands of years, the fire Ganoderma lucidum that Huang Zhang took out, you can see that it has a lot of years by looking at it, and you can see that it is very valuable. It is several times more expensive. This Huang Zhang would probably have some plans for taking out this fire Ganoderma. The melon-eating crowd glanced at a timid girl in yellow with a beautiful face next to Huang Zhang, and a flash of understanding flashed in their hearts. Union Tea Tour. This lively atmosphere has continued, but the number of people at the door has not decreased, because the Xiao family guards did not let people into the Xiao family, nor did they receive gifts. It wasn't until a man in the clothes of the Xiao family walked out of the gate and nodded to them that the guards began to accept the gifts and let them go. For a while, the crowd rushed into the gate of the Xiao family, probably because they were afraid of the strength of the Xiao family. Although the crowd walked quite quickly, there was a sense of uniformity between them. Yafei from the middle auction house, Master Ji Yuni, came to visit the Xiao family. A charming voice sounded, freezing the pace of many people, and many people turned to look at the figure who made the sound. Tonight's Yafei is still the same red as always, but changed from a cheongsam to a luxurious long skirt. The plump and exquisite figure wrapped in the red dress is looming and extremely provocative. Concubine Ya's face with a sly smile and a light makeup look made her perfectly beautiful face even more stunning. Obviously, she spent a lot of thought for tonight. Beside him, Master Ji Yuni changed into the robes of the overweight imperial alchemist, with the alchemist badge hanging on his chest, and the arrogance that usually hung on his face all the time had long since disappeared. Yafei was already used to this kind of gaze, ignoring the fiery gazes from the surroundings. Yafei and Ji Yuni handed the gifts in their hands to the Xiao family guard, and then stepped into the Xiao family gate. After entering the Xiao family, the guards led the way, and everyone who entered the Xiao family came to a spacious hall. The hall was filled with banquets, and various drinks and food were placed on the table. Many maids shuttled through it with plates. As soon as Yafei and Master Ji Yuni stepped into the arena, they found a lot of acquaintances. Huang Zhang, a big merchant of medicinal materials in Wudin City, monopolized Dali in the weapons industry in Wudin City. Hehe, it seems that Xiaoming's return has brought great shock to these big figures in Wudin City in the past. Looking at those people, Yafei covered her rosy mouth and said with a smile. Master Ji Yuni, who was next to him, glanced at the crowd, and nodded slightly. Even the Jali family, who did not deal with Xiao's family in the past, came here. Haha, it seems that they want to beg for mercy. I don't blame them for this. Duwang strong. Yafei and Ji Yuni saw those people, and those people naturally saw them. Today's Yafei is so colorful, it's hard not to pay attention. After seeing Yafei, many people quickly went to get in touch. The middle auction is now the second largest force in Wudin City after the Xiao family, and it is very necessary to maintain a good relationship. Seeing them coming, Yafei put on a skilled smirk on her face and dealt with it. Not long after I dealt with it, I heard noises from outside. Xiao Zan, the head of the Xiao family, and a group of elders walked in. Seeing Xiao Zan and the others, these people who had just chatted with Yafei casually perfunctory, then turned around and squeezed next to Xiao Zan and them. Scrambled to speak, and every time he spoke, the flattering color on his face was looming. Ji Yuni and Yafei, who stayed where they were, glanced at them in astonishment, then shook their heads. Master Ji Yuni even whispered, "These people are too snobbish, no matter what, Xiao Zan is also a big fighting master like them." Can the flattering smile on his face be restrained? If those who complied with Xiao Zan heard these words, they would only shout and be speechless. In all honesty, Xiao Zan is a big fighting master like them. They didn't want to show such a flattering look, but let the Xiao family have a fighting king. Xiaoming didn't come out again, the fighting spirit powerhouse Xiao Shan wasn't here, and Xiao Zan was the current patriarch of the Xiao family. Not only Xiao Zan, but also the great elder next to him and some other members of the Xiao family stepped forward to cling to him. Xiao's backyard, in a secluded small courtyard, handed the just refined pill to Ziyan, who was eager to see. Smiled and glanced at Ziyan, who took Danwan and shoved it into her mouth anxiously, then looked up at the night sky. Estimated that it was almost time and said, "It's almost time, it's time to go to the banquet." After eating a pill, Ziyan, who was smiling happily, could not help frowning when she heard this, and muttered, "I don't know what's so good about this banquet. It's better to look for medicinal herbs if you have time." For that kind of scene, Ziyan actually doesn't like it very much, because she will feel very boring in that situation, and it will be very noisy if there are too many people. Attending that kind of banquet is a waste of time. Ziyan's thoughts, Xiaoming understands very well. In fact, he didn't like this kind of scene either, but people happily greeted him to celebrate, and as the protagonist he couldn't refuse. After taking a look at Ziyan, Xiaoming asked, "Don't you want to go?" Ziyan nodded her little head, blinked her big watery eyes, and said, "Actually, as soon as I entered this city, I found that I sensed a lot of medicinal herbs. Why don't you let's go find the medicine?" Wudin City is next to the demonic beast mountains, so it's not surprising that Ziyan can sense the medicinal herbs. To tell the truth, Xiaoming also sensed it. He glanced at Ziyan, who was harmless to humans and animals, pondered for a moment, and then sighed. "Okay, I'll let you out tonight. But you'll be back tomorrow, you know." With Ziyan's current strength, in the plus-size empire, except for Yunshin, no one can keep her, so Xiaoming is not afraid that something will happen to her after she goes out, just remind her to come back tomorrow. Seeing Xiaoming's promise, Ziyan's face was filled with joy. After she put the medicine bottle in her hand into the ring on her finger, a pair of wings were revealed behind her. Wings vibrated violently, and the whole person flew into the air, followed by a voice, "Xiaoming, I'll go first, I'll be back tomorrow." Looking at Ziyan who disappeared in an instant, Xiaoming shook his head and said to the snow mountain next to him, Come with me, I plan to let you sit in the Xiao family in the future, it is necessary for you to show your face. Shuidian heard a hint of surprise on his face, but he disappeared quickly, and then muttered, I see, master. I will protect your family in the future. Do your best. Tomorrow I will find a few exercises and fighting skills that are suitable for you. In the Xiao family, you just need to concentrate on your practice, it will be beneficial. Xiaoming said with a smile as he patted Shuidian's arm. Cousin Xiaoming, it's time for dinner. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan's voice came in. Let's go, he said to Shuidian, and Xiaoming took the lead to walk out the door. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan was standing at the door waiting. After seeing Xiaoming, a smile appeared on his face. Cousin, time is up, let's go to the hall together. Let's go, chatted all the way, and the three of them soon arrived at the place where the banquet was held. Xiaoming and the others stepped into the hall, there were many people. In an instant, the noisy hall was instantly quiet, and everyone's eyes were on the trio at the door. The tall figure in Xiao's clothes is Xiao Shan, so the handsome boy next to him should be Xiaoming, right? Xiaoming's appearance is not recognized by many people, but Xiao Shan's appearance is already familiar to these people, so it is easy to guess his identity. The goal of this trip is right in front of you, but these forces in Wudin City did not dare to get in front of Xiaoming, but honestly stayed in their own position, not even daring to make a sound. The reason is very simple, although many people in the Xiao family say that Xiaoming has a good character, but that is what others say after all. It is still necessary to carefully observe what is going on in the end, go forward rashly, and what if others are upset. You know, Xiaoming's killing them is almost like killing an ant. The atmosphere of silence did not last long. Chapter 97 Charming Yafei. The atmosphere of silence did not last long. The elder who was sitting at the main table saw Xiaoming's arrival and immediately got up to greet him. Hehe, you finally arrived, time is up, take your seats. Glanced at the other table, not wearing Xiao family clothes, obviously not the guests of the Xiao family. Ignoring their fearful and curious eyes, Xiaoming nodded and walked to the main table. At the main table, most of them were insiders of the Xiao family, only one man and one woman were not wearing Xiao family clothes. Because he was not wearing Xiao family clothes, Xiaoming noticed the two immediately. Not to mention the male, he is just an old man. Even if he wears a pharmacist robe and has a 2-rank pharmacist badge on his chest, in Xiaoming's eyes, he is no different from an ordinary person. The woman was a little bit noticeable. On the pretty face of the woman with a slight smile, there was a touch of enchantment, and she was wearing a bright red dress. At the place, he was wearing a silver belt, which highlighted the slender willow waist to the fullest. What an enchanting beauty! Among all the women I've seen over the years, this beauty is also the existence that can compete for the first place. This person should be Yafei, right? After taking a look, Xiaoming thought to himself. Yafei's identity is still easy to see, her characteristics are too distinct. Seeing Xiaoming's gaze, a charming smile appeared on Yafei's face. Xiaoming didn't react to this, because at this time the first elder had pulled him to the main seat and sat down, and he did not continue to look at Yafei. Seeing this scene, Yafei's face was a little stiff, and she felt that her smile had been made in vain, but years of experience had already created a good attitude, and the smile on her face quickly returned to its natural state. After Xiao Shan and Shuidian both sat down next to Xiaoming, Xiao Zan began to introduce. Cough cough, let me introduce, these two are Miss Yafei and Master Ji Yu Ni from the middle auction. I heard that Xiaoming, you are returning from school, and came to visit specially. Haha, Miss Yafei is Mijia. The person in charge of the tier auction house has extraordinary means, and after coming to Wudin City, the business of the middle auction house has turned over several times. When introducing Yafei, Xiao Zan focused on Yafei, because he felt that Xiaoming should be interested in Yafei. After all, young people are full of energy. Yafei is so charming and attractive, and it is normal to have a little interest. This is also the main reason why he put Yafei and Ji Yuni on this table. Although there is also the name of the middle family in it, but the face of the middle family can't support the two of them and the strong fighting king. Hearing Xiao Zan introducing himself, Yafei, who had no idea what Xiao Zan was thinking at all, had an even sweeter smile on her face, her rosy cherry lips slightly parted, and a crisp, numb voice sounded on the table. He, I have long heard that Elder Taisheng is a young hero. When I saw him today, he was as imposing as the rumors said. Yafei's long and narrow beautiful eyes curved in a charming arc, her jade hands held her fragrant cheeks, her eyes stared at Xiao Ming's handsome face, her long eyelashes trembled and blinked lightly, on the pretty face. The numb sound of temptation came into his ears, causing the faces of several people at the table to turn red. Fortunately, they are all powerful people in the Xiao family. For Yafei's tempting voice, Xiao Ming smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. After all, he heard too many words like this, and he was accustomed to being able to block them in his mind. He can't say anything about this kind of compliment. Let's admit it directly, he seems a little arrogant. If he doesn't admit it, it's a little hypocritical. Let's treat it with a smile. To be honest, Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised that Yafei dared to come up to him. With Yafei's appearance, if he were a ***** demon, he would do it for her tonight, and she would have nothing to do. Nowadays, Hai Bodong, the strongest of the middle family, has been sealed by Medusa with his fighting spirit, and he is just a fighting spirit. The second strongest in the middle family, Middle Fujiyama, although ranked among the top 10 powerhouses in the overweight empire, is only a fighting king. If he is serious, Middle Fujiyama will definitely not be able to hold 10 moves in front of him, and he can easily handle it if he wants to. Maybe after he takes Yafei, the middle family will be rejoicing when his identity as a 6th grade alchemist will be revealed. Just sacrificing a clan with no outstanding talent for cultivation, and getting involved with a 6th grade pharmacist, it can be said that it is not a ***** profit. Although the beauty in front of him could easily succeed if he wanted to, but Xiao Ming had no such idea in his heart. This is not because he is a saint without a woman in his heart, but mainly because this behavior is not in line with his values. Xiao Ming's thoughts, Yafei did not know, she thought it was the arrogance of the strong for Xiao Ming's behavior of not speaking. Looking at Xiao Ming's indifferent face, the beauty that he is proud of on weekdays is useless in front of him, which makes Yafei feel a sense of frustration. Over the years of her experience abroad, she has deeply understood how strongly her beauty attracts men. So far, she has never met a young man like Xiao Ming who doesn't seem to care about her. Failure is a setback, and Yafei did not feel dissatisfied because Xiao Ming didn't answer, but she sighed inwardly. She was indeed worthy of the name of a genius who moved the empire. After she had an extraordinary personality, she cast her alluring eyes on Xiao Shan. Brother Xiao Shan, I haven't seen each other for a year, but the style is still the same. She and Xiao Shan met once a year ago. Different from the indifferent Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan scratched his cheek a little shyly, and a blush appeared on his simple and honest face, and said in a low voice, "Miss Yafei is as beautiful as ever." Seeing Xiao Shan's reaction, Yafei showed an imperceptible satisfaction on her face. Sure enough, her charm was still there, it was only Xiao Ming who made a mistake. Cough, it's almost time, let's start the banquet. Casually swept the hall full of seats, and found that many people were looking at it, Xiao Ming said. Oh, yes, it's time to start, this time I'll take care of you. For Xiao Ming, you should move your chopsticks first. The elder said. Xiao Ming did not shirk. After he stretched out a chopstick and ate the dish, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became warm. Come, drink, don't get drunk tonight, ha ha ha, drink it up. How about keeping the cup so full for raising fish? Quote. The sound of gongcho interlaced is endless. After Xiao Ming drank a glass of wine toasted by the great elder, all the clansmen at the table came to him one after another. At this level of strength, ordinary drinking water is no different from boiled water to Xiao Ming, so Xiao Ming did not refuse. After most of the Xiao family toasted, they said a compliment and quickly retreated. Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up, left his seat, came to Xiao Ming, and said respectfully, "Elder Taishang, you have made many contributions to the development of the family over the years. As the patriarch, I will give you a toast here." Xiao Ming was a little surprised by Xiao Zhan's attitude. Didn't he say this long ago, why should he mention it again? Although he was a little surprised, Xiao Ming still raised his glass and responded, "As a member of the family, you should, don't worry about it." Xiao Zhan poured another glass of wine after drinking the first glass of wine. "This second cup, I respect you as a father. My son Xiao Yan was ill before, and you helped him with a lot of money. I would like to express my gratitude here." After finished speaking, Xiao Zhan suffocated the wine without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything. The three elders sitting beside them saw this scene and scolded mother in their hearts. Xiao Zan's letter was sent in the name of the clan, and every time they had disputes before, they would scold him for it. Xiao Zan said this now, and it became his personal letter to Xiao Ming, and the scroll of 4th grade medicinal pills was also given to Xiao Zan alone. This is to stop their mouths. Chapter 98 Xiao Zan's request, the reunification of Wudin City. Xiao Ming thought about it for a while, and then he came to understand, but he already knew that the 4th rank medicine pill scroll would be a waste, and it was meaningless to care about this, so he said. Hee, a little thing, don't worry about it. Seeing Xiao Ming drinking this glass of wine, the elders frowned and looked at each other without saying anything. Now, Xiao Zan's purpose has been achieved, and it is difficult for them to mention this matter in the future. Yafei next looked at Xiao Zan with great interest. She was naturally very clear about the fact that Xiao Zan took his son around to seek medical treatment before, based on Middle's intelligence network. At that time, she was still very surprised. How did Xiao Zan invite the 4th grade pharmacist? The 4th grade pharmacist is a big man in the plus-size empire. I didn't expect that this medicine fee was actually paid by Xiao Ming. This can be explained clearly. After Xiao Ming drank a cup, Xiao Zan did not return to his seat, but poured another cup. This, Elder Taishang, I have an unkind request. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows, knowing that this was the real drama, and the 2 glasses of wine in front were just for this purpose. He asked with great interest, "What's the matter? Let's hear it." Ahem, that is, my son Xiao Yan's illness has not been cured. You are a 6th grade pharmacist, so I would like to ask you to help me check Yun'er's condition. 6th grade alchemist. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ming did not reply, and the Master Ji Yuni in the seat directly exclaimed. This is not to blame for Master Ji Yuni's lack of determination, it is because the 6th grade alchemist is too amazing. The entire overweight empire is only grade 6 pill King Furukawa, and there are only a few grade 5 below grade 6. Shocked, Ji Yuni even thought that the identity of the 6th grade alchemist was fake, right? After thinking a little and turning his head, Ji Yuni realized that this matter should be true. After all, there is no need for Xiao Ming to lie to them. This kind of thing is not good at all. Yafei's ***** mouth is slightly open, and her face is incredible. The 6th grade pharmacist and the strength of the Do King can already easily destroy their middle family. The guests sitting at other tables were shocked when they heard Ji Yuni's shout, and looked at Xiao Ming's eyes. The color of awe became more and more intense. At the same time, the envy and jealousy of the Xiao family in my heart is about to break through the sky. Why can there be such a level of genius in the Xiao family, but they don't? Xiao Ming raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Zan, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, you can bring him tomorrow morning, I can help him to see, but this vindictiveness disappears for no reason, it's too weird, I can't guarantee that it can be cured. It is good." Xiao Ming's response made Xiao Zan's face show an irresistible look of joy, and he thanked him repeatedly. As for Xiao Ming's statement that he could not guarantee a cure, he directly ignored it. In his opinion, a 6th grade pharmacist was already out of reach, and he did not believe that he could not cure his own son. Unfortunately, Xiao Zan didn't know that he was destined to be disappointed this time, unless Xiao Ming was willing to arrest Yao Lao directly. Otherwise, Xiao Yan's state of waste would probably continue for a while. At this banquet of the Xiao family, many juniors of the Xiao family were also present. Xiao Yan, as the son of Xiao Zan, was ridiculed by many clansmen, but he was still present today. It's just that he didn't sit at the same table with Xiao Ming and the others, but in the area of the Xiao family's juniors, where Xiao Zan's movements were completely visible to him. His heart couldn't help but feel moved. Over the years, he was ridiculed and abused by the whole family. Only his father and brother loved him as usual, even more. How could this keep him from moving? At the same time, there was a surge of excitement in his heart. Xiao Ming was a 6th grade pharmacist. If he was willing to take action, he would definitely be able to cure him. No one cared about Xiao Yan's inner feelings. Xiao Yu, who was sitting not far away, glanced at Xiao Yan, who was out of tune with the people around him, and there was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. "Xiao Yan, you are really lucky to have Uncle Xiao Zan personally ask cousin Xiao Ming to see you a doctor." Now Xiao Yan, because of the ridicule of the clansmen over the years, has lost his vigor, and the ridicule of Xiao Yu is just silent, which means that there are more lice and it is not ticklish. Ha ha, Xiao Yu just sneered, but did not continue to mock. After all, it's a great atmosphere, so there's no need to make yourself unhappy. Ji Yu Zuner next heard Xiao Yu's words and just glanced at Xiao Yan lightly. Today's Ji Yu Zuner, because she has never experienced Xiao Yan touching her room in the middle of the night, has no love for Xiao Yan, and even because of that incident, her senses are not good for Xiao Yan. So after taking a look at Xiao Yan, the fallen genius, Ji Yu Zuner quickly turned his gaze to Xiao Ming, not knowing what he was thinking about. The banquet lasted for a long time. During this period, when he learned that Xiao Ming was a 6th grade pharmacist, he was just like the leaders of the forces who had been speechless before. He ran to Xiao Ming with an eager smile on his face and asked for advice, various problems. For Xiao Ming, the question of Ji Yu Ni is as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Xiao Ming casually pointed at Ji Yu Ni, which made the smile on his face more eager and respectful. Yafei looked at Ji Yu Ni, who was so arrogant in the past, and became like this, and blinked her eyes, but she understood very well. If it wasn't for Xiao Ming's lack of space now, she would also want to come over. Time passed bit by bit, and the banquet was finally coming to an end. When it was about to end, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up with a blushing face and shouted, "Cough, everyone be quiet." Taking advantage of the presence of all the forces in Wudin City, our Xiao family has something important to inform everyone, a bit. Xiao Zhan's words made the noisy hall instantly quiet. The leaders of those forces even looked at each other in a bad mood. Xiao Zhan, although Wudin City is close to the Monster Beast Mountains and has a large population, our Xiao family thinks that Wudin City is too small, and there can only be one voice in the city. What do you guys think? The leaders of all the forces were not stupid, and instantly understood what Xiao Zhan meant. This Xiao family wants to unify Wudin City. In fact, the Xiao family wanted to unify Wudin City for a long time. It is impossible to rely on Fangxi's business to grow the family. Then we can only start from other aspects. The unification of Wudin City is very beneficial to the follow-up development of the Xiao family. It happened that the first and second masters in the family were present this time, so the Xiao family wanted to do it directly. After Xiao Zhan's words fell, the masters of those forces look at me, I look at you, and have no intention of opening their mouths. Although the Xiao family has a fighting king, the stable situation maintained by Wudin City for many years still gives them a share. Delusion, I think this can actually be talked about. Snow, an indifferent voice sounded, but Xiao Ming was speaking. Shui Tian, whose name was called, nodded and stood up, pressing down on the leaders of those forces with a monstrous aura. This, fight, king, strong man. Those who were oppressed by the momentum only felt that a mountain was being pressed against their bodies, and their faces flushed red because of the pressure. You can oppress them to such an extent just by virtue of their aura. They are definitely the king of fighters, you can't go wrong. Okay, Shuitian. Following Xiao Ming's order, Shuitian regained his momentum. Without the oppression of the snowy weather, those people were all weak in breathing air. Introduction, this is Shui Tian, the king of strength fighting, the guest of my Xiao family, and will be stationed in the Xiao family in the future. Xiao Ming's voice was very flat, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Where did Xiao Ming pull this strong man from? The Xiao family is no exception, because Xiao Ming did not say that Shuitian would be permanently stationed in the Xiao family. Xiao family members showed delighted expressions on their faces, and the leaders of those forces glanced at each other bitterly, and then they all said, "My Dolly Arms firm will be headed by the Xiao family. The medicine store is willing to respect the Xiao family as the lord of Wudin City." The Gali family, Oba family. Yafei looked at the snowy sky at the table with Xiao Ming's horse as her head, and swallowed her saliva with some difficulty. Even if Xiao Ming was a 6th grade pharmacist, it would be very difficult for a Duwang Strong to respect him to this extent, even willing to stay in the Xiao family to help him guard the family. What kind of magical means does Xiao Ming have to do this? Yafei was very curious. After those powerful people finished speaking, Xiao Ming said again, "Oba's family, Jali's family is limited to leave Wudin City within 10 days, otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk." Why is this? ×2. The head of the Gale family, Galabi, and the head of the Oba patriarch, Obapa, frowned and shouted. They don't understand very much, obviously they have already expressed their surrender. Why did Xiao Ming expel their family? Especially Obapa, it's okay for the Jali family to be expelled because of the market business and having had a lot of trouble with the Xiao family, but his Oba family has never done anything. Haha, because of read novels. Xiao Ming thought to himself. The Oba family and the Zhili family got together after Xiao Yan made a riot in the Yunlin sect, intending to destroy the Xiao family. He still felt that this kind of guy should not be under his nose. These are all things that cannot be said to others, so Xiao Ming just said in a flat tone, there is no reason, you must leave within 10 days. But, Galibi still wants to talk, even if you let them go, give them more time, these 10 days are too short. Chapter 99 Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan come to the door. Humph. Before Galibi could say more, Shui Tian snorted coldly, and a snow-white energy rushed towards him. Galibi didn't have time to react at all, he only felt a strong force with severe cold coming from his chest, his whole body flew out, slammed into the wall heavily, spit out a mouthful of blood, because of the rebound force, he smashed again and again. On the ground, another mouthful of blood spit out. Cough, cough. Watching the blood he spat out quickly condensed into ice cubes, he felt a rush of energy in his body, frantically destroying his body. Galibi recognized the reality, and he said with difficulty. My Gale family will withdraw from Ulthan City within 10 days, ahem. Well, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Obaba. Seeing Xiao Ming cast his eyes on himself, Obaba was sweating coldly, especially after Shui Tian also turned his murderous gaze on him. The aura like a monster made his legs a little weaker. Swallowed hard, and Obapa said with a bitter face, the Oba family will also withdraw from Ulthan City within 10 days. Watching the end of Gale and Oba's family, a thought flashed in the hearts of the other families present, that is, they must not provoke the Xiao family in the future. After Obaba said that he would leave Ulthan City, Xiao Ming didn't talk nonsense anymore, but waved his hand and told them that they could go. With Xiao Ming's instructions, Galibi stood up tremblingly and exited the hall with Obaba. After that, people from each family also bid farewell. Soon, only the Xiao family remained in the entire hall, Master Yafei Guni. Knowing that it is no longer suitable to stay in the Xiao family, Yafei slowly got up and said softly, Elder Tai, Patriarch Xiao, I have been disturbing you today. Now that it is very late, Yafei will leave first. Master Ji Yu also stood up and said respectfully to Xiao Ming, Thank you Master Xiao Ming for his guidance today. Tomorrow, I will invite someone to prepare a small gift, please don't dislike it. In the whole banquet tonight, Ji Yu got Xiao Ming's advice, and was the most rewarding among all the guests of the Xiao family. Do whatever you want, you don't have to. Glancing at Ji Yu, Xiao Ming said softly. Ji Yu is a second-grade pharmacist, even if he is backed by Middle's auction house, he can't come up with good things that he likes, and he just points at random, and there is no need to accept gifts. Master Xiao Ming has given me a lot today, how can I do it without thanking me? Ji Yu's attitude was very firm. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled slightly, but did not speak any more, nodded lightly, okay, send it as you like. Watching Xiao Zhan send Yafei and Ji Yu away, the great elder sitting not far from Xiao Ming suddenly ran to Xiao Ming and asked excitedly. Will Shuitian Keqing really stay in the Xiao family forever? Yeah, Xiao Ming nodded, Shuitian will stay in the family to cultivate, but there is nothing important, don't disturb him. Shuitian is still a monster after all, and his habits are different from those of humans, so Xiao Ming has this order. The great elder nodded happily. It is enough to have a strong fighting king in the family. You must know that before Xiao Ming went home, he sent back many high-level martial arts and fighting skills. Anyone who saw those martial arts and fighting skills would be jealous. If there is no strong man in charge, he is really afraid that some strong man will ***** their things. He also wanted to find some time in the next few days to ask Xiao Ming if he had a solution, but he didn't expect that Xiao Ming had already thought about it. After being excited for a while, the first elder cupped his hands to Shui Tian next to him. Shuitian Keqing, the Xiao family will ask you more in the future. Shuitian nodded as a response. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Ming stood up and bid farewell. The next day, early morning. When Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes, he saw Ziyan sitting beside the table with her hands on her cheeks, and her big Shui Ling eyes kept staring at his face. Touched his face, Xiao Ming smiled and looked at Ziyan. What are you looking at? Nothing, I just suddenly discovered that you are different from other humans. Well, what's the difference? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Xiao Ming's question came to no avail. because Zi Yan did not answer, but took out a strange dry branch with a whole body like blood and a twisted shape like a snake, and handed it to him. Here, this is what I got last night, remember to practice Danwan for me. Blood python branch. Xiaoming was a little surprised when he looked at the strange dry branch with a twisted shape like a snake. Not in the ring. It seems that there are still many good things around Ulthane City. Maybe I can hang out with Zi Yan recently. Xiaoming flashed a thought in his heart, then got out of bed and walked in front of Zi Yan, took the blood-colored branch in Zi Yan's hand, and showed a smile on his face. Did you eat the pills you practiced yesterday? No, half left. Although she didn't understand why Xiaoming asked, Zi Yan replied honestly. No, I'll practice for you when you finish eating. Said Xiaoming stuffed the blood python branch into his own ring. Blood python branches are too rare, he doesn't have any. Xiaoming plans to change the medicinal materials for Zi Yan to refine next time, and keep this one for his collection. Xiaoming's thoughts Zi Yan didn't know. Looking at Xiaoming's actions, she blinked her big eyes cutely, and said hesitantly, this, okay. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside the hospital. Xiaoming's soul power probed out, and he felt two familiar auras. Xiaozan Xiao Yan, hee, this Xiaozan is quite impatient, so I came here so early in the morning. He smiled. Xiaoming stood up, walked out of the room, and opened the courtyard door. Appeared in front of him were Xiaozan and Xiao Yan, who were a little nervous. Elder is too good, I'm bothering you. Seeing Xiaoming who opened the door, Xiaozan showed a somewhat pleasing smile on his face. Patriarch, come in. Xiaoming waved his hand and led Xiaozan and Xiao Yan into the courtyard. At this time, Zi Yan also ran out of the room. Seeing the little Zi Yan running out of Xiaoming's room early in the morning, the smile on Xiaozan's face became weird for a moment. They couldn't have slept together last night. After thinking about it, Xiaozan did not say anything, but reached out and pulled out Xiao Yan, who was behind him. This is my son Xiao Yan. You should have met him when you were young. In terms of age, he should be a month younger than you. Yunur, please call me cousin soon. Watch, cousin. This cousin, Xiao Yan, who was pulled out, shouted very eloquently. In fact, Xiao Yan's feelings towards Xiaoming are complicated. When Xiaoming's talent was not exposed when he was a child, although he had a little impression of Xiaoming, he only regarded Xiaoming as a withdrawn child because of the premature death of his parents. A little cute, but similar to the other children in the Xiao family. That period was also his happiest time, because he was the most talented in the entire Xiao family. But after Xiaoming's talent was exposed, his hat as the first genius of the Xiao family was immediately taken off, which made him speechless. That kind of talent directly surpassed his imagination and made him speechless. He also tried hard to catch up with Xiaoming, but he gave up after 2 months. Because cultivation is really a boring thing, if you can practice casually, you can surpass 99% of people. Why does he work so hard? Fortunately, not long after Xiaoming exposed his talent, he left the family to study. Among the people who stayed in the Xiao family, he was the one with the highest talent. From then on, he, like most children in the Xiao family, treated Xiaoming as a legend. It can be said that the children of the Xiao family are divided into 3 grades. Xiaoming is the 1st grade alone, he is the 2nd grade alone, and the rest are the 3rd grade. Xiaoming's talent is good, but it doesn't mean that he will recognize Xiaoming because of his good talent. Because he is a transmigrator, and he has been abused by his family for more than 2 years, he only recognizes his father and 2 older brothers in the entire Xiao family. Although Xiaoming left the Xiao family when he was very young, he never scolded him, and now he is going to see a doctor for him. However, when others scolded him, they often used Xiaoming as a comparison, saying that he was arrogant and domineering when he was talented before, while others like Xiaoming were so talented, but he treated others modestly and contributed to the family. Hearing these words too much would always affect his sense of Xiaoming. In addition to the nervousness before the treatment, even though I was grateful for Xiaoming's willingness to take the treatment. This cousin is not so sincere. Xiaoming heard this and didn't care. When he read the book, he knew that Xiao Yan is a person who is very difficult to trust others. It is not easy to make Xiao Yan call him cousin sincerely. He doesn't need anyone's approval either, just showing Xiao Yan a look is just for the sake of being from the same clan. Chapter 100 Probe, Medicine Dust. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of helplessness on his face. Others were mature and sophisticated, so of course they noticed the problem of Xiao Yan's tone. Afraid that Xiao Ming would be dissatisfied, he quickly said, "Yunur is so withdrawn." Needless to say, I understand, let's start directly. Xiao Ming reached out and responded. Okay. Interrupted by Xiao Ming, Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment, then nodded again and again. Of course he would like to get treatment quickly. Then what should we do first? Xiao Zhan asked nervously. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also clenched his hands nervously. Don't be so nervous. Before that, I will first understand his specific situation. Xiao Ming said to Xiao Zhan calmly, and then to Xiao Yan, tell me, when did you start to lose your grudge? Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of Xiao Ming, frowned and recalled for a moment, then said bitterly, more than 2 years ago, not long after I broke through the fighter, I just got the exercises given by my family, and I'm ready to practice. At that time, the cyclone in my body suddenly shattered without warning. And I also fell from a fighter to a fighting spirit. At that time, I thought it was because I practiced the exercises in the wrong way, but in the following time, my realm continued to fall, and it didn't stop until I fell to the 3rd stage of Do Zili. This is not the reason for the exercises at all. Said that there was a problem with my body. My father took me to find many people, but there was no way, not even a 4th-grade pharmacist. Speaking of the back, Xiao Yan's voice was a little painful. Thinking about the experience of failing to seek medical treatment again and again, his spirit brought great pressure. What did those who treated you say? Focus on the views of the 4th-grade pharmacist. Xiao Ming asked curiously. They all said they couldn't see anything wrong, and the 4th-grade pharmacist even said that I wasn't sick at all. It's just nonsense, and my realm obviously went backwards. Xiao Yan thought that the 4th-grade pharmacist was talking nonsense, but Xiao Ming agreed in his heart. He is right, your body is really not sick. Of course, this cannot be said to Xiao Yan, Xiao Ming said slowly after being silent for a while. I understand, sit down and I'll check it for you. Xiao Yan heard the words and walked to the chair next to Xiao Ming and sat down, watching Xiao Ming walk towards him and put his hand on him, feeling a little excited. Constantly meditating in our hearts, we must find the cause, we must find the cause. Xiao Zhan next to also had a fast heartbeat, praying that Xiao Ming could find the cause. You must know that Xiao Ming is the top alchemist in the overweight empire. If he can't find the problem, then he really doesn't know what to do. Under their gaze, Xiao Ming's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and then slowly shook his head at them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale, and Xiao Zhan's face also became extremely ugly. Elder Taishang, the result I got is the same as that of the 4th-grade pharmacist. Xiao Yan's body has no problem. Not only is there no problem, but he is very healthy. But Yunur, there is indeed a problem with his realm. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that you can look at it again. Xiao Zhan said with some reluctance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming sighed. In fact, he was really using his soul power to probe Xiao Yan's body just now, and he did not leave any spare energy, but tried his best to probe. The result is that Xiao Yan's body is fine. This is the result that can be found out. If he uses his soul power, he will directly catch the old man, and he will directly arrest him. If he can find out, he will not say it. In the future, because of Xiao Yan's more extreme character, he may be given to him. He made a note. But it turns out that Yao Lao Do Zun's realm is not fake. He used his soul power to probe but didn't get any results. It also made Xiao Ming confirm one thing, this old boy Yaochen is definitely awake now. If it is an unconscious soul body, it is impossible to escape the full investigation of his mortal perfect soul power, even if Yao Lao's Naji has the function of hiding souls. Moreover, these years of cultivation have also made Xiao Ming understand that the soul body does not need Do Qi at all, nor can it absorb Do Qi. The soul body can recover its strength by absorbing fighting Qi, which is simply nonsense. This Yao Lao was definitely intentional to dispel Xiao Yan's fighting Qi. Xiao Ming's guess was not wrong. At this moment, in Xiao Yan's acceptance ring, there was an illusory figure of a gray-bearded old man, and he murmured in shock. What an amazing soul power, to be able to achieve this kind of achievement at this age. This Xiao Ming is really a genius of the sky. If it is not for the bone inflammation ring, I will definitely not be able to escape his exploration today. No one knew about Yaochen's thoughts in Naji. Outside, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Zhan's pleading eyes and gave him another hand. This time Xiao Ming deliberately made the movement a little louder. Xiao Yan only sensed a huge object covering his body, almost the whole body seemed to be completely exposed to Xiao Ming's eyes in front of him. This kind of bare butt-like feeling is not pleasant, but Xiao Yan still endured the shame and looked at Xiao Ming with expectant eyes. After a while, Xiao Ming opened his eyes, helplessly speaking. No, the result is the same as before, Xiao Yan didn't get sick. Maybe my strength is not enough, so I can't find out. Quote. Xiao Yan heard the words, his body seemed to be hit hard, and his mind was a little confused. Xiao Ming's strength is not good, how could he be weak? What is the existence of a 6th-grade pharmacist, that is an existence standing on the top of countless people in the plus-sized empire? Could it be that his body is really helpless? Xiao Zhan and his son, who were in a very bad mood, bid farewell. Shortly after they left, Zi Yan, who was standing beside her, said crisply, Xiao Ming, you definitely discovered the problem of that person just now, right? Oh, why do you say that? Sitting on the chair, Xiao Ming asked with great interest. Because, you used all your strength when investigating that person just now, which shows that you attach great importance to this disease, but you said that you didn't find any problems and let him leave easily, which is not in line with your character. Zi Yan smiled. The way. Having been with Xiao Ming for so many years, Xiao Ming knows her character very well. Similarly, Zi Yan knows Xiao Ming's character very well. In Zi Yan's cognition, as long as Xiao Ming takes it seriously, he will study it very seriously for a long time. Let Xiao Yan leave, instead of keeping him and checking him dozens of times, it is simply unreasonable. The only explanation for is that Xiao Ming already knew the cause of that person. I was right in what I said just now. His body is indeed fine. It was other reasons that caused his vindictive realm to fall back. It won't take long for him to recover his own talent. It won't do me any good to intervene. Xiao Ming touched Zi Yan's little head and explained. Zi Yan nodded as if she understood, and then she stopped caring. Whether Xiao Yan recovered or not had nothing to do with her.